From this standpoint, the revolutionary movement, as a pledged, then organized, group, was simply the transcendence of this alienation and this necessity in the common tension of fraternity terror. As such, it preserved all its characteristics. That means, in the first place, that the worker or intellectual who entered the movement did not thereby lose the totalized structures which caused him to realize his serial being through the totalizing project that attempted to transcend it. So everyone, although changing by virtue of the oath sworn into a common individual, remained a singular and alienated totalization of all the other totalizations. The new awareness, which was a common praxis, was not the desituated contemplation of class being or the historical ensemble. The process was revealed by the individuals it had produced or, if you like, who had produced themselves by producing it, i.e. it was itself the limit and specific quality of its revelation, inasmuch as it had marked in an indelible way the practical organisms it had produced. In order to make this reflexive reversal more easily comprehensible, we shall express it in terms of pure knowledge and say that every militant deciphered the practico-inert process through and by the principles and presuppositions, the schemata and the traditions, that this process had produced in him, so that totalization was circular. Depending on the viewpoint, it is just as possible to see reflection as retotalizing the conditions totalized by the unreflecting project, as it is to see the synthetic totality of the transcended conditions as totalizing, in this very transcendence, the deciphering carried out by reflection. From this standpoint, it was not just Stalin but, before his victory, all the members of the sovereign who were singular. It was the sovereign itself whose praxis was doubly singular, on the basis of the common stock of former circumstances, and as a singularized product of their conflicts and shifting alliances. Now, in this ensemble of organisms, it may on the one hand be considered that every common individual was appropriated to the exigencies of the ruled, because he had lived an identical past with them, and on the other hand that certain individuals or groups were more specifically close to the masses, because they had lived that common past in a certain specific way which caused them to comprehend better the situation and the demands of the ruled. From this point of view, we have already seen that Stalin defeated Trotsky precisely in so far as the proletarian revolution, by being born Russian, was nationalized and, observing the ebb of the revolutionary movements outside, undertook a movement of withdrawal into itself, partly the product and partly the source of Soviet mistrust of the European proletariats. In other words, when the revolution was incarnated in the USSR, it automatically effected a weakening of the internationalist emigration in favor of the national militants. Thus, from the moment of Lenin's death, there was an obvious adaptation of Stalin, the Georgian militant, and of the revolutionary incarnation. We have seen, moreover, that the country, even in its working class elite, was hostile to theory, to universalism, and to radicalism, and prepared to commit itself to a cautious, pragmatic construction of its new order. Nothing astonishing in the fact that the ruled found Stalin here, since he had lived the same past as they and in the same way. His singularity, as a retotalization of his practical thought by his past actions, met their own, and that of the socialization underway. And it was indeed as a representative of Russian particularism, believing in dogmas and mistrusting theories, imbued with the singularity of the problem of socialization in Russia, convinced that no Western conception could find a field of application in that complex country, assured both of the technological and cultural inferiority of the Russians compared with other Europeans and at the same time of their human superiority, it was indeed as a patient militant, slow-witted, tenacious, seeking to discover the Russian truth progressively, that he had found the necessary alliances in the party and even in the factories to get rid of the right and left theorists who opposed one another in the name of the same universality. From that moment on, it can be said that the revolutionary incarnation had chosen the singular over the universal and the national over the international. And Stalin, before being the singular chosen, appeared as the incarnation of the common choice of the singular. To be sure, it is not because it was choosing itself in its singularity that the praxis of socialization made the choice of a singular sovereign. We know that Stalin's authority came from the emergency, and from the need for coercion in an incipient socialist order that was interiorized in the leading organisms in the form of an ever stricter exigency of integration. The terror chose itself through Stalin. But even Stalin's place was marked by the combination of these two movements. The terror was born of the emergency, the latter of the encirclement and blockade, hence, of forced singularity. On the other hand, the national singularization, as distrust of foreign countries and intellectuals, contained within itself, as withdrawal into itself, the elements of a social attitude, suspicion. Suspicion, as a serial rule, at once demanded its opposite, the man who was above all suspicion, he alone would be allowed to escape the round of suspects. Of course, suspicion could arise with maximum intensity only if the singularization of experience found itself facing an objective emergency requiring terror. That vague distrust of foreign lands and all that recalled them was transformed, in the contraction of the milieu that was the inner structure of terror, into vigilance against traitors. And that distrust, in the contraction terror, was certainly not devoid of objective foundation. Foreign countries were still to be feared, so long as the gap had not been closed between their potential for war and industrial production and that of the USSR. And as the very meaning of planning was precisely to close that gap as soon as possible, at every moment of his own productive activity each person encountered the united bourgeois democracies, as external sources of the internal coercion that was imposed upon him. Furthermore, the counter-revolutionaries were or had been hand in glove with the foreigners, as the Civil War had proved, faced with the growing dangers. Moreover, everybody thought that the country was teeming with spies. But that mistrust, as an inner consequence of singularization, was precisely one of Stalin's typical attitudes, i.e. a sediment of his history. And without going into his life in detail, it is well enough known that this mistrust was produced and maintained in the articulation of Georgian particularism and Russian national unity, theory and praxis, the emigration that gave him orders and the militants left in Russia who obeyed him. It is here that we touch on the fundamental nature of the sovereign incarnation. The common praxis demanded to be channeled into an individual praxis, and thereby to submit its inner necessities to the synthetic unity of a contingent facticity. This meant that it submitted itself to a sovereign individual whose qualities overflowed action and were something other than what it demanded, which obliged the common praxis, i.e. the sovereign group, simultaneously to adopt deviations whose origin was a single person and to consider this phase of temporalization as limited by death, i.e. to accept the risks of disintegration in the future in order to avoid them in the present. But if it is true that by being incarnated in this way praxis gave itself a deep structure of contingency, it is not true that any old individual, as contingent, was fit to become its sovereign. Totalizing action, in fact, also has its contingent singularity, which, for its part, is in no way exclusive of its dialectical intelligibility. The study of Europe in 1914 might show that the feudal structures of Russia could not resist a world war, and that the balance of forces, within a historical situation, designated her alone to make the proletarian revolution. Diachronic totalization might show, subsequently, the strict bond between proletarian revolutions and the underdevelopment of the countries that make them. Yet it would still remain the case that revolutionary praxis and the total movement of society inspired by it were the unique and singular incarnation, and that these features of uniqueness and singularity, far from being mere inert qualities disclosing themselves to the contemplation of historians, reveal themselves on the contrary by their historical efficacy. Unique, the Russian Revolution could be crushed. The policy of the bourgeois democracies was guided by this characterization, and that same policy interiorized as mistrust was to sustain the terror. Earliest in time, the October Revolution would give the USSR an uncontested leadership over the socialist world, etc. We have seen, furthermore, that this historical uniqueness necessarily had to be lived and realized as a national particularism. Thus contingency, i.e. the individual qualities of sovereign praxis, was circumscribed and determined. The Russian Revolution rejected Trotsky because Trotsky was the international revolution. An undertaking which launched itself into the unknown, and could refuse neither backward steps nor compromises if it saw these as a practical necessity. It needed the rigidity of dogmas all the more in that it did not apply them. It kept them inviolable precisely in so far as it departed from them, so as to be able to return to them after such temporary detours. Hence, it demanded a sovereign who would be a dogmatic opportunist. Which meant, basically, that this sovereign had to have a keen awareness of the originality of the Russian experience, and that he had both to keep Marxism out of range, as the distant, universalist signification of that experience, and at the same time subordinate it to the latter, within praxis, as a practical and changing illumination of events. It demanded, though I shall not insist on this, a militant known by the militants, knowing them and forged by militancy. He was required too by the job he would perform as inflexible, cool-headed, and unimaginative. Finally, the very fact that the experience was singular demanded that he should adapt action to singular circumstances, without any reference to principles, and that the mistrust engendered by isolation, result and source of national singularization, should be lived in practice by him as his own singularization. In so far as praxis demanded integration, it demanded also that its common orientations should become, under the constraint of biological unity, qualities indissolubly linked to the sovereign's personal action. And in so far as these qualities came to the sovereign person as a retotalization of his current praxis by his revolutionary past, the exigencies of totalization did not relate to a contingent exteriority, a happy chance that had supposedly provided the sovereign individual with these qualities, but, quite the contrary, to a certain way of having transcended and preserved the common past, whose particularity appeared in the light of the current praxis as the developed truth of the former. Practice and experience. Thus, not only did praxis require individuality inasmuch as this was forged by praxis, and so require itself retrospectively, but it was also current action that gave its meaning and its truth to the practical experience of the individual it selected. The personal equation, necessity of deviation. Can we say, then, that Stalin was required, even in what was most singular about him, even in the determinations that came to him from his milieu, from his childhood, from the private features of his adventure? Was that Georgian former seminarist really necessary? There will be a temptation to answer yes, if one of the themes developed in the problem of method is recalled. Point 54 I showed there, in fact, that the child, through his family situation, realizes the singularization of generalities. This is what allowed us to view psychoanalysis as one of the mediations necessary within the Marxist interpretation. So some may perhaps seek to find in Stalin's rough childhood, inasmuch as it was interiorized as harshness, a factor of his future adaptation to revolutionary praxis. And that is perfectly correct. Nevertheless, a relative autonomy of mediated sectors must be considered here, within the living totality. This does not mean that each is not in the other, but it does at all events imply their practical irreducibility, i.e. the impossibility of dissolving them into a monism of homogeneity. In other words, Stalin's harshness and inflexibility, inasmuch as they had their source in his earliest childhood, were indeed the results of the social contradictions which, taken in their full dimensions, were certainly among the fundamental factors of the Russian Revolution. More accurately, the child, through that rough childhood and through the violence of his revolt, incarnated and singularized the practical totalization constituting that moment of Russia's history. However, in so far as that childhood tended to structure all his behavior without discrimination, inasmuch as it occurred as a childhood and with the specific features of that age, this mediation between the individual and his social basis was also a separation that posited itself for itself, unless the aim of the historian is to comprehend the individual through his biography. For in the latter case, since the aim remains singularization of the social, we shall end up meeting all mediations in each one, inasmuch as we are seeking there only the synthetic foundation of idiosyncrasy. I have shown in the problem of method how the various mediations, through a practical and singular transcendence, are organized into a plurality of irreducible dimensions, each one of which contains all the others and refers back to all the others. 55 But if our aim, as in the case of totalization of praxis by the sovereign individual, is to show on the contrary the socialization of the singular, it is only the person's revolutionary past that is called into question, inasmuch as it makes the quality of his current praxis. For it is that past alone to which the exigency of common action refers. In other words, there is no irreducible given, in the sense that every separation is also a mediation and every mediation is itself mediated. In a previously specified perspective of study, however, the totalizing dialectic encounters irreducibles, simply because these sectors are produced by mediations that do not refer to the synchronic totalization in progress. 56 From this point of view, in relation to the praxis that began in 1928, there are idiosyncratic and relatively opaque givens, although from another point of view they can regain their intelligibility. In reality, it is not a matter of the passage from one order of facts to another. Childhood is a social fact and the incarnation of the process underway, just as the action of the adult sovereign is. Rather, these are contradictions inherent in any irreversible temporalization which, as we shall see shortly, oblige the historian to vary his viewpoints, and to totalize the same social and practical evolution in different ways according to the incarnations under consideration. From the viewpoint of the dialectical biography of Stalin, nothing can be understood if you do not go back to that childhood and that milieu. But if the situation in 1928 in fact required the sovereign's inflexibility, this requirement left undetermined the question of the individual origins of that inflexibility. And since the latter could become the hexis of the person required on the basis of an infinity of conceivable childhoods, everything happened as though, its genesis being unimportant, it were presenting itself as a given character trait. For that very reason, moreover, it would also and necessarily present itself as not being exactly the inflexibility required. If engendered by the praxis demanding it, it might perhaps have been so. But in so far as it came, despite everything, from elsewhere, its practical objective could not originally be the difficult construction of a new society, and the very situation that required it implied that it was not fitted for its task, but merely more or less unfit. Which, of course, presupposed that the sovereign individual would progressively adapt himself to praxis, in so far as praxis adapted itself to his prefabricated idiosyncrasy. From one compromise to another, the balance would finally be achieved by a transformation of the man and a deviation of the undertaking. But it is here, precisely, that the spurious rationality of Plekhanov must be rejected, since in fact he simply referred back to a positivist irrational. He sought to eliminate from praxis, even when the sovereign was an individual, any personal equation, at least at the level of history, i.e. once trivial detail was discounted. Now there are two ways of attempting such an elimination, his own and another, even more extravagant. Both formally conceivable, but in practice absurd. It could be argued in fact, though no one, I think, has done so, that if all the possible variations of inflexibility in quality and in quantity had been produced in the USSR and had produced their men by placing them in a position to take power, common praxis, through a struggle for life that would have pitted all these inflexibles against one another, would itself have chosen the individual variety that exactly suited it. In other words, it would be a question here of an infinite series, in which the characteristic required would necessarily be contained as one of the possibles. Teleological adaptation, since it is assumed to be lacking, is replaced by irrational selection. This Darwinism of the sovereign person is in itself so absurd that it has never been imagined, other than here precisely as an element in a reductio ad absurdum. But should Plekhanov's Lamarckism be seen as any less idiotic? He imagines Napoleon being killed at Toulon 57 and Augereau or Moreau replacing him. 58 It had to be one of them, since the bourgeoisie demanded a personal sovereign. Now this is to assume not merely, and we have criticized him on this point, that the consequences of such a change of dictator are historically insignificant, but also that, essentially, Augureau or Moreau would have adapted to the exigencies of the Thermidorian bourgeoisie without deviating them, that they would have been able to fill the post they had taken, that they would not at once have been overthrown by other generals, that they would have ended the wars or carried them through victoriously, in any case, that they would not have lost them thanks to a series of ill-judged battles, and above all to the army's mistrust. It is no use here replying that the Thermidorian bourgeoisie had to support the dictator, and that the army as such had to win the battles. For the dictator was precisely required when the common forces needed his mediation to carry on their action. That means this mediation was not symbolic but practical, in other words, the sovereign individual had to achieve the integration of the national forces or disappear, ruining the nation. And this, of course, was due to the very circumstances that had structured the social powers of the directing groups and the society, ruled in such a way that praxis would be either paralysed or centralized in the hands of a single person. So Plekhanov's error is manifest. Because he did not understand that society turns itself into an individual in the person of the dictator, and that in these conditions the latter's practical role is vital, he imagined that anybody would serve the purpose provided he was present at the right moment. So that ultimately his Lamarckism converged with the Darwinism we have rejected. The historical process is neither incarnated nor individualized. As a general and abstract movement, it may pick up a man at one moment and assign him a sovereign function, but this man will be produced by his function, hence adapted to it, and if a few contingent qualities overflow his action, at all events the process underway will by itself correct his temporary deviations. That means that the process, conceived as universal, universalizes the action of specific individuals. Meaning of deviation: man is not made for man. But if we admit that the circumstance, i.e. the moving structure of society in action, decides the individual's powers, if we hold to be a strict consequence of that experiential truth the fact that these powers can be immense and consequently demand abilities, if, on the other hand, we are convinced by the ensemble of our dialectical studies that the adaptation of the man to his function, when it is a question of adults, and when it is the function that produces the functionary, is a difficult process and often very slow, if we observe, as we have just done, that this adaptation, if it takes place, deviates the function precisely in so far as it transforms the individual, and if, finally, against Plekhanov's universalization, we pit the concrete and incarnated totalization, then we must recognize simultaneously that nothing can limit a priori the agent's role in a given historical ensemble. And that, when the ensemble requires of the sovereign individual a genuine ability, human history is no longer defined merely by the scarcity of products, tools, etc., but also, suddenly, by the scarcity of men. This means that if it is inflexibility which is required, not only will all varieties of inflexibles not be found, but perhaps there will be just one, or sometimes none at all. In any event, the men who will be in a position to exercise power will certainly represent a number of practical possibilities infinitely small in relation to the totalized series of possibles of that kind. And every realized possibility, if it were to be replaced in the total series, would be separated by an infinity of possibles from the other realized possibles. At these moments of socialization of the individual and individualization of society, the candidates for sovereignty are rare. None serves the purpose fully. And the one who comes closest to the model required, even if he takes power, dragged down by scarcity of time, will begin his operation before he has been able to adapt himself to the exigencies of praxis. It is a strict necessity that history, when it is determined by scarcity of men, should be totalized by a sovereign whose relative unfitness for his functions incarnates and singularizes that iron law of scarcity. As we have seen, scarcity, a dialectical fact, the interiorization of a practical relation between the man and the field, affects all sectors, all levels, and all realities, depending on what circumstances demand. And every time it signifies that the world is not made for man under the rubric scarcity of means, it is possible to classify the scarcity of instruments that is one of the factors in the constitution of classes and, in the present case, after the overthrow of the landowner and bourgeois regime, that determines the necessity of the construction of machines to make machines and tools. But this scarcity of means in turn affects and defines man, if man is to be a means. If it is true that there are not enough men, or not the right men, for a specific undertaking, we sense through this scarcity the incarnation of the following historical truth: man, as a product of the world, is not made for man. This experience constitutes the supplementary signification which, at moments when the conduct of national affairs is entrusted to a person or a specific aristocracy, characterizes history itself. The men history makes are never entirely those needed to make history, be they even as unrivaled as Stalin or Napoleon. Of course, the complex nature of the military dictatorship proposed the war, of course, it rendered war easier to make than peace, of course, Napoleon ended up wishing to call a halt to the bloodshed, and, of course, the weight of the past, reigned terrorized in the enemy camp by tense and shifting relations among the Allies and by a stratification of internal structures, and retranscended in a project to carry the war through to the end, almost from the outset left little chance for negotiations. There can be no doubt, however, that peace was required, in the shorter or longer term, by the bourgeoisie which had supported the coup d'état, and that it would have been easy to get the officers to accept it. The man of peace was in any event not Napoleon. Since the bloodletting of the Terror, he had been absent. And the most remarkable war leader of modern times waged war to the bitter end with a people who wanted peace, while at the same time endowing the latter with institutions at once republican and dictatorial, at once peaceful and military. So far as Stalin is concerned, we have seen which circumstances required, at the outset, the incarnation to be a withdrawal into themselves. And we have seen how universal reason, as an abstraction of the dialectic, was on Trotsky's side, but not that concrete reason which reveals itself as it is formulated. To take just these few examples, however, such a withdrawal did not demand pushing cultural isolationism to absurd lengths. Similarly, the difference in living standards between the Western worker and the Soviet worker was so great at the outset that the situation proposed the Iron Curtain, but it did not demand that endless lies should be told about the condition of European workers. Especially since a few years later the Russian people, brought into contact with capitalist nations by the armies of occupation, was by and large not at all tempted by the regimes it discovered. In other words, the official veil of lies and omissions could have been lifted progressively, especially after the 1945 contact. It was Stalin himself who maintained it, who systematically developed Soviet society's particularist mistrust, and transformed it into acute spymania around 1950. His ever-present fear of a possible influence of European culture was, in a sense, only the development and new orientation of his rejection of universalism. We know that this was to give rise to the radical negation of cosmopolitanism in favor of national cultures. Yet the USSR was not embarrassed, and with good reason, about importing foreign technology, and the situation would have required her to be able to import and transform into her own substance foreign cultural values too. Its extraordinary industrial growth, for which Stalin, as sovereign and incarnation of Russian society, was primarily responsible, led the country in around 1950 to require a policy of expansion, while the leader and the organs of his power continued, in their mistrust, to pursue a policy of withdrawal. And it was Stalin again, through his hatred of all internationalism, who forged a political anti-Semitism at the very time when economic evolution was tending to make racial anti-Semitism disappear. It is likely that the insignificance of these facts would have amused Plekhanov. Construction was proceeding at full tilt, the building of socialism was continuing, that was what would have counted in his eyes. But he would simply have been unaware of the slowness with which societies in growth dissolve their residues, as the very striking example of American Puritanism proves, that atheist religion which has not yet managed to dissolve itself into pure atheism, and remains, like a pledged inertia, at the very heart of all the numerous contemporary conversions to Catholicism. In other words, he would have been unaware of the diachronic, or would have got rid of it by simply mentioning the resistance of superseded significations, as if such resistance were not a capital factor of history. We shall return to this point 59 for the moment. Let us note that Stalin dead is still interiorized in the majority of Soviet groups and individuals, and that practice still re-exteriorizes him as hysteresis of the responses adopted in relation to problems. He still represents inert individuality in certain cases of collective practice. Excesses and failings, if the sovereign individual manages to hold on and attain part of the objective set, obviously go in the direction of the exigencies of social praxis. Stalin's relative lack of education was a negative element. But it protected him from universalism, from that universalism which the revolution rejected, even while formally invoking it. Conversely, his crudity and opportunistic dogmatism were useful to a working class that needed to believe, to be sustained by dogmas defining a hope. But inasmuch as they manifested a lagging behind of the individual in relation to the determined exigencies of action, they deviated the latter precisely in so far as they made it easier. In that sense, as I have said, the psychoanalytic interpretation of Stalin as an incarnation of Stalinism remains inopportune. First, because biographically important factors, like, for example, his relations with women and his sexual life, are practically without influence on the practical totalization, or from the standpoint of the social task have only an anecdotal importance. Secondly, because the historical problem is not formulated as analysts like to imagine. Even if it were to be established that Robespierre suffered from an inferiority complex, it was not that complex which made the terror. It was the necessities of the practical field and the exigencies of a praxis seeking to save the revolutionary gains, at a moment when the country was threatened with invasion and ravaged by civil war, and when terrible struggles were raging among the Republicans themselves, even within the convention. It was the exigency of the towns and the resistance of the countryside to requisitions. It was the ambiguous conflict that pitted the sans-culottes against the Jacobins. It was the necessity for a petty bourgeois government to keep the rich at arm's length and, at the same time, to channel and direct towards its own ends a terror of popular origin which, despite a few temporary lulls, had not stopped growing since the taking of the Bastille. Certain men had to invent governmental terror, inasmuch as it had to be organized and consequently intentional, as a practical exteriorization of the objective dangers they had interiorized. In so far as a complex would have sent some of them back to their private particularity in the very course of the work they were developing, these men would thereby have ceased to be common individuals and would have fallen outside collective action. Thus, any interpretation of praxis process as a global ensemble that did not limit itself to comprehending it on the basis of itself would immediately take us back to subjective idealism. Conversely, however, the dogmatic attitude of Plekhanov tends towards objective idealism, pushing it to its ultimate implications would lead, in fact, to the idea that every praxis is always everything it can be, and everything it must be, and that it always finds all the men needed to direct it. In fact, if it is admitted that real history is at the level of social struggles, the importance of the sovereign individual, i.e. the scarcity of men, manifests itself in the differential, i.e. in the gap separating the objective exigencies from the realization. And in the world of scarcity this gap ultimately means only the deviation of praxis by its incarnation. We shall see later that this deviation manifests itself also when sovereignty is not incarnated in an individual. 60 But let us for the moment stick to our investigation. In the case of a sovereign individual, deviation into partial success, i.e. the differential, is a strictly intelligible meaning of certain practical totalizations. Historically, as we have seen, and through the concrete exigencies they determined, these constituted themselves in certain circumstances as demanding such and such a sovereign. Thus the individualization of power is in itself comprehensible. Nevertheless, from this first standpoint, inasmuch as it is required by one moment of a praxis conditioned by a whole past, it limits itself to illuminating the facticity of praxis and illuminating itself through the latter. Every praxis is an inheritance, every agent an heir. as conditioned by former circumstances and the ensemble of the field's materiality, the necessity of withdrawal into self and the necessity of oppression manifested themselves as the facticity of the Russian Revolution through the facticity of Stalin, its product. On the other hand, however, the incarnation here manifested, through the differential it caused to appear in the results, a radical condition of that praxis, the fact that the action of men is conditioned by their own scarcity. There is a poverty of historical praxis inasmuch as it is itself a struggle against poverty, and this poverty, as an inner dialectic of scarcity, always reveals itself in the result, which will be at worst a terminal failure and at best a deviation. And it matters little that praxis, in its former developments, might be partly responsible for this poverty. For if it is true that every praxis, by interiorizing its poverty, takes responsibility for it, it is also true that it can do nothing but give it form, never create it. In that sense, Stalin and the Stalinist deviation expressed, in all dialectical intelligibility, the interiorized need for Soviet praxis not to be just the planned industrialization of that country, in that period, after that revolution, and under the threat of that encirclement, but to be also the reincarnation, in individual contingency, of its own incarnation. Suddenly, however, Stalin, as an individualization of the social, i.e. of praxis as poverty, incarnated the dialectical intelligibility of all the inner poverties of the practical field, from the shortage of machines to the peasant's lack of education. But an incarnation is not a symbol. He did not limit himself to tranquilly reflecting those shortages. If he incarnated them, he also synthetically added the shortage of men, through his own inadequacies, inasmuch as these would produce deviations. Similarly, the genuinely Stalinist deviations, considered in their outcome, were something other than the global deviation that constituted the Russian Revolution as the proletarian revolution incarnate. Yet they incarnated it, inasmuch as they were its radicalization. Incarnated and singularized, the working class revolution deviated to the point of demanding the sovereignty of a single person. And this sovereign, born of a deviation, pushed it to the bitter end and revealed in the very contingency of his policy, i.e. of his own facticity, that praxis, as an incarnation deviated by its own counter-finalities, by its heritage and by the ensemble of the practico-inert, had to lead to the ultimate concrete individualization, by virtue of the very contingency of the unforeseeable and differential deviations which it had necessarily given itself without knowing it, through the idiosyncratic mediation of the required sovereign. But let us be clearly understood, the individual and chance character of praxis can under no circumstances signify that it develops according to no laws. Contingency appears only through strict exigencies. Through all its deviations and all its sidetracks, we shall see later on that the historical process continues on its path. Only this path is not defined a priori by the transcendental dialectic. It is realized and determined by praxis, i.e. through corrections, rectifications and minor alterations, by agreed detours, and even sometimes by calculated regressions, across the generational rift, which alone creates the necessary perspective for new sovereigns, the tiny distance that allows them, in the name of common objectives, to assess the slippages and drift of the former praxis. We shall return to these problems concerning diachronic totalization. 61 Far from submitting history to contingency, to chance, I have sought to show how history integrated chances and contingency as the manifest signs and necessary consequences of its own facticity. There are too many men. The majority remain undernourished. But there are not enough men to make a rigorous history on a daily basis. This does not mean, however, that it is impossible to find rigor, by taking broader and more abstract views. Or that all of praxis, including its deviations, is not intelligible dialectically. History is not rigorous, in so far as restricted ensembles are being considered, because dialectical and totalizing reasons oblige it always to be realized as a chance incarnation in relation to the objectives that are the source of praxis. It is not rigorous, because it always proceeds via mistakes and corrections, because it is in no way a universal schematism, but a unique adventure unfolding on the basis of prehistoric circumstances which, in themselves and in relation to all objectives and all practices, constitute a weighty and ill-known inheritance of fundamental deviations. In a word, Stalinism saved socialization by deviating socialism. Its successors remain, who have received from it the means to correct that deviation. Inasmuch, of course, as they all refer to diachronic structures, and our investigation has not yet led us to the basic question, is there a diachronic totalization? Although every reign has its color deriving from the king, there remains, despite everything and up to the end, a gap between person and sovereign, in the very sense we have just defined in relation to other offices. The sovereign individual is sacred for himself, he knows in himself, the ambivalence of the sacred. Actually, we know that this was not the case. We saw earlier, and shall see again later, that even so one does not escape the singularization of praxis as common praxis. For it is not what objectivity demands, but what these given men determine, on the basis of exigencies which they have grasped through their intellectual tools. It remains the case, of course, that the object itself corresponds, in its very texture, to the structures of the contemporary agents. But this does not imply that you can avoid a certain inequality between the exigency and the response. Unlike positivism, which enumerates character traits without there being any possibility of moving from one to another, he was an anti-Semite, he liked tennis, he had artistic tastes. It is an experience marked just as much by superabundance of men. For, in the functional, primary relationship of scarcity, it may happen that the government takes men as independent variables, in a besieged medieval city, as in a modern nation at a time of economic recession, the experts will conclude that there are useless mouths. In other words, their surplus character, far from being compensated for by their practical utilized, becomes a dangerously powerful brake for any common praxis attempting to correct the imperfections of the field or to destroy counterfinalities, at the price of a terrible, savage effort. The liberatory or regulatory action designates its own waste products. It is always possible to cast these out of the city. But even these practices, in their blithe casualness, are not always effective. Scarcity and superabundance of men are often linked, moreover. Too many candidates for a post, but none fulfills the required conditions. Depending on the case, the post will not be filled or it will be filled badly, and it will be necessary to envisage transferring the unlucky candidates to other sectors, and perhaps to reskill them in work, which presupposes a social expenditure. I.e. bourgeois. The code was bourgeois, since it realized the wish of the constituent assembly. It was a casuistry of private property. It was military, because it reduced the person to his property, which, provided property was scrupulously respected, allowed practical rights of the person to be reduced to zero. It is not true, as Max Weber believed, that Protestantism was at the origin of capitalism. But the opposite is not true either. In reality, they reflected their exigencies to one another at the outset and developed by virtue of one another. But it was capitalism which represented the relatively independent variable, to such a point that the progressive secularization of economic sectors ought to have had as its logical conclusion the definitive liquidation of religion. From this standpoint, Protestantism, which in other respects, at the moment when it made its appearance, represented a revolutionary advance towards atheism, brake the advances of irreligion, by preserving the pure, universalistic, egalitarian reason and the system of values that sprang from the synthesis of the individual with universality as a sacred abstraction. So, as has been repeated ad nauseam, the movement towards the future is realized as an evolution or, when urgent, as a revolutionary upheaval, but as a past, outworn signification, whose inert materiality nevertheless still carries weight. It remains one of the most effective brakes on future action. I am thinking, in particular, of the suicide of his second wife, which was a result of private and public factors. But this result was not, in its turn, an origin. Perhaps it affected in Stalin that reality atrophied by action, the private individual. Perhaps the incident partly provoked the one and only malaise of which Stalin gave a glimpse throughout his entire praxis as a sovereign, and which led him to propose his resignation to the Politburo. At all events, the episode was settled at that very same meeting, since it could not be otherwise. For going into reverse would have meant the regime's downfall. Perhaps they might have avoided launching themselves so violently into repression. Once they had begun, however, they had to continue, which meant that, on the contrary, integration was tightened round the leader who had taken responsibility for this policy. After a short silence, Molotov begged Stalin to retain his functions. 3. The totalization of envelopment. An incarnation of incarnations. Working class revolution was incarnated in the October Revolution. Stalin was the incarnation of that incarnation. Should one understand that he was in himself the totalization of envelopment? Of course not, but we had to understand the meaning of Stalinism, in order to understand the problem better. We see from this example that totalization is a singularizing incarnation, since it presents itself, in the case under consideration, as the individualization of society in dialectical connection with the socialization of the sovereign individual. Yet we already know that the totalization of envelopment can be neither a being, nor an existent, nor a rule imposing itself on the singular adventure. So it is appropriate to ask oneself what kind of objective reality it does possess. This question would risk remaining insoluble, if we had not already established that totalization does not mean totality. In other words, it actually belongs to the category of objects for which we have reserved the name of praxis process. A pure and constituent praxis is separable from the practical agent only abstractly, unless it is considered as the synthetic unity of the transformations passively endured by the object. In reality, it is the living and univocal relationship between the practical organism and worked matter, via the mediation of its field and tools. It is not possible to distinguish man's act, for it is abstract to distinguish the work from the material. The concrete reality is a man shaping matter by his labor. As Marx showed clearly, it is the social system of exploitation which, in specific circumstances, turns the worker's labor back against him as a hostile force. From this viewpoint, the structure of constituent totalization is quite different from that of constituted totalization. It is not labor that totalizes the agent, nor his objectification. On the contrary, it is the agent who totalizes himself, through the limited transcendence that projects him towards certain objectives and through the concrete labor he carries out in the course of temporalization. Temporary unity returns from the future to the present and thereby determines the signification of the past, at the same time as the progressive movement of laboring temporalization incarnates and supports, through the difficulties of construction and the adversity coefficient of matter, the short-term and long-term objectives as its future raison d'être, its unity, the meaning of its orientation, the approximate determination of the total temporalization and the deep signification of its effort. Yet we should see here simply the practical agent himself, inasmuch as his reality is simultaneously to be on deferment and to totalize himself constantly by action. For each of us, it is one and the same thing to exist, to transcend oneself towards one's ends, to be totalized by this very transcendence, and to produce the demoniacal, inverted reflection of totalization and the foundation of history, the inert syntheses of worked matter. In short, from this viewpoint there are individuals and that is all. Once it is a matter of groups, or ensembles comprising sovereign groups and series, praxis attains a relative independence which allows it to posit itself for itself and as an object in the face of every agent. It is for this reason that we have been able to signal a twofold movement: incarnates the practical totalization, it transcends him and he refers the matter to the ensemble of objective structures constituting it. As we have seen, the reason is that, in each individual and for each individual, common praxis is wholly immanent, inasmuch as he is a common individual and differentiation of functions is given, as a superficial necessity that does not achieve either the absolute unity of sworn faith or that fraternity terror which is the right and obligation to be everywhere the same, here and there. In other words, organic solidarity is only a redeployment of unity. On the other hand, however, insofar as the group is divided into subgroups, and insofar as the action of some particular organ demands the collaboration of some other and the synchronization of these two tasks can be realized only by a third organ, itself controlled, like the others, by an organ of coordination or regulation, etc. The action of each unity does not remain the mere objectification of a practical project. It becomes itself a passive object of control and coordination, adapted from outside to the needs of the ensemble. In this sense, the active subgroup itself becomes work matter. It is shifted, it is tightened up, it is increased, it is modified from outside by creating elsewhere another subgroup whose functions, by their mere coexistence in a practical field, alter its own, etc. Lastly, as all sociologists have already noted, its relative permanence and the relative instability of its membership contribute in reciprocal combination to give it a kind of constituted or pre-institutional inertia. But as every organ is defined by its function and it is the latter which is conditioned from outside, it is ultimately the function itself which, in this form of predictable and modifiable objectivity, becomes a praxis object. Thus, precisely in so far as each person grasps himself objectively, and rightly, as incarnating the common praxis, he grasps himself also as a cog in an extremely complex machine, each element of which is at once passive and passively conditioned by certain others and, for certain others, an exigency or praxis positively of conditioning. At this level, the delays, the counter-orders and hitches, a whole breaking of temporalization by spatial dispersion, or the difficulties of communicating, the lack of transport, the fatigue of long journeys, etc. Realize constituted praxis as a material and inert reality to be constantly sustained and corrected by human labor. We know, on this basis, that this first structure of passive objectivity will soon be enriched by the determinations of the practico-inert, through the counter-finalities of praxis. It is, in fact, within the practical process that determinations in exteriority lodge themselves, precisely because subgroups, as mediated by directing bodies, thanks to one another enter a state of passive exteriority. Through this ensemble, common praxis, by virtue of its very efficacy, is burdened and darkened by its own exteriority, i.e. precisely by the practico-inert that will inflect it, and that it will have to dissolve in order to recover its original orientation. Thus, through its necessary references to the other subgroups and to the structures of the ensemble, the subgroup under consideration recovers a circular hierarchy of significations that is the projection, on the level of the practical community, of the very thing it incarnates in its specific action. Structures and significations support between them a bond of exteriorized interiority which tends, in the decompression and scattering of the inert, to transform itself constantly into a total exteriorization of interiority. But precisely because of this risk, and as the deep meaning of the risk itself, this interior exteriorization of praxis takes place against a background of immanence. And this immanence can be only the living unity of the common activity. The contradiction thus manifests itself in the following way. The ensemble of passive syntheses form an action group only if they represent, in a certain manner, the body of praxis, the very inertia through which the solitary organism as much as the community act upon the inertia of the field. In other words, so long as every subgroup really contributes to the common action, praxis maintains its exteriority within the framework of its living interiority, i.e. of its dialectical temporalization. In the temporospatial field, the temporal synthesis integrates extension. But for every subgroup, and for every member of these subgroups, this global unity of practical temporalization reveals itself as the beyond of interiority, and they can refer to it only via the mediation of the practico-inert exteriority that gnaws at the common field. In this sense, in the movement of work, i.e. of compression and incarnation, every subgroup rediscovers in itself, because it reproduces it, the unity of integration that is the total praxis and is the same in each. As soon as the delays, the lack of supplies, the slowness of communications, etc., steer it back into hierarchical channels, this praxis, without therefore being annihilated, passes behind the exteriority that it sustains, sometimes uses and transforms, and that risks ruining it. At this level, there can be an enveloping totalization only if it satisfies the two following conditions: to take account in itself of decompression in exteriority, to incarnate, in the very movement of that integration, compression and incarnation as a concrete realization of the common praxis within every subgroup. For in this way the totalization of envelopment will disclose its real difference from subordinate incarnations. It supports, by itself and in itself, the hierarchy of signifying structures and the inert movement of the process. So through this highly structured system it marks the place of every possible incarnation, and the ensemble of correspondences that makes of each, in its place and within its perspective, the incarnation of all. In other words, this structuration is precisely what is not found as an inert framework in secondary totalizations, because each of these transforms such relations of exteriority into immanent and synthetic conditions of praxis. But it is precisely what allows them to exist, as a practical retotalization of an ordered system. In short, it is what produces the skeleton of inert relations, without which the possibility of any incarnation would not even be given. It must be added that it is precisely the being without which the totalization of envelopment would vanish, but which, in itself and without its power of practical unification, would be scattered in exteriority. Finally, we have seen by what mediations the real ensemble of this practico-inert gradually deviates the praxis that engenders and sustains it. We have shown, for example, how the first hierarchical determinations of the basic levels had ended by transforming the sovereign. So the totalization of envelopment, inasmuch as it is implied and aimed at by all the partial totalizations, is praxis itself inasmuch as it engenders the corpority that sustains and deviates it, and inasmuch as it attempts at every moment to dissolve its own exteriority into immanence. This latter point does not just presuppose that praxis is objectified, sustained, and limited by its objectification in the inert, in the shape of process. It further implies that the incarnation of envelopment is realized at all levels of the practical process as a mediation and as a dissolution of the practico-inert. As we reject any idealist interpretation, however, it goes without saying that this dissolving mediation is carried out by men. And since we have not left the example of Soviet society, this mediation was originally the achievement of the sovereign. By this, we should understand his omnipresence, a practical corollary of his indissoluble unity as an individual. For it was because he could be everywhere wholly that he occupied all premises. He was both the task and the observer who checked the work. He was the boss, the eyes, and the impalpable substance of the Union, i.e. the USSR personified. He manifested himself at every point of that disparate ensemble, as the seamless unity of that undefined multiplicity. His millions of portraits were just one portrait. In every home, in every office, in every workshop, it realized the presence of all the rest, in the form of a synthetic milieu and an inexorable surveillance. Serialized by his presence in all terms of all series, he was a collective single-handedly, and that immediate, constant presence contributed, when necessary, to maintaining recurrence in the deceptive guise of unity. At the same time, however, wherever integration was realized to extremes, it was realized by him or in his presence. His voluntarism was produced in each person as an alterity of separation and as a will to union. He represented the identity of outside and inside. The cult of his personality was in fact addressed to the objectified interiorization of that enormous temporal and spatial event, the socialization of Russia. So what was the totalization of envelopment during the Stalin phase of socialist construction? It was Stalin, if you like, but inasmuch as he was made and sustained by the praxis of all, as the sovereign uniqueness that was to integrate its structures and contain its exteriority. In other words, it was first of all Stalin, inasmuch as the sovereign praxis of the leaders proposed him and ultimately produced him as a non-transcendable model of unity, and with the illusory mandate to dissolve constituted praxis in the dialectical integration of its free constituent practice. and in the totalizing movement it was then Stalin as a socialized individual, i.e. one retotalized by the constructive movement of all in that very constituent praxis that through the common retotalization became the simple reactualization of constituted praxis, in other words, Stalin sovereignly determining the tasks of that society, inasmuch as it determined him itself and was interiorized in him by the sovereignty it allowed him to take, inasmuch as, in the ascending movement that produced and sustained him it constituted his depth. And then, in a new moment of that temporalization, it was Stalin re-exteriorizing, with the deviations imposed by his idiosyncrasy, that interiorized depth, i.e. transcending towards its common solutions the common exigencies that retotalized him. At this moment of praxis, he sovereignly took hold of the national field and, by this very means, integrated the practico-inert ensemble into the unity of a praxis. We rediscover here the schema of enveloping totalization, as we have indicated it in the abstract. However, in so far as it was produced as common praxis maintaining its exteriority within the non-transcendable limits of an organic interiority, it was reactualized in every incarnation as a corporeal and visible presence of unity. What is more, it was this biological unity that everywhere presided over the incarnations and gave them their meaning and their orientation. In fact, this new moment of totalization shows us Soviet society assimilating Stalin, being individualized by him, making his omnipresence into the proof that the agent's indissoluble unity was the truth of the apparent dispersion of men and things. But this meant that, with the help of the lower leadership bodies, this society riven by conflicts grasped itself at the same time, through each of its members, as a national personality, whose thoroughgoing integration had been radicalized to become the idiosyncrasy of a single individual. For if the circular movement of totalization is grasped, there was a practical and dynamic unity of Stalin's retotalization by the leading groups and the socialist nation's retotalization by Stalin, i.e. of the deep assimilation of a fatherland as a semi-abstract entity with a person as a non-transcendable limit of the concrete. But this singularization of a singular incarnation was a praxis of the sovereign, whose instruments were the mass media, ceremonies, activists, etc., and whose distant objective was the self-domestication of individuals. Stalin thought the withering away of the state would begin once it became useless, i.e. once it had been fully realized. When all individuals in a social ensemble were constituted as common individuals in relation to that ensemble, however vast it might be, when they had interiorized its constraints and censorships, to the point of transforming them into a second nature, i.e. into spontaneity, then the state as a separate and specific reality would no longer have any raison d'être. Every individual, in his very reality, would be a fundamental relation to sovereignty as other and act spontaneously as an other than himself. In this perspective, the cult of personality installed the sovereign state within every individual, as a censor and superego in the concrete guise of an other completely individualized, with a face that photographers could make benevolent and likable, who inhabited them all as if to mask from them the necessarily abstract character of duty. In this singularizing incarnation that was Russia on the march towards socialism, every worker's obligations were singularized by the face and voice of the one who imposed them. And this formidable sovereign strove to interiorize himself in every isolated or serialized molecule of the toiling masses, in order to become there the worker or peasant himself as an other, i.e. as a sacred personality, so that the sovereign order could simultaneously be heard by everyone on the radio and be pronounced within every listener as his own sovereign decision, inasmuch as he himself was Stalin, i.e. the indissoluble organic incarnation of the socialist fatherland. By this common impregnation of all individuals by the sovereign, Soviet society, through Stalin's mediation, strove to bring the man of the masses closer to the common individual of groups. The cult of personality was the first known attempt to change into a pledged group a society in which, at the outset, the dissemination of farmers far outweighed the working class concentrations. Any subgroup, inasmuch as it has a number of members, hierarchized or otherwise, and its function delimits a portion of the practical field, likewise supports, for each of the common individuals composing it, a system of interiorized exteriority. But these detailed structures do not necessarily, or even frequently, symbolize the framework of the totalizing system. 4. The spiral, circularity, and alteration. Thus the totalization of envelopment was here the twofold movement, rising and falling, of groups escaping impotence through the mediation of an individual sovereign, who was socialized as an individual by becoming the idiosyncrasy of a national society, i.e. the omnipresent incarnation, internal and external, of a regime, a limitless task and a nation. In the same circular perspective, moving back again from this individualized society to the socialized individual, we shall see the new stratifications engendered by his praxis transform the leading strata and, through it, change him as a practical and sovereign support for common action, hence, deviate the praxis that he pursued through society and society pursued through him. We shall see the consequences of this deviation in the transformations of the practical field and, by moving down again from the sovereign to society, as well as by resituating society in the modified field, we shall find its consequences in the human relations of production as in other sectors, only to return thence to the constituted sovereign and discover in him the modifications produced by his new retotalization. If we were to carry on this circular examination long enough, we should eventually find a kind of hiatus between the sovereign, the real state of society and the awareness it had of itself. Between 1948 and 1953, Stalin's praxis became a monstrous caricature of itself. He could not resolve the problems posed by the existence of new socialist states. The man of retreat and solitude felt only mistrust when Russia emerged from isolation, quarrel with Tito, absurd and criminal trials in the people's democracies, resurgence of political anti-Semitism, nothing was lacking. The same mistrust led him to condemn Mao for wanting to resume hostilities. At home, the rise of new generations and the growing number of technicians alarmed him. He returned to terror and purges. The fact was that he had grown old and become the pure product of his former praxis. In that body and brain worn out by 30 years of furious work, the old formulae governing his stratagems, the themes that were organized in his actions, had become mortgages on the future, non-transcendable inertias. However, the society he had produced required a policy radically different from his own. So this time the individualization of the man was the result of his praxis. This praxis, as we have seen, was by and large what the situation required. But inasmuch as it was no longer incarnated anywhere except in him, and inasmuch as it defined him by new limits, isolating him from the true social movement, it gave him the tragic idiosyncrasy of impotence and failure. Yet he was still the privileged mediation, in a society that still remained retotalized by his sovereign individuality. But Stalin became ossified in everyone as he became ossified in himself. For Soviet man he became the negative element separating him from others, from the practical field and from his own reality. He was the source of ignorance and unawareness. In this last period totalization remained circular, even if it had the result of revealing an explosive contradiction between the still very timid exigencies of a world forged by Stalin and the man Stalin as he forged himself in forging that world and by the world he forged. For it was within the very unity of interiority, and as the last moment of the circuit, that the contradiction had to explode. Thus circularity alone can reveal the totalization of envelopment to us. And as the latter is a movement never completed, that circularity, in the perspective of temporalization, becomes a spiral. Of course, this can under no circumstances mean that only circular relations exist in the society under consideration. The relationships may be simply vertical, oblique, or horizontal. Only it must not be forgotten that they are established through a movement of spatializing temporalization, which gives a certain curvature to every new fact. In other words, in a society of the type we have just been studying, whatever the structure of the relations considered may be, they necessarily participate in the type of contraction or refraction that constitutes the inner movement of the totalization of envelopment. Whatever, for example, the incarnation under consideration may be, the agent works in a practical field entirely conditioned by the sovereign individual. Moreover, he is imbued with the propaganda of the mass media. Finally, none of his actions is quite immaterial to that society, so deeply integrated by emergency, hence, to the sovereign himself or his local representatives. No more is needed for his friendships or even his loves, while remaining horizontal relations of reciprocity, to have a dimension of circularity. In other words, in one way or another every event, however private it may be, must be considered as an incarnation. And each event, as an envelope totalization, incarnates all the others via the mediation of the enveloping totalization. Looking at this more closely, however, it is clear that the totalization of envelopment is not a praxis, nor even a common praxis. There can be no doubt, to be sure, that we are not leaving the teleological sector. The action of the rulers has objectives, it never ceases to be corrected, the action of the ruled too sets its own goals. And it is certainly not the appearance of practico-inert concretions in the field of praxis that could change this. When the practico-inert appears as a danger, a negative inertia, a counterfinality at the heart of the practical field, the action sets itself the goal of eliminating it, that is all. Of course, we have noted that this action used to distill its counterfinalities unwittingly, and would then discover them through conflicts or inert negations of its objective. So already praxis has marginal results that did not enter into the calculations of the experts. No matter. Necessity appears, inasmuch as action mediates between separate elements of materiality. And the relationships thus established remain within the unity of a totalization, since they were produced by action and would not exist without its power of synthesis. In the same way, counterfinalities are destructive for the real and present men who struggle against them. Formally, however, they endanger the overall unity only insofar as they attack its content. For in themselves they are finalities in reverse, which could not exist outside a practical milieu and without borrowing their negative being from the positive ends that agents seek to achieve. However, as we have seen, the objectification of praxis, with the ensemble of counterfinalities accompanying it, has the result of changing the men who have undertaken it, and thereby of deviating it without the knowledge of its agents. Circularity appears here, since one is moving from men to their practical field through praxis, only to return from the practical field to men and to modified praxis. Now, on this occasion, the result of this action of men upon themselves via the mediation of things is not just unforeseen, it escapes the very ones who are its victims, or else, if they discover it, it is through a faint unease and by means of intellectual tools that are themselves deviated. We are at the level at which praxis, as an immanent link between man and things, produces its own exteriority, it has an outer guise, a body. This is what will allow the circularity, precisely in so far as the ensemble of these unknown modifications is reduced to inert determinations, strata, and structures. However, as we have seen, the agents maintain the unity of the action, they ensure the interiorization of the exterior. But that itself transforms them, and within the still preserved unity, without ever ceasing to act and, perhaps, succeed, the ensemble is imperceptibly transformed. After a few turns, these men have become other men intent on attaining other objectives by other means, yet they do not even know it. Of course, I am taking an extreme case. Distant objectives can, because of their very distance, remain more or less unchanged. But a swift flash of awareness, facilitated by certain circumstances, e.g. by a generational shift or a too blatant contradiction, may lead to a revision, and then the deviation can be more or less rapid. Everything depends on the context. In its essence, however, it remains the case that the spiral of envelopment manifests an alteration of praxis through inner and non-conscious reactions. Yet this reality in movement cannot be called practico-inert. What characterizes the practico-inert, despite everything, is inertia. Here, from one end to the other, all is action. In our chosen example, all is activism and voluntarism. There is not a single one of the secondary and negative reactions which does not originate from praxis and its power of unity. Totalization is temporalized precisely insofar as totalized men are temporalized by action. Or, if you like, the totalization of envelopment, which closes upon agents and their metamorphoses, has as its real duration the dialectical temporalization of constituted praxis. For the same reasons, you could not speak of alienation. Alienation is the theft of the act by the outside, I act here, and the action of another, or a group, over there modifies the meaning of my act from without. Here, nothing of the kind. The deterioration comes from the inside. The agent and the praxis were modified, to be sure, by the practico inert, but in immanence, inasmuch as they were working inside the practical field. Finally, let us not forget that the practico inert, through serial alterity, opens into intermination and the universal. The totalization of envelopment, by contrast, is the incarnation of history's facticity by the facticity of an idiosyncratic contingency. Indeed, the totalization of envelopment represents the moment of temporalization in which the agent, despite his success or perhaps because of it, loses himself in the act that produces him, derails him, and deviates itself through him. Thus it is the act overflowing the man that is totalized. It retains within it its wastes and disassimilation products, and if it is transformed by them, this is because it has given them, in and through practical integration, the inner unity that allowed them to become effective. So although the deviations escape the agent, it is solely via the aspect of practical unity that we shall tackle the totalization of envelopment in our historical investigation. The proof is that, when it was a matter of judging the measures taken by Stalin, his foreign policy, some demonstration, or some statement made to the press, the action would appear to contemporaries in the bourgeois democracies as pure praxis, escaping determinations of facticity and internal breakdowns of structure or balance. Western communists saw there only an objective and rigorous response to the specific and equally rigorous exigencies of the situation. Anti-communists first discerned the manoeuvre. At the same time, in order to be able to judge Stalin more harshly, they stripped all his praxis since 1928 of the pretexts of efficacy and necessity. Since maneuvers are never required, since it was possible to halt the grain strike, for instance, without that headlong collectivization that pushed the leaders onto the slippery slope of repression, it was patent that the measure adopted, the agrarian policy pursued, etc., reflected Stalin's character alone. Conversely, after having long declared the 5-year plans ineffective for the simple reason that they did not believe in their success, when it became necessary to acknowledge the extraordinary growth of Soviet industry, they hit upon another expedient. Before 1914, Russia's industrialization had been growing very rapidly. Without the pointless October Revolution, it would have carried on, and the growth rate of production, under a capitalist system, would have been roughly equal in a given period to the socialist rate, while nobody would have resorted to coercion. The point is not to discuss this futile and baseless hypothesis, but to indicate its function in the propaganda war. If planning, and the bloody repression that accompanied it, led to nothing other than what a peaceful liberal and bourgeois industrialization would have sufficed to produce, socialist commandism was not even required by the objective to be attained. It was merely the systematic application of intellectual theories by a handful of tyrants tyrannized by the most tyrannical of all. Curiously, by stripping an action of its real efficacy, you simultaneously wipe out the weight of things and their adversity coefficient. The action is no longer dominated by its own objectification, by the inert syntheses that it creates. Ineffective and inexpert when it was a matter of building a new economy, the Bolsheviks, within this perspective, had retained an absolute effectiveness when it was a matter of imprisoning or exterminating. The more gratuitous these crimes were, the freer they became. Imagining the difficulties of construction, one would at least be at liberty to ask oneself, in the name of those very difficulties, whether measures of generalized repression were not going to compromise immediately the economic growth of the USSR. If at the outset, however, you consider such growth as assured under any system, and whatever may be the perspectives, you are coming back to Plekhanov and turning his arguments against Marx. The Plekhanovist bourgeois makes the sovereign bodies simultaneously into pure epiphenomena and at the same time into criminal and totally responsible agents on the terrain of the repressive campaigns and the terror. Ineffective as it was, that terror came from them alone. Even without it, the development of the USSR was assured. It did not manage even to slow the latter down. In one domain, however, its efficacy remained complete. The sovereigns recreated and generalized the forced labor they were claiming to abolish, and they killed. These absolute acts, all the more free in that they were gratuitous, were characterized by their sole efficacy, destruction. And the latter was given, of course, as their objective. So the Bolsheviks, different in this from the industrial bourgeois, appear as fully responsible for the negative and destructive praxis imputed to them. The USSR appears through the mesh of their free activities, which surround it. And this shirt of neshes, transparent and corrosive, enveloping in a mesh of mortal activities that nation independently pursuing its industrial growth, is precisely the totality of envelopment, inasmuch as it is manifested to the anti-communist as freedom to do badly. Its immediate character is to be a practical synthesis, and inasmuch as the anti-communist discovers it, or thinks to discover it, in the sufferings undergone within the practical field by groups or individuals, he deciphers these passions as referring him back to the totalizing and concrete action that provokes them. Thus the common illusion is that action as a pure force is exercised upon its field in the manner of the Stoic cause, without undergoing the counter-shock of the changes it brings to it. It can be modified only by itself. And this control that it exercises upon itself, in order to adapt itself to circumstances, represents the highest degree of praxis, since it is a practical self-awareness and reflection of the act upon itself. But this illusion would not even be possible, if the investigation carried out by the anti-communist abroad did not reveal the USSR to him, in the international practical field, as pure praxis without passivity. Even today, after Stalin's death, the sovereign still reveals itself by acts which seem separated by obscure periods of gestation. This means that the main feature of the totalization of envelopment is to produce itself above all, in relation to situated witnesses, as the unity of a praxis that is temporalized. Or, if you like, that the exteriority of praxis is hidden within its very transparency. We have shown how practical measures, by transforming the leaders from outside, deviated their praxis through the following distinction: a chin had to be re-established, which would ultimately create in every job an interest to be defended for its occupant. Or, if you like, the functionary's interest is his own alienated objectification in the material and honorific advantages of his function. For most observers, the stratification and the appearance of interests as a repercussion of praxis remained invisible. Communists saw in the privileges of the bureaucracy only the deserved recompense of the bureaucrats' absolute dedication to socialization. Anti-communists argued as though the material interests existed first and the leading circles, in the name of these interests or, as was usually claimed, out of self-interest had allocated to themselves the lion's share. The activist illusion is here carried to its climax. It presupposes a perenniality of human nature, and praxis becomes the instrument of individual selfishness or the particularism of certain groups. In other words, the ambiguous position of this bureaucracy, which has given itself interests on the basis of its absolute dedication to the cause, and found itself interested even before understanding what was happening to it, all vanishes, in favor of a rapacious and logical activity that inflexibly combines its means with a view to attaining selfish ends, and unfailingly achieves its goal. It is not the practico inert, as being synthetically unified by praxis, that has deviated the latter by the transformations it has caused men to undergo, but from the outset, or at any rate from the moment the objective possibility for this was given, it was the leaders who deviated praxis in favor of themselves, and deliberately sacrificed the revolutionary ideal to their own interests. In order to avoid falling either into this error or into transcendental dogmatism, which will explain the entire evolution of Stalinism by desituated laws of exteriority, we shall say that the totalization of envelopment is autonomous praxis asserting itself as such, inasmuch as it produces, undergoes, harbors and conceals its own heteronomy as the passive and reactualized unity of its own byproducts. In this sense, the totalization of envelopment reveals itself as a dialectical link between the intended result and the unforeseeable consequences of that result, inasmuch as its incarnation in the totalization of the practical field has to condition from afar all the elements of that field, including the agents themselves. It alone allows, in the temporalized spiral, interpretation by one another of, on the one hand, the practical organization of sovereignty as a function of the emergency and, on the other, the appearance of a process of stratification borrowing its synthetic unity, its orientation, and its counter-finality from action itself, and being produced at the heart of the latter as the actual waste product of its temporalization. So we see forming, as the interior exteriority of a vast common undertaking, as a function of it, and in the guise of its projection into the inert, a vast society object, which will be simultaneously an inert movement of industrial growth and, in its own structure, a social ensemble defined by the separation of ownership and sovereignty. But we should lose the guiding thread of this investigation if we did not see that it is the undertaking itself, in its calculated responses to the vital questions posed by the practical field, that produces itself and instrumentalizes itself as the society object. More precisely still, if we do not understand that the signification of this society is that undertaking as praxis process, just as this society, which makes its necessity with action retaining the practico-inert within it, is the destiny of this undertaking. Taken on its own, society would be a matter for sociology, you would link inert syntheses together, unities without unity, and sometimes growth would lead to stratification, sometimes stratification to growth, and sometimes they would lead to one another, depending on the sociologist. But the actual signification of a unitary phenomenon like an element of growth, or a determination of social morphology, must radically escape sociology, since this signification necessarily refers back to the very source of the inert unity, which can only be action. The sociologist in this case is like a man present at a game of bridge, who thinks he can construct an absolutely objective account by confining himself to describing the movement of the cards, their successive positions, the dealing of the packs, their sudden reassembly and then their fresh division, without ever mentioning either the presence of the players or the rules of the game. Conversely, however, if we were to consider praxis process like the Stoic cause, we should fall into the error of Stalinism, which never knew itself as it was because it saw itself as a bodiless activity. That kind of idealism was not direct, it had come from the situation. Objectivity, i.e. for the leaders the practico-inert in the field, was their raw material, or, if you like, the object upon which their efficacy was exercised. But as a result it fell outside praxis, which was nothing other than the synthetic and practical bringing into contact of men, instruments, and objects that until then had had no concrete contact. That bringing into contact itself was defined, on the basis of objective resources and exigencies, as the maximum of what could be done within the overall perspective. Praxis, as a response discovered in objectivity, and as an economic calculus of objective possibles, could thus be known as an object only in its objectification, i.e. in its result. And, to be sure, mistakes could be made. But these either had their origin in our nothingness or else they were bogus mistakes, hiding a counter-revolutionary act of sabotage. They could be eliminated by negation of the negation. But when a fully positive operation had been objectified in its result, the latter was nothing more and nothing less than the realization of the requisite exigency with the means available. Therein lay all the Stalinist optimism, the constructors escaped the consequences of the construction was in conformity with the objectives of the constructors. To be sure, the latter made themselves as they made things, but by making the right thing, they made themselves in the right way. And when Stalin declared that history was a science, he meant that Stalinist society had no history. The Stalinist made history, but history did not make him. He foresaw deeds and reactions on the basis of rigorous arguments, but he was outside the domain in which Marxism applied. He could be neither an object for a Marxist interpretation nor foreseeable as an object. He was a subject of history, and governed it as he liked. The crisis of Marxism came partly from that, a bound ensemble of socialist nations escaped history at the heart of history, since they claimed to make it without undergoing it, and since Marxism was obliged to interpret theoretically the bourgeois democracies, and to justify practically the activities of the Soviet leaders. In short, Stalinist praxis did not seek to assume its exteriority, and for that very reason lapsed into blindness. Self-awareness was what it had to deny itself. So its attitude towards history, in the totalization of envelopment, became an integral part of its historic destiny, i.e. of the being that the act had given it. The movement of circularity allows one, by contrast, to pass continuously from being to the act. And it is precisely this perpetual passage, in the temporal spiral, from the being of the act to the act of being, from the practical signification of destiny to the destiny of praxis, it is the impossibility of considering for an instant the structured ensemble as a passive object, without at once rediscovering the group or groups as organizing themselves for and through the undertaking. It is the impossibility of totalizing the results of action, without being referred back by these very results to their results at the heart of the practical temporalization, sedimentations, deposits, concretions, strata, deviations. It is that perpetual necessity to climb to the apex of sovereignty, only to descend again to the base. It is all of these which constitute at once the mode of knowledge appropriate to the totalization of envelopment and the type of objective reality that defines it. In a certain way, it realizes in practice the objectives of the agents. In another way, it transforms them into other men discovering other results, but believing they have attained their goals since they have transformed themselves at the same time as these. In short, men realize themselves by objectifying themselves, and this objectification alters them. But as the alteration comes precisely from the realization, and since the realization is altered in success, between signification and destiny a relation of deep intelligibility is revealed. This particular signification had to produce this destiny, the latter is already found in it as its future being, through its present relations with the practico-inert, and the destiny realized is the signification of this signification in the sense in which the objectified result represents, projected into the practico-inert, the limitation and deviation that this signification had to give itself, through the very praxis that realized it. One can clearly see, for example, the link between this society object and this praxis of planned and accelerated growth in this underdeveloped society, and, equally well, the relation linking the past transcended and preserved in praxis to the objectification of the latter as an inert synthesis in being, i.e. in materiality, or, which comes to the same thing, in the past. Between the becoming past of the act and the becoming act of the past, there is a reciprocity of perspectives, as there is between the sovereign individual, pivot of praxis and the deviation undergone, of signification and destiny, and the bogus unity given by his common interiorization to inert and practical ensembles, i.e. to workers undergoing their condition and producing their equipment and their means of subsistence. From this standpoint, the totalization is really exhaustive. This should be taken to mean that it is not the abstract interplay of a formal signification and a very general destiny, it leaves no element of the practical field outside it, and this for the reason that it is produced by all. Planning, as a determination of the ruling praxis, will remain just a dream if all the workers, willingly or under constraint, do not contribute to realizing the plan. Conversely, however, it is inasmuch as these men endure in serial impotence pressures that transform them, and social reorganizations that strip them of any power and recreate hierarchies, only to be victims in the end of a systematic enterprise of possession by the sovereign individual. It is in so far as peasant revolts and the repression of these create that new man, at once loyalist and separatist, represented by the kolkhoz worker, it is to that extent, in short, that this society object has a reality, a practical efficacy, an idiosyncrasy, a concrete wealth and a future. If we were to remain at the level of abstract structures and objectives, we should merely find ourselves back with sociology. This structure of the act exists, and we have described it in relation to groups. It exists also for the Stalinist bureaucrat, it is even fetishized under the name of self-criticism. But even were it to keep all its translucidity, it is still not what is in question. Though interior to the totalization of envelopment, as one of its practical structures, it is covered by the modifications undergone by praxis process. I am using these terms provisionally. We shall see later on whether it is useful to keep them, or whether the perspective of circularity does not remove all signification from them. 63. 5. The three factors of unity. However, let us not now lapse into hyperorganicism. No suprahuman synthesis is being realized here. Every one of the men who, in their very movement, formed Russia as a socialization in progress remained a free practical organism, transcending the circumstances that had produced him, even if only to alienate himself in the practico-inert or to integrate himself into some group in the form of a common individual. Unity came simply from three factors. 1. The first is that the ruling praxis was real, material, and coercive, based on a party and a police apparatus that gave it its true weight. Orders were not mere verbal determinations, gracefully interiorized by those who received them. And unity was not that of the kingdom of ends, or the unity which idealism terms a mutual agreement of minds. It consisted in an integration obtained by a labor, by the pretty disgusting labor that cops execute upon suspects in a dictatorship. But it really was a labor. Tracking down, arresting, dragging off to prison, beating, or just watching, following, searching, all this was energy expended. And the blows or the years of imprisonment, the life in the camps, those were real results, and there was a labor on the sufferer's part to reabsorb them as submission. In so far as this twofold labor aimed to reduce opposition, moreover, it operated within the broader framework of the labor of the regime's supporters, who sought to preserve its unity and exercised their control and censorship really, upon each other and each upon himself. Thus praxis was maintained by a labor of integration that was exercised constantly and was a material action by man upon man, provoking in the laborer an expenditure of energy and in the sufferer organic modifications. The unity of praxis was thus a material production of men at work. It was not a spontaneous unity, but established. It was even that unity as an ontological reality of the common praxis constituting, if you like, the first appearance of the inert at the heart of totalization. And when I say first, I mean only to mention the fundamental and logical priority of the abstract framework within which passive syntheses were inscribed. 2. On the other hand, the creation by coercive force and by all forms of labor of a sovereign unity, i.e. an institutional and practical relationship between the sovereign and the practical field, transformed for everyone the milieu of his life into a spatio-temporal determination of the sacred field of the sovereign other, and simultaneously constituted the field of the individual and subgroup as virtually coinciding with the field of sovereignty. It is not a question here, of course, of subjective determinations. Very really and very objectively, in the field of sovereign totalization and via the mediation of the sovereign, nothing could be produced anywhere without provoking everywhere, from far away and without any practical relation having existed prior to this influence, an inner modification of all human facts. The logical foundation of that possibility, of course, was the formal reciprocity that links anyone to anyone. Every man is linked to every man, even if they are unknown to one another, by a reciprocal bond of immanence. But this fundamental bond is entirely undetermined, as much in its content as in its sign or specific tension. This intermination of realities in constant readiness to be actualized reveals through this new knowledge the relationship of two persons as having always existed. 64 By the judgment I don't like him, generally unmotivated, each aims at the other in his totalized past, and in his future conceived as repetition. And precisely in so doing, he is determined in the same way. From the day of his birth until the day of his death, this individual is made to be disliked by that one gives way to an even more rigorous and objective determination, beneath the unifying and sovereign action. This is fundamental in the field, inasmuch as it everywhere marks the objective paths of immanent relations. But the concrete unification of the field, through this infinity of infinities of paths, produces every singular modification as having to affect all the occupants of the field through the actualization of certain of these paths. In that sense, reciprocity is a relational milieu in which the act, by its very movement, creates thoroughfares. To take things at the level of the most abstract significations, statistical data on individuals' standard of living do not have the same meaning at all if one tries to establish them for an ensemble made up of different peoples as they do in relation to the USSR. We shall see what they signify in the former case 65, but it is immediately comprehensible, precisely because of the difficulty of finding the common denominator between men whose ways of living are extremely different, that quantitative relations should be established in exteriority, and on the basis of a certain character of dispersion and detotalization. Whereas, in the case of the USSR, the quantitative appears against a background of unity and prepares the unity of a sovereign decision and its application. Each person's standard of living conditions the production of all. So each person is determined by all in the very perspective of the praxis of socialization. In that sense, the averages are true. Of course, they do not yield the concrete individual, and, depending on the information available to them, they sometimes do not take sufficient account of regional differences. What then? That means that other averages should be taken, nothing more. The standard of living at the regional level is no closer to the individual case, it gives a better account of structures, that is all. But that typical living standard which is nobody's, is in fact that of each individual and of everybody. Before knowing the averages calculated, all workers have realized for themselves a kind of average. Disadvantaged in relation to certain social strata, which they envy, and in relation to which they define their own purchasing power and the possibilities refused to them, they are privileged in relation to other milieux, on whom they are dependent and whose destitution alarms them. 66. Privileged and disadvantaged all at once, oppressed by some and subordinate to others, marks the latter's objectivity at the heart of totalization, the synthetic ensemble of his powers and obligations, inasmuch as they are determined on the basis of others. The relationship between his living standard and that of the social categories immediately above and immediately below defines for him at once the real relation of his objective existence to that of others and his opportunities for maintaining his integration into the common praxis. By this means, the wage of others constantly enters his own wage, and can even, through the unrest provoked by its inadequacy, reduce the purchasing power of the individual under consideration without affecting his nominal wage. Thus the misery of a particular agricultural province is directly contained in his purchasing power as a threat, as the fragility of his living standard, while the privileges granted to others are also to be found in the immanent determination of that living standard, as its unjustifiability. The demand that privileges should be reduced to a minimum is joined with this other demand: my suppliers must have enough to fill their bellies, and to this third, my standard of living must be raised. And the unity of the three demands tends in itself to establish a kind of unified wage, which would bring some down to a slightly lower living standard in order to raise the others to a higher level. The unity of this ideal wage is precisely the womb in whose unity statistical assessments of the real wage are produced. Furthermore, the functionary himself, without giving up his privileges, sees wages as having to be fixed, taking account both of the voluntarist hierarchy that has forged him and that he represents, and of an adjustment of living standards such that nobody can be rendered incapable of working, by malnutrition or sickness. That propaganda poster the Poles saw on the walls one day, "Tuberculosis holds back production," manifests at once a thoroughgoing idealist aberration and, in spite of everything, the exigency of a certain equality of conditions, in the name precisely of production. One privilege, at least, should not be reserved for the ruling bureaucracy, to be exempt from tuberculosis. If the tuberculosis campaign could be brought off, the miner would be made equal to the minister at least in this particular respect. Precisely, however, in this movement of internal reorganization of conditions, the moment of statistics is indispensable, and it reveals the synthetic unity of the practico-inert, inasmuch as this is maintained, forged, and to a variable degree liquidated by praxis. The unity of averages, in a people's democracy or the USSR, is the inner unity of exteriority, inasmuch as it is produced and reunited by praxis. If the dispersion of individual cases of illness can be grouped into regions and localized according to job, housing, and social category, etc., that is because, already, the sovereign praxis has defined its own objectives. It already defines itself by the obligation to improve conditions in the regions, to devote a larger share of income to building houses, clinics, etc., to struggle in the factories themselves against the counter-finalities of certain jobs and the occupational illnesses caused by them, lastly, to the extent that this is possible, to raise in one way or another the living standard of those social categories where the scourge is most virulent. Thus statistics are merely exteriority itself being revealed through the interiority of praxis as itself constituted by relations of interiority between men and things, or between men via its mediation. It discloses the practico-inert outcome at the heart of praxis as the outcome of a unitary practice, and as a product of disassimilation which reveals itself in the perspective of an already constituted undertaking that aims to dissolve it. But synthetic interconditionings are not confined to big events that can be measured. The appearance or disappearance of a group modifies the deep reality of any individual, even one situated outside this community. An intellectual work published in certain circumstances, albeit devoted to relatively non-current questions such as the history of the Tsars, or to giving an account of scientific experiments without any prospect of immediate practical application, sees its inner meaning transformed to the point of changing its author into a counter-revolutionary or an oppositionist, for the sole reason that circumstances have changed and he is changed by them. Some historical work exalting the spontaneous resistance the Russian people put up against Napoleon during the Russian campaign might be extolled in 1930, it helped to glorify the popular epic, attributing to the people the merit that Tsarist historians used to claim for the feudal armies. It was in line with the nationalist particularism of socialization, and in the event of war, it offered a model to the peasants. 15 years later, however, in another practical concretion, it received from outside another signification. Distrust of popular spontaneity was at its peak, the hierarchical system had become ossified and the cult of personality was being maintained by every means. The official version of the 1940 war was as follows: it had been won by the Russian army under Stalin's leadership. The Russian army was its soldiers, to be sure, but only inasmuch as they were led by their officers. Even if honor was accorded to the resistance and the activity of partisans behind enemy lines, it went without saying that the heroic peasants waging that terrible struggle were inspired and led by the party. Fedyaev was obliged to correct his work The Young Guard, because he had not taken sufficient account of the role played by the party. What was at stake, in that moment of exacerbated Stalinism, was exactly this: any regroupment of the masses not carried out under the guidance of the established cadres, be it even to defend the regime, was seen as counter-revolutionary, or at all events dangerous. On that basis, the work, extolled 15 years earlier, received a subversive content. And, let us be clear, it received it objectively. First, by virtue of the very hostility that its republication would arouse among the bureaucrats and in part of the working population. Secondly, because for other circles it would represent precisely an element of demystification and perhaps regroupment. Let me be well understood. This description of the deviation of the meaning of a work through the deviation of common praxis is a simple description of the data yielded by dialectical investigation. By no means does it imply political and moral approval suppressing any even retrospective freedom of expression, in that, ultimately, the work was banned and its author forced to make self-criticism precisely in so far as it might contribute to a new awareness and a correction of the deviated action. But our problem is purely formal, and we must recognize that the signification of the work had really changed, for the simple reason that its relation to current reality had been modified through modifications to that reality itself. It was the other term that was transformed. But as the work, a past and inert determination of culture, did not change, the relation altered. If this work could have been continually touched up, by the mere fact of its constantly checked adaptation to the synthetic milieu and its transformations, it would have remained the same, insofar as it would have become other. This means that its living relation to the Soviet reader would have remained constant, in proportion as it moved away from its absolute meaning, i.e. from the meaning that had been established at the moment of publication, through the dialectical interaction between the author's intentions and the exigencies of his audience. Insofar, however, as it persevered in its cultural being, the readers condemned it, considering that they had been misled by sham appearances when they had approved it. For we have seen that at the same time as action deviates, it loses any chance of knowing its deviation. So it was not Soviet society that could assess its own drift in relation to its 1925 reality, or rather, it assessed that drift inasmuch as it appeared to be that of the book itself. For the same reason, all condemnations are retrospective. Even if it is a recent act which is the object of the sanction, the grounds seek out past, hence, inert, acts that the practical drift, inasmuch as it is unconscious, has constituted as culpable. From this standpoint, I cannot refrain from citing the example of an incident that occurred in the USA, and that I came to know about. For in the first place, we shall thus be able to glimpse that this type of refringence of the practical milieu is encountered in all societies, albeit in obviously differing forms. And secondly, the case was absolutely typical. It involved a public official who was seriously harassed in 1952 because he had shouted "Long live Russia" some 10 years earlier, when Field Marshal Paula surrendered at Stalingrad. It was of no avail for him to point out to the investigators and his superiors that the USSR had then been an ally of the United States. The others, as may be imagined, had not forgotten this. They had merely not, for their part, shouted "Long live Russia" on that day, neither had anybody they had ever heard of. So the existence in the past of that differential became, through the practical milieu of 1952, the proof that the individual in question had long been an other, an enclave within the nation. As may easily be surmised, integration of the USSR by the praxis of socialization could only exaggerate that tendency of the past to make itself the denouncer of the present. Some person who had been arrested for his links with the opposition between 1927 and 1930, but soon released, would often be arrested 10 years later on the same grounds, and this time executed. This is because, at the fluid moment when tendencies had been clashing and the rivals had incarnated in a certain way the unity of communist praxis, the fault ascribed to the accused man had been venial, he had made a mistake, he had let himself be seduced by an unviable program or specious propaganda, but how could that lapse ally him with counter-revolution, since the defeated leaders, the right and left oppositionists, were still communists, who were seriously mistaken but not counter-revolutionaries. 10 years later, the exiled Trotsky was objectively and subjectively a traitor for the Soviets. The right oppositionists had been executed, or else, like Bukharin, they had admitted their crimes. Ever closer integration around the sovereign individual, oppression of the workers, terror rebounding even on the bureaucracy, the threat of war, all these contributed to the radicalization of grievances. But if Trotsky was a traitor, if he had been preparing his criminal actions since the death of Lenin, his supposed former allies had in reality been his accomplices, and their so-called light-mindedness became in fact a treason. Of course, it will be said that this is not true. Even if Trotsky's treason were to be admitted, in line with the Stalinist propaganda, that would not necessarily imply the culpability of his allies in 1927. Mistakes can be made in good faith. By this very judgment, however, we are signaling that our degree of integration into praxis is at the very least much lower than that of the Soviet functionary or activist. Because of the emergency, he defines his acts by their practical outcome, they will be positive or negative, and deliberately confuses their global signification with their intention. In a sense, as we saw in the problem of method, this attitude is correct on condition that the act is viewed in its multidimensional objectivity, or, if you like, at all the levels of its relations with the social ensemble and with groups and individuals. 67 But since the only practical aim was to construct, the Stalinist apparatus, ossified round its privileges and identifying with construction, never viewed the act other than in its relations with the sovereign. On this basis, that sovereign bureaucracy, which sought to change men by acting upon the material conditions of their lives, could not even conceive that the guilty might change, or adapt. It endowed them with an immutable being, because it grasped them on the basis of its own ossification, i.e. its alienation from the interests it had given itself. So what changed in the past of Soviet individuals was not just the material fact but, through bureaucratic changes, the way of evaluating them. Whatever the individual's recent service record might be, moreover, it would be interpreted on the basis of his old errors. If he had been successful in the post to which he had been appointed between two purges, this meant that he was seeking to evade the vigilance of the apparatus. How should the still fluid ensemble of his present undertakings weigh in the balance, as compared with the vast monolithic block of the old error? By being interiorized, this way of judging oneself, ended up making Stalinist man into an extraordinary contradiction. He was wholly thrown forward like a bridge towards the socialist future, and at the same time he remained indefinitely what he was. His past, against all experience, became his unalterable law. For everyone was modified, even in his self-awareness, by a bureaucratic ossification that, inasmuch as he was not a bureaucrat, was not produced directly within him, but, inasmuch as he was linked to the bureaucracy, at least by the immanent relation of obedience, determined, him from afar, whether he modified himself to adapt to the modification of the other term and preserve the inner relationship that united them, or did not manage to modify himself and appeared in society itself as drifting beneath the weight of his old actions, i.e. as suspect. In the former case, the induced transformation was absolute, the identity relative to the system in which he was situated. In the latter case, the transformation was graspable only in and by the change in the system, so it would be termed relative. On the other hand, to assert that identity remained absolute, it was necessary oneself to be situated outside the system. In conclusion, therefore, it was merely a matter of different reference points. If one views things in this way, it is easily understandable that the members of the system in evolution should reasonably be able to reverse the terms, treating as an absolute what we term relative. It goes without saying, of course, that on this basis a dialectic, at once singular and polarized by the orientated temporalization of everything, is established, in every group and every individual, between the absolute and the relative, and this dialectic has to determine from afar certain transformations in other social categories. I think it is worth recalling, to conclude this section, that action from afar, and via the mediation of the relation of immanence, must be distinguished radically from all forms of direct activity of men upon things or upon other men. 68 For it is a matter of a supplementary outcome of the sovereign praxis of integration, rather than ordinary practices. The totalization of envelopment, at least at the level at which we are considering it, i.e. on the supposition of maximum integration, produces itself as a unity of astringency in the milieu in which individuals live. And its dialectical law, perfectly intelligible, moreover, since it is quite simply the relationship between a totality in the process of being accomplished and its parts, and mutually between its parts via the intermediary of the totality, demands that every determination of the practical temporalization, wherever it may take place, be actualized as a determination in interiority by all the elements participating in this temporalization. It must be added, however, that certain types of internal activity, above all in struggle, can utilize this law to transform an individual or group without seeming to touch them. For example, a regroupment elsewhere of certain ensembles is enough to fill a restricted community with inefficacy, to make it, despite itself, slip to the far left or the far right. On other occasions, provoking the disappearance of the most left-wing group has been enough to oblige the adjacent group to take on its role, despite itself. 69 But this, more or less pragmatic, use of the rule of totalization can in any case appear only in the polarized milieu, and following integration. 3. The third factor of totalizing unity is incarnation. By this I no longer mean the incarnation of the summit, i.e. the sovereign, but simply, at all levels, the retotalization of the totalization of envelopment by every event, every praxis, and every particular hexis. I shall not come back to this, since I have already spoken about it. I just want to note a few of its features, inasmuch as it occurs in the polarized milieu of spatializing temporalization. Insofar as the unity of the drama, for the individual, implies the diversity of levels at which it is played, and insofar as every aspect of behavior can be considered at once as referring to the organic totality and as incarnating, in a particular milieu defined by its astringency and its degree of explicitness, involution, violence, and radicalism, etc. That same free totality of the practical organism, to that extent the singular incarnations of the totality of envelopment are rigorously grounded. I have shown elsewhere how the intrusion of adults into the moral life of an adolescent can be felt ethically as a condemnation and as an injustice, but lived sexually as a rape. 70 Sexuality, here, radicalizes, simply because it has to grasp all conflicts as a confrontation of bodies by desire. So insofar as this intrusion must be felt by the body in its materiality, this relationship of non-reciprocity will be lived sexually. Sex, if you like, will be the form of incorporation. Suddenly the intrusion, a pure practical signification, they have watched the child, caught him, forced open his drawer to steal his secrets from him, takes place carnally as penetration. The flesh realizes the metaphor by the only passion it knows. And the child's ambivalence towards adults will become an ambivalent structure of desire. The whole event is thus incarnated. It is other, and it is total. If the analyst intervenes, it will precisely be to realize a catharsis and explain, as a synthetically bonded ensemble of transcendent significations, what sexual procedures realize fully, but obscurely. This fleshing out of incorporation has effectively radicalized the event. Having itself become the body, it will be resuscitated in desire itself by the orientation it gives to this. And if by this very means the adolescent slides towards homosexuality, he will live, as incorporated by carnal procedures and their consequences, this relatively benign condemnation as a radical exclusion. It is not his free practice that set itself exclusion as an objective, nor is it some outraged unconscious. Sex and sexual life, however, being in themselves the source of a radicalism and the domain of a mute violence, the sexualized offense was realized with maximum violence and as irreparable. This example allows us to understand that every individual procedure represents, from the standpoint that concerns us, the reproduction of the social totalization of envelopment in the form of an envelope totalization. Can it be denied, in fact, that, sticking to our chosen example, the praxis of socializing integration has to be interiorized in everyone as incorporation? No doubt this incorporation is complex for the very reason that symbols are replaced by real actions. It is effected just as well by the interiorization of assemblies, by fatigue, by effective procedures and occupational illnesses, or by a certain way of reproducing within the urgency and extreme speed of a constantly accelerated temporalization, as nervousness, instability or, on the other hand, voluntarist harshness, as it is by a strictly sexual procedure. Yet there is no doubt but that sexuality is affected. I have reported the case of those neo-proletarians, peasants recruited from the hinterland by the new factories of Le Mans and transformed into workers after 6 months' apprenticeship, who became electrical welders and paid for this over-hasty transition from rural to industrial rhythms with the more or less total ruin of their sexual life. The percentage of impotence is considerable from the age of 28 on. The exploitation of the peasant, the violent action exerted upon his body, and upon the organic rhythms defining his behavior, he lives radically, at the level of sex, as castration, in short, as an irreparable deficit. In others, however, less radical sexual procedures can be found, and our experts think they can detect traces here of that invisible and phantasmagorical reality they term the psychic, just because radical passivity is replaced by passive procedures, sexual indolence, scarcity and crude simplification of desire, which when it does arise becomes indifferent to its object, long periods of indifference, intermittent impotence, etc. In the former case, impotence was the direct, physiological result of adaptation disorders. But the procedures I have just enumerated are nothing different. Only, as the deficit is not so great, they are still lived in the form of a need project, which means that the organism remains defined by a relation to the future, instead of the future on this singular score being simply blocked by a total, inert negation. In the case of impotence, as it is merely suffered, in the guise of an inert determination of the physiological, it can be said that incarnation is reduced to its simplest expression, or, if you like, that it is a matter of a negative consequence rather than a singularized totalization. Of course, this impotence is lived in interiority as an incorporation of life's misery, exploitation, and transplantation, and in turn as a moral diminution and injury to the living source of praxis. But these are already incarnations of the latter, in other practical sectors, whereas in itself it retains the intermination that characterizes every deprivation. By contrast, however, in the case of the sexual procedures we have enumerated, in which the practical and the physiological remain basically undifferentiated, incarnation is whole, since there is a reassumption of the determination suffered and the life imposed, but on the plane of sexuality. Without a doubt, sexual procedures in one way or another incarnated the accelerated urbanization in the USSR of peasants recruited by industry and, as a consequence, the extraordinary exodus of those who have since been called displaced persons, i.e. at once the exodus, the difficulties of acclimatization, and the reaction of the practical organism to those determinations undergone. Even if the latter negates them, in fact, he interiorizes them to re-exteriorize them. From this very standpoint, he radicalizes them. It is perhaps on this plane that he will express the rejection, the irreconcilable opposition, that he does not have the means to express elsewhere. Or else, quite to the contrary, a certain indifference to sexuality, riven by violent, brutal, and simplified desires, may be realized in some people as the incarnation of activism, i.e. of a practice entirely devoted to work and social action. This practice becomes a pure negative presence in the organic milieu of sexuality. However, at the same time, precisely because this present negated is not a pure and simple destruction, it is re-exteriorized in a twofold transcendence, one enveloping, the other enveloped. From the former standpoint, sexual indifference is already preserved in the social and political praxis that transcends it. For at this level, celibacy, as freedom to produce, may find itself implicitly contained in the very temporalization of praxis, as an immediate consequence of the scarcity of time. Circumstances will or will not be able to explain, afterwards, this provisional option. It should above all not be thought, moreover, that celibacy, as an implicit option, is a pure absence of any relation with marriage. The sexual bond is a real and constant determination of the reciprocal relations between men and women. It exists within the practice of celibacy, because this practice is an abstention in relation to an institutionalized and socialized mediation of the carnal relationship as a bond of fundamental reciprocity. In the same way, the celibacy of priests is not just an attitude towards their fundamental sexuality but a transcendence of that sexuality, whose value itself must come, in a sacrificial perspective, from the fact that it is preserved as it is transcended. In short, even in the case of the young activists set on celibacy, the problem of sexual life is implicitly present through the very presence of the flesh. Will he be chaste, or will he confine himself to brief encounters at the behest of his desires? The decision may be explicit only in the case of deliberate chastity. Depending on the various viewpoints, the other option may appear a kind of blithe confidence in life, or a military leave, or, on the contrary, a persistence of the past, bourgeois customs, etc. And such viewpoints, of course, are not those of just any old individuals, reacting at the whim of a more or less innate character. Rather, they define, in themselves, and on the plane of sexuality, the various milieux and groups, and the functions differentiating them. The practical weight of such options will partly decide the activist's individual choice. But this itself shows us, in cross-section, his real relations with the various strata of society. Depending on whether he is merely after an increased wage or wants to try and make a career, he will have contacts with different layers of the bureaucracy. Conversely, however, his contacts, at least implicitly, and inasmuch as his origin or original behavior have themselves determined these, by defining him through a position and through a particularization of the field of possibilities, themselves take account of the opening of his ambition. It is within this circularity that he decides his praxis, and his praxis decides on his sincerity. Thus his sexual option, even though it remains implicit, nevertheless succeeds in situating him in the social ensemble, above all, if he is considered in his singularity and in his developments. On the level of the total praxis that characterizes the individual and always mobilizes him as a whole whatever he may do, at the level even of the social, ethical options, or relations with institutions, sex is present as a synthetic determination in interiority, and as the relationship of reciprocal immanence of this man with any woman, inasmuch as every woman, absent or present, and in one way or another, determines also his praxis body as a carnal body. But that particular totalization is the totalization of the practical organism as a free constituent praxis. As such, it might be compared to the totalization of envelopment. Moreover, the same sexual attitude can obviously be encountered again in the form of an enveloped totality. Whatever, in fact, his personal option may be, the fundamental existence of the sexes as a bond of reciprocity disposes in his carnal depth, and within the framework of the historical conjuncture, to reactualize, by transcending, the relation of immanence that conditions him in his flesh by means of that particular woman, i.e. to realize himself as sexual behavior at every opportunity, in every encounter, i.e. in a permanent way, whether it is a matter of rejecting, renouncing, seducing, or brutalizing. Desire is at the bottom of these procedures, either as his own desire, or as the desire of the other, troubling, alarming, repulsive, etc. I have explained elsewhere how the body makes itself flesh. 71 But it must be added also that the flesh becomes act, while retaining the opaque passivity of fleshly thickening, to the very point of orientating practically and revealing its own arousal. That is what gives its deep meaning to the term, the carnal act. The body instrument becomes facticity, inasmuch as it is determined in interiority by the concrete encounter of a particular other body and, through this facticity transcended towards the other, strives to wrest the other's body away from instrumentality. The result, if the carnal act takes place, is that it is the flesh being transcended, in its very solitude and in its contingency, towards the solitude and contingency of the other. So its ambivalence is understandable, since it is simultaneously action and passion. It is, in fact, the carnal contingency of lived experience being transcended by being turned into passivity, only to act through this very passivity upon the flesh of the other. And its objective is itself carnal, for we are beneath the level of corporeal instrumentality setting an abstract objective through its procedures, i.e. outlining, within temporalization, a schematic future that every new way of behaving will help to particularize. The object of desire is an immediately present concrete reality, the flesh of each person, in himself and in the other, inasmuch as it cannot be realized or even desired except through the movement of the instrument to become flesh in itself and in the other. Now this relation, as a reciprocal action, is particularized in every case by a finite, albeit hard to enumerate, ensemble of factors. It matters little to us. What counts for us is the fact that in the case of the ambitious young man we have envisaged, the carnal relation, inasmuch as he is one of its terms, and we are viewing him apart from the other, has to incarnate in turn his totalizing option. To the extent, for example, that he has produced himself, through his actual labor, as instrumental hexis, i.e. to the extent that the ensemble of his procedures, inside and outside work, tend to maintain the practical reality of his body as that of an instrument for directing instruments and as efficacy of inertia molded upon inert materiality. To that extent, the threshold to be crossed in order to pass from instrumentality to the flesh will be higher. And even were this threshold to be crossed, the sexual behavior risks remaining more instrumental than carnal. The offered passivity of the other appears like a living matter, to be handled, to be disposed in such and such a way, to be penetrated, yet carnal contingency is not experienced deeply as such, but remains the abstract prop of arousal. Of course, this sexual behavior may be of various kinds. What counts is that in the singular moment of the embrace or the caress it resumes, and, in a transcending movement to realize itself and attain its goal, incarnates, the boy's total behavior. For if it were the mere inert outcome of his social activities, we would not be able to view it as a living incarnation. At most, it would refer to the decompressed ensemble of practices. But it is a matter of the real relations between him and some woman or other, in their particular development and in their singular temporalization. Moreover, everything is indeed singular, as the irreversible unfolding of an affair common to two individuals. From the outset, the woman's physical and moral personality is already a kind of internal factor in the singularity of this young man's present behavior patterns, with respect to his comrades and himself. These relations, whether he rejects the woman or seduces her, are a free practical invention, in so far as the flesh is transcended towards the flesh and the circumstances of their union simultaneously require certain behavioral forms. But this very invention is the project that transcends and negates the former circumstances, thereby preserving them as its internal characteristic. In particular, it must be understood that the sexual relation of this individual to this woman realizes his practical relation of instrumentality with inert matter, as the actual limit of his arousal or as the particularity of his sexual life. In other words, his total praxis is realized here, in this instant, in and by these acts which preserve a kind of private singularity and, in this very way, fall outside the great historical undertaking in which he seeks to play his role. Not just in the strict realization of the carnal act, moreover, but actually in the bound ensemble of behavioral forms which have prepared his union with this woman, and which, by virtue of that very preparation, have given it a certain ethico-practical structure. Indeed, if he has shown himself sly, boastful, cowardly, etc., or, on the contrary, frank, open, etc., these qualities and defects, which for the woman who loves him merely represent his private character, and concern only his private relations with her, are on the contrary the actual realization of his objective relations with his work and his bosses, his possibilities of getting ahead and wresting himself away from the masses, and as a function of this his opportunism or, on the contrary, his sectarianism, etc. Still more fundamentally, moreover, as the sexual relationship is a relationship of contingency, arousal, and flesh, but for that very reason is perhaps the deepest incarnation of the relation of reciprocity between human beings, at once as free organisms and as products of the society in which they live. It is not just the individual who pronounces sentence upon himself and his human reality through the relations he establishes, it is society that causes itself to be judged by this free incarnation. Not that worse or better relations cannot be found in other circumstances, and by considering other couples, but simply because the fundamental relation between the sexes is defined as a field of possibles within the objective limits set by the worst and best couples. These limits, as is well known, for a specific society and a specific moment are not so far away from one another. Every individual, in every couple, condenses the sexual and conjugal field by his very incarnation, inasmuch as he produces himself through the synthetic determination of the field and as the realization of one of its possibilities. It will already be clear, in fact, that this very field, as an integral part of the sovereign field, is interiorized by everyone, inasmuch as relations of production, institutions, totalizing praxis, education, and traditions produce him as a sexually socialized individual, defining anew, through him, the fundamental relationship between the sexes and giving this a new and singular prominence, by virtue of the reciprocal significations and reflections established by each individual between the sexual institution and other institutions. I call tuberculosis an event and not a state of the society under consideration, in so far as the latter strives to reduce it and succeeds, albeit to a minimal extent rather than enduring it as an inert burden. 6. Objectivity and idiosyncrasy. So the enveloping totalization is incarnated by every singularity, and every singularity defines itself simultaneously as an incarnation and an envelope totalization. Yet there is nothing irrational here, neither Gestaltism nor any of those ambiguous, vague forms that strive to re-establish a hyperorganicism, in one shape or another. These envelope totalizations incarnate the totalization of envelopment for the sole reason that individuals as practical organisms are totalizing projects, and there is nothing else to totalize, in a society integrated by a sovereign individual, except the totalization of envelopment itself. The latter totalizes them inasmuch as it produces them. They retotalize it, inasmuch as it is through the practical transcendence of the interiorized factors that they make themselves its products. But this retotalization enriches it with the concrete ensemble of particular circumstances and goals. So the totalization of envelopment is found in every envelope totalization as its signification, i.e. as its integration into everything. It should not be thought, however, that the signification of envelopment is to the enveloped incarnation as the abstract is to the concrete. In a praxis whose sovereign is an individual, the signification of envelopment is itself, as we have seen, individuated, i.e. the practical unity of action is also the indissoluble organic synthesis represented by a man, and for this reason the totalization likewise defines itself by contingency, by concrete facticity, by the limits and riches of the singular. However, as we have also seen, although the sovereign praxis can be described as individualized and thus discloses the scarcity of men as one of the counter-finalities of human history, it still remains the case that the praxis is defined, in this very singularity, as an objective response to the real exigencies of objectivity. Singularization is merely facticity as necessary contingency, and as incarnation of a common action whose objective laws emanate from the external circumstances, the aims, and the counter-finalities secreted in the course of temporalization. Here, in this historical conjuncture, the objective laws of the group's praxis must be incarnated by the option of the sovereign individual, and as possessing the dual aspect described earlier, a fanning out of objective prescriptions concerning imperfectly determined individuals or groups, and the individual temporalization of one option through transcendence and actualization of this particular practical organism. In this sense, we shall encounter in the decree at once the common individual, constituted by the sovereign forged by circumstances, and his specific differential, as a lag in this perspective between his incarnation of the revolutionary past and the actualization demanded by circumstances. It is remarkable, moreover, that this differential is grasped in the decree inasmuch as it offers itself as common objectivity and, falsely, as a universal law. If no oppositionist notices it, at least the historian will unearth it. But the key thing here is that idiosyncrasy, as a differential, appears through an insufficiency or exaggeration of the pseudo-universal content of the law. All things considered, the historian, with all the documents at his disposal, declares that the objective situation did not require all those stipulations, or that it required still more, or, above all, that it required more, fewer, and something else. Through these comparisons between objective, partially undetermined possibles and objective exigencies, it is paradoxical that one should be able to determine an idiosyncrasy. But the paradox disappears when you reflect that since the individual is socialized in so far as he has individuated his society, his idiosyncrasy is precisely that objective lag, inasmuch as it is not produced as a parasitic development of the practico-inert inside the field, but on the contrary refers to a practical option, its immediate foundation. And this option, inasmuch as it involves synthetic operations, a final decision, and the formulation of a project through services and corrections contributed by the sovereign, is itself nothing other than the synthetic temporalization of that decree, inasmuch as the unity of the temporal development gives the latter its synthetic reality and its borrowed power to transcend itself. The sovereign is simply the practical unity of the project, and this unity of living immanence characterizes itself in interiority by the lags and drifts which signal the objective content of the law or decree. This originally signifies simply that it is this particular sovereign idiosyncrasy from which emanates this lag of the practical with respect to principles and objects. It is possible, for example, to consider that the way in which Stalin conceived and utilized the notion of optimum variant clearly reveals his characteristic brutality. In the case of such a sovereign, however, what will brutality be if not precisely a voluntarism expressed in decisions by a gap between the exigencies of the objective or the real situation and the tasks sovereignly exacted by the real praxis? Interiorization of this brutality, for the oppositionist, or for the historian, consists in seeing it as the free future of sovereign decisions and as the destiny of citizens. Hence, this simply means that its re-exteriorization is foreseen, in measures to come. The best example is perhaps Stalinist anti-Semitism. If Stalin had been obliged to answer for his actions before some revolutionary court, he would have denied fiercely having been an anti-Semite, and to a considerable extent he would have been sincere. For anti-Semitism, in its basic form as racism, was obviously condemned by Marxist ideology. His attitude towards the Jewish problem, the increasingly anti-Semitic measures he took against Soviet citizens of Hebrew origin, that whole well-known ensemble, was objectively motivated in the sovereign's eyes by the political difficulties which integrating Jews into the nation of socialism caused. The links between Jews at home and in the capitalist nations, and later the emergence of a Jewish state under the particular control of American capitalism, the activities of the Zionist League, etc. All this represented to the suspicious Stalin not just a possibility of nuclei forming, but the real presence of a nucleus of traitors within. The old nightmare of revolutionaries was reincarnated here, in an unexpected form, what the men of 1793 used to call the émigré within. The notion of racism was thus not applicable. It simply happened that historical circumstances, by multiplying their links with the capitalist foe, had constituted a specific ensemble of Soviet citizens, precisely the Jews, as a permanent danger to socialization. This first meant that any specificity had to be denied them. Yiddish, for example, if it were to become the organ of a Jewish culture, would heighten the integration of that harmful grouping and, for that very reason, its self-awareness as a specificity. That culture and that language could have only one result. By uniting the Jews against other Soviet citizens, they activated their links with other Jews, those who spoke Yiddish, and had created a Yiddish culture in the countries hostile to socialization. Liquidation of the specific tools of their culture, however, was accompanied by a police surveillance that at once destroyed any possibility of integration. The contradiction was manifest: they were denied any cultural autonomy, because it prevented integration, but they were denied integration, because their historical past already designated them as traitors and they had to be kept under constant surveillance. On that basis, of course, within the sovereign field, where relations of immanence conditioned everything by everything from afar, the opportunities for repression and deportation multiplied ad infinitum. Indeed, by virtue of the very contradiction of Stalin's policy, and since the Jews had to be dejeweified without it being possible for them to be integrated, the inescapable solution was extermination. Assimilation, through total physical liquidation of the assimilated, for the benefit of the assimilator. Insofar as this policy defined Stalin, above all the Stalin of his last years, as a virulent anti-Semite, it designated him precisely by the measures he had taken and by those he would take. From that standpoint, we shall recognize in his policy towards the Jews a neo-anti-Semitism of a political rather than ethnic origin, springing from the suspicion of the sovereign towards any social ensemble that might regroup independently, outside the sovereign directives, in the name of a common historical past or certain similarities of situation, and at the same time from the particularism incarnated by Stalin himself, who rejected universality and outside the USSR saw only the rotten world of capitalism. It forms no part of my purpose to study the Jewish problem in the USSR under Stalin. The example interests us here from another viewpoint. It raises the question of the idiosyncrasy of the deeper levels. Should the historian content himself with reproducing political antisemitism, in its reality and its significations, as an immediately graspable idiosyncrasy of the sovereign, i.e. as a pattern of behavior provoked by false problems and false exigencies that only the sovereign and his team of secondary leaders could determine, inasmuch as they had themselves been produced by terror, mistrust, and anti-universalism? Or should he not ask himself whether that supposed neo-antisemitism did not spring from the old anti-Semitic racism and derive its virulence from that? The question is raised, to tell the truth, on two distinct levels, at first sight, at least. For if you look at the measures taken and their implementation as praxis, realizing itself through the vertical regroupment it produces by its very temporalization in the various social layers, there can be no doubt but that the sovereign practices were partly sustained by the young mistrust of encircled socialism. But it is even more obvious that these populations knew and shared the racist anti-Semitism of Tsarism, and had not been demystified. In this sense, as you moved farther away from the top level, the driving force for the subaltern officials and the masses was still racism. This was enough to transform the sovereign practice. Through the social layers it regrouped in the unity of a provisional temporalization. Perhaps neo-antisemitism, as a policy towards the Jews, was really applicable only in so far, precisely, as at the lower levels of society it quite simply dissolved into racism. If that is true, it must be said that Stalin exploited the racism of the masses and, thereby, the socialist sovereign accepted such racism and by its actions helped to reinforce it. Popular anti-Semitism, in the USSR as elsewhere, had actually had an economic foundation. The peasants had been anti-Semitic when the merchants were Jews. Socialization, from the outset, had contributed to dissolving this foundation. What remained was the petrified web of traditions. These too would have dissolved in their turn, if the sovereign had not revived them by replacing the vanished foundation with a political basis. Conversely, those anti-Semitized masses could henceforth, especially at moments of danger, demand out of racism that the government should organize pogroms, or sanction those which they carried out spontaneously. The campaign against the Jews once more took on that diversionary aspect that it had always had, under all governments. By reinforcing racism, political anti-Semitism ended up dissolving into it. Thus the Stalinist option revealed more clearly its idiosyncrasy. Rather than renounce political segregation, the sovereign risked a resurgence of racism. Anti-Jewish racism was thereby determined as less dangerous for socialism than the free existence of Jewish communities or individuals joined together by cultural bonds. Thereby, the sovereign was called into question. To be sure, Stalin, under the pressure of circumstances, had often compromised on principles, but here the gap was so big that it had perturbed his own troops. For Stalin not to recoil a priori from those police methods, which could have no other effect than to reawaken the racism of the masses, and for the rebirth of the old Tsarist anti-Semitism not to strike him, at all events, as a regression on the part of the working classes and, as such, as a negative result to be avoided at all costs, must Stalin not have been won over, subtly and right from his harsh Georgian childhood, to the traditional forms of anti-Semitic racism? In order really to have believed in the Jewish danger, in the USSR of 1950, revolutionary and particularist mistrust were insufficient. For it was necessary already to be racist, to consider that, out of all the specific groups, the Jewish group was dangerous by its nature, in order to attach any real importance to the potential relations that Soviet Jews might maintain with Western Jews. If the question is posed in this light, it is immediately clear that the supposed political neo-antisemitism in the USSR had always existed in bourgeois countries, as one of the structures of anti-Semitic racism. For the bourgeois too, Jews are countryless. It was the bourgeois who first condemned the universalism of reason, the very same that Stalin termed cosmopolitanism, baptizing it with the name Jewish International. It was the bourgeois who, confusing the international relations between capitalisms with the human relations between Jews belonging to different countries, first saw the Hebrew as an individual in the service of foreign interests, whose naysaying universalism, parading as reason, sought to dissolve the national particularity of what ought to be his country. And this conception, formulated, as may well be imagined, in the less stupid anti-Semitic circles, seeks to preserve racism while claiming to transcend it. For those who advance such propositions usually add that, for their own part, they would have nothing against Jews if they would only leave the nation on which they are battening, and go off to populate some new country or settle in Israel, for it is not some internal virus, but history, the diaspora, that has made them what they are. This latter point, though, was not accepted fully by Stalinist anti-Semitism, for it would have meant allowing Jews to opt between Tel Aviv and Moscow, whereas it would have been an intolerable absurdity for a Soviet citizen, even a Jew, to have been able to show that in certain cases it was possible to prefer a bourgeois democracy to the fatherland of socialism. So the USSR would keep its Jews, in order to exterminate them. Hence, the sovereign did not limit himself, as we had initially said, to making use of the old racism, in order to maintain a policy of repression rooted in politics. In defining that policy he actually reconstituted racist anti-Semitism in all its signification. He merely reserved for himself and the ruling circles the option of concealing the baser currents, through elucidation of higher significations, and of disguising the racist movement in the historical interpretation. We need only re-identify circularity as a common law of the practical event and our investigation, in order to grasp the conditioning of the masses by the sovereign act and the totalizing reconditioning of the sovereign by the masses reinforced in their racism. For the intelligibility of the totalization of envelopment, this is enough. Stalin and his collaborators were retotalized as racists by the masses. The act, via the mediation of the whole society, came back to them and determined them. You can see why intention, in this case, was irrelevant. If it had not been racist at the outset, the act had still objectively been the result of racism, above all, moreover, through the very operation of circularity, the intention was to become racist subsequently. You can grasp here, from real life, the extent to which the sovereign autonomy of praxis was not incompatible with its strict conditioning. It was not necessarily as an interiorization of popular reactions, and as a transcendence of these, that racism was re-exteriorized as an intentional signification of action. Through the action from afar that his sovereignty made possible, rather, the sovereign found himself qualified as having to undertake a political campaign against the Jews in a society whose masses revealed themselves in all their racism, and that he would himself integrate by racist slogans. This meant precisely that he reinvented grassroots racism, as a means for his political campaign and, perhaps, as a possible procedure for integration. Gradually determined by the circumstances that gave rise to it, the objective it pursued, the means it created for itself, the retotalization of groups and series that it effected, and the intrinsic currents which this retotalization produced, and which in the form of exigencies retotalized the sovereign through his undertaking, this praxis became specified in the course of its spiral temporalization and ended up defining itself as a free choice of a single possible. For the choice did remain free, in the dialectical sense in which we understand it. It transcended the present towards an objective defined by negation of the former circumstances. And by virtue of having been chosen among others, the most faraway possible objective of that praxis was, and would remain, defined by the option. But through the circular interactions we have pointed out, action found itself compelled to invent its sole current possible, and invent it freely. For it transcended theoretical resistances in order to choose racism as the sole possible way of making that policy popular. Choosing it, moreover, it turned itself into racism. Mental reservations or cynicism were merely verbal determinations. When they did exist, they showed the opposite of what the leaders sought to convey by them. They confirmed that anti-Semitism is racist through the desire evinced by a particular individual to take his distance, as an isolated individual, from the common praxis, i.e. from the common individual who was helping, in himself, to realize it. These observations allow us to understand that the second question we were posing just now may remain unanswered, from the viewpoint of the synchronic totalization of envelopment. Since circularity shows us the transformation of neo-antisemitism into racism as at once free and inevitable, and since it allows us to grasp its intelligibility through the relations between totalities in progress and their parts, it matters little whether Stalin, through the backlash of his praxis, chose one particular action because the inner transformations of the field had dissolved all possible save that one, or whether references to the sovereign's past have to be introduced as supplementary factors. In reality, as frequently if not always occurs in history, as we shall see, there was an overdetermination. Political antisemitism became racist antisemitism through an inexorable dialectic. After that, it is very possible, even probable, that Stalin carried to his grave the marks of a childhood racism that dared not speak its name. From that viewpoint, however, it is a biography that historical research will illuminate, Stalin's, of course, but not as a sovereign mediating between envelope totalizations, rather, as a certain envelope totalization incarnating the possession of every individual by the sovereign person. Moreover, the incarnation can be studied only in the movement of the diachronic synthesis. But our historical investigation has not given us the tools for this new study. The fact remains that, in a certain way, Stalin, a practicing and unconscious anti-Semite, appears as the synchronic and enveloped incarnation of praxis process, inasmuch as it is made without knowing itself and grasps the distance or the transformation of its objects as a negative movement deriving from them, whereas this practical knowledge is merely the false consciousness of its drift. Leaving aside, hypothetically, transcendent actions by external groups, foreign nations, etc. It is true that, after the Tsarist pogroms, emigration had the effect of partly dispersing Russia's Jewish families, so that every Jew has, or may have, a cousin in the West. But it is also true that these people have long been separated, that they no longer have anything in common, and that they no longer communicate. 7. Dialectical intelligibility. A circular synthesis of the disorder of order and the order of disorder. With this last example we have closed the circle, since we have seen the sovereign as an envelope totalization of his sovereignty. So now we can gather together in a few pages the conclusions of our investigation of the totality of envelopment 72. It is an objective and material reality, manifesting itself through orientated transmutations of energy. It would be quite impossible to escape idealism, if you forgot that everything, be it a battle or an execution, is always human labor. In every instance, reserves of energy are expended in order to raise in specific proportions the energy potential of certain practical realities. Conversely, however, we would lapse into the most absurd meaninglessness if we did not define the ensemble of such transformations within the human perspective of a temporalization orientated towards a series of staggered objectives. For if we took these movements merely in their strict physico-chemical reality, they would scatter beneath our eyes in molecular agitations. We should rediscover the laws of nature, but we should have lost the specificity of human intelligibility. It must be added, moreover, that this observation is valid for every practical multiplicity. If the universe is everywhere made up of force fields, whatever the operation under consideration may be, it will have to be seen as the temporalization towards an objective of transmutations based on the principles simultaneously of conservation of energy and its dissipation. In the case of men, if the objective is positive, it can be only a displacement of energy resources, carried out in one given sector at another's expense, in order to ward off an emergency, i.e. suppress a scarcity. On this basis, however, as we have seen, since the domination of matter is paid for in human alienation. 73 Men at work, mediated by work matter, constitute the layer of the practico-inert that defines the first structures of praxis and simultaneously ossifies them, realizing the equivalence of the agent and the acted instrument. We shall see whether, despite serialities and recurrence, bourgeois societies manifest themselves as totalizations of envelopment. 74 At the level of our investigation, however, this totalization is the vast physico-chemical and practico-inert process, inasmuch as all that inertia of exteriority is unified and interiorized in the practical field by a personal sovereign. It is he, assisted by the organs of leadership, coordination, administration, control and repression, who defines the common objective. This tight, rigorous unity, initially at least, does not so much define the tasks as produce an inner synthetic milieu where everything is a function of everything, and every reality, even a collective, determines the other realities from afar, in the very integration of the temporalization towards an objective gradually specified. Nevertheless, although the temporalization is the essential determination here, it must be pointed out that totalizations remain synchronic. For it goes without saying that synchronism does not apply just to the moment, to the momentary cross-section in a praxis underway, for the moment is just an abstraction. By synchronism, we mean the development of praxis process inasmuch as it is defined by an ensemble of the following: former circumstances, objectives defined in terms of those circumstances, detailed resources, whose scarcity gives the action its present urgency, operations governing one another, and the permanency of certain operators. This was how the planned growth of Soviet industry, in a period of capitalist encirclement and after the ravages of war, constituted a first stage of socialization, concluding with Stalin's death. Throughout the whole of this stage the totalization of envelopment remained synchronic, because it did not aim to integrate the restricted temporalization into vaster temporal ensembles, in which it would be necessary to take into consideration ruptures between generations, the passage of praxis into the past, inasmuch as it was taken over and transcended by the new personnel, and the emergence of new significations retrospectively determining the meaning of the elapsed stage in a univocal relation. There was a unity of Stalinism that was temporal, one of whose main features was that the past, as an inner determination of the temporalization, adhered to the present without any gap and, by forming the inert determination of each and every person, itself produced the tools to evaluate it. So however crazily the machine might zigzag, the temporalization remained a synchronic totalization because there existed a circularity between past and present, and because that society, which made itself without knowing itself, never really disposed of the proper distance for determining its past. This synchronic temporalization, a mere realization of an undertaking, does not always have the very clear limits that marked the first stage of Soviet socialization. The action may become lost in itself, bogged down in its own waste products, or the drift may be such that it suddenly considers its past as other and defines itself in relation to that drift, or else either internal circumstances or external ones may disintegrate it, which can also be affected by the initially unnoticed development of inherited contradictions, or else, again, a more fundamental but integrated, masked, and totalized praxis, on the occasion of a sequence of given circumstances, may turn back upon the totality of envelopment and totalize it in its turn, transforming the meaning of the undertaking, its objectives, and its means, without the agents having any feeling of a genuine break. In that case, as much in itself as for the situated historian, no precise moment can mark the date of a transformation that was continuous. What might be called here the reversal of praxis seems a revolution, however, more than an evolution, but this revolution may remain masked by the identity of certain enveloped totalities. In the case of the sovereign individual, for example, it has been known to happen after a palace revolution that some individual, reduced to the most total impotence, is retained officially with his sovereign attributes to demonstrate the continuity of a politics. 1,000 other cases could be cited. Dialectical intelligibility has nothing in common with the contemplation of an order, or, if you prefer, the positivist order is an outer skeleton supporting analytic reason, while the dialectical order is simply intelligibility itself. For anything like the dialectical and synchronic intelligibility of a society in development to be produced, it is necessary and sufficient for that development to be produced, to be realized, even for a brief moment, before disintegrating under external pressure or being rent by contradictions, and for this realization, as an orientated temporalization of a vast material upheaval, to be determined as a praxis generated through everything and in everyone, via the mediation of a plan established by the sovereign, which, for everyone, and for everyone's mutual relations, will be retotalized as a specific praxis, and retotalizing as a fate. For the situated historian, intelligibility is in the relation of the total objective to the ensemble of former circumstances, inasmuch as this relation is temporalized as a relation of praxis to its objects and its products of disassimilation, i.e. as the structuration of a society by the biological unity of a sovereign, and the socialization of a sovereign by the social retotalization of his orders. If failure or disintegration can be explained by inner determinations, this brutal end will dialectically help to clarify the undertaking, even as it used to be when marching to victory. But it may happen that the group's disappearance has no inner relationship with the development of its praxis. Although it does not involve a society with a sovereign individual, I shall cite the example, which clarifies the question quite well. Historians of ancient Rome all agree upon the fact that social struggles of growing ferocity were taking place in Pompeii at the time of the eruption that destroyed the city and its inhabitants. The outcome of the same conflicts in the contemporary Roman world as a whole, moreover, certainly does make it possible to determine the maximum possible variation for a specific case. The annihilation of that town did not punch a hole in history. If we at least disposed of the necessary documents, however, it is not these abstract limits, things could proceed only so far, which ground the intelligibility of the antagonistic undertakings. It is in a very real sense, from within, their practical production of themselves towards objectives in the process of being more and more closely specified. In this case, precisely because the destruction of that society depended on socio-physical factors defining the technical relation of contemporaries to nature, but not the singularized action of that particular social group, since there was a real exteriority of negation and it would have to be explained by a negation of exteriority, the Pompeian adventure remains generally intelligible. Or rather, which amounts to saying the same thing in a more precise way, its intelligibility depends only on itself. If dialectical intelligibility must be able to be the characteristic of history for itself, this can on no account signify that history is simple and harmonious, that it develops without clashes, regression or deviations, or even, at the level of synchronic totalization, that it has any meaning, or is going somewhere. Moreover, it does not mean either that this intelligibility imposes itself, without previous research and as a contemplative intuition. The historian will find it if he has the means to reconstitute the movement of the enveloping totalization. All we were trying to say was that, in a practical system with unitary sovereignty, the intelligibility of the undertaking does not depend upon internal contradictions, or upon contingency as the inevitability of facticity, or again upon the final outcome. So the totalization of envelopment is a material reality, which, turning upon itself, draws its unity from its transcendence towards a goal. This is true at all its levels of depth. Transmutations of energy, inasmuch as they would appear to positivist reason, would assuredly verify already established physico-chemical laws. But their irreversibility, i.e. their order of succession, would at this level remain as an unintelligible fact. Unintelligible to the positivist, since it is a matter not of physico-chemical irreversibility but of an irreversibility whose principle is not given to analytic reason. This signifies precisely that the materiality of such a real development is dialectical. It occurs through the total materiality of man, i.e. on the basis of the fact that physiological and practical interiority is the interiorization of the natural exteriority, and that this interiorization is simultaneously the source of the problems and the means of resolving them, since it is itself, in itself, a mediation between the inert and praxis, and through this radical assertion of the unity of organic temporalization, need as the negation of a negation. Thus it is through need itself, seeking to be satisfied and producing, through labor and through unification of the practical field, a government of man by worked matter strictly proportionate to the government of inanimate matter by man, that a practical configuration of exteriority and a practical configuration of society are determined simultaneously and by one another. But both the need and the praxis attempting to satisfy it are themselves a mediation, and show us a rudimentary aspect of circularity. For it is the organism and its needs that define the resources which, determined by technology, recondition the latter, and pass with all their inertia into the primary social structuration. In our chosen example, however, which, being already more complex, presupposes a previous history and a revolt of men against the practico-inert, the rigorous, biological unity of the sovereign was founded upon the urgent need to liquidate the practico-inert, as a legacy of the overthrown class. For its very being would always condition the same social structures, whatever these might be called. That signified the obligation for praxis to transform equipment, resources, production, and the producers, jointly and, of course, by one another. The radical signification of this praxis was thus unification as transcendence being temporalized towards a goal, and the sovereign was at once the organizer of the integrated society and its future objective. At this level, and by virtue of the very fact that society, despite the crazy swerves of the leadership and all the mistakes and conflicts, did survive, everything was reconditioned and totalized, at once by the labor of the apparatus with its coercive organs and by the practice of the rank and file. But this observation cannot lead to optimism. By dissolving the inherited practico-inert, the sovereign, and through its society, interiorized the social structures it had formerly conditioned. And the transcendence of this interiorization, i.e. its practical re-exteriorization, had the result, in a rather different technical context, of constituting another practico-inert that reconditioned men, interhuman structures, institutions, and finally praxis itself. Inasmuch as the latter, deviated, constantly went back over the inert concretions and dissolved them, and inasmuch as it produced others by counter-finalities that re-exteriorized the former circumstances, circularity manifested itself as an internal structure of the practical totality and became, in the form of spirals, the movement of its temporalization towards the objective. The axial direction represented the practical transcendence, inasmuch as, under the pressure of need, and in the emergency of the given situation, it had posited its own goals. It was in relation to this direction that the drift of the action itself took place, in so far as the interiorization by circularity of its own results deprived it of the means to straighten the real direction and bring it closer to the virtual direction, or, more precisely, constituted it for itself, through new intellectual tools, as always transcending itself in the same direction. This totalizing reality was thus characterized by the immanence of the bonds uniting the elements that made it up and, at the same time, by the presence of practico-inert concretions producing collectives within it and tending to refi human relations. This contradiction, far from being in itself and formally the real destruction of the totalization, on the contrary constituted the motor of the temporalization. Without the internal existence of the practico-inert, the totalization would be a totality or it would not be at all. It would not be, since the practico-inert, founded upon needs, resources, and techniques, is precisely the passive synthesis on the basis of which is engendered, and which the latter then envelopes and dissolves. And if it were to be encountered, then circularity would vanish, along with the spiral of temporalized retotalizations. We should be faced with a whole, alive, assuredly, but without any temporal and practical determination, since the only mediation between the free organisms would be other equally free organisms. So the practico-inert appears in circularity as what has to be dissolved by praxis, and as the determination of praxis by itself in exteriority. It is what deviates praxis, but it is also what retains within it the deep layers of passive materiality, and it is through its inert synthesis that action can sovereignly regulate the order and proportions of transmutations of energy. In this sense, the inertia of exteriority rises up from the physico-chemical layers of the field to the sovereign organisms. To take just one example, it was natural exteriority which, through the practico-inert, was to be found in the stratified hierarchy of the Stalinist bureaucracy. At the practical moment of circularity, however, praxis transcends its exteriority towards new objectives, thereby synthetically determining the opening of its practical field. It is within this interiority that relations of reciprocal immanence are established between all the elements of the field. The existence of series and collectives changes nothing of this. The serial impotence of this particular individual, and the reification of his relations with other persons within some serialized ensemble, do not imply that his other human relations are serial, nor that his behavior patterns do not retotalize the totalization of envelopment, even, and above all, with its structures of seriality. Furthermore, in so far as seriality becomes a way of ruling the relations between serial individuals, without losing their character of reified exteriority, or ceasing to unite those individuals as others, by virtue of the sovereign practice take on a character of quasi-interiority. What seems more important is not to misunderstand the meaning circularity. For if we look at a single practical decision, there is a moment of action in interiority, by internal rearrangement of the field, and a moment of determination in exteriority, in which the inert results of passive syntheses, through the agents themselves, infect with their inertia the structures of the praxis that has produced them. But this does not, therefore, mean that the sovereign activity has been interrupted, to make way for this skeletal image of itself. Quite the contrary, it carries on, and through it the inert strata of exteriority are maintained in unity and rendered effective. Moreover, other actions spring from the sovereign, united in their origin, and in their basic objective, diversified by their immediate objectives, connected by reciprocal exigencies, which, by virtue of a slight lag, due to the pressures and order of the problems to be resolved, are produced in the moment of interiority, at the very time when the former praxis is already affected by the inertia it has created. So it is necessary to conceive the circularity of envelopment as actually constituted by several circularities, whose different lags make it impossible simply to find one circle and two complementary moments. Every element of exteriority, whatever the moment of its constitution, can directly or indirectly deviate any partial activity, even if this occurs much later. In the same way, every inert element is associated with other elements to make up the skeleton that the sociologist will study, whatever the period of its sedimentation. But if these passive interconditionings are possible, and if, through them, the ensemble of the skeleton influences the totalizing praxis, this is because the partial activities serve as a mediation between the various sediments. It is clear from this that a single totalizing praxis is reconditioned from within by deposits of differing ages. However, this makes no change to the law of circularity, since such deposits have been formed by the latter and recondition it through the current mediation of specific activities, inasmuch as these are integrated as its parts into the praxis of totalization. So the movement of circularity, far from preventing the most complex interplay of conditionings and reconditionings, with the temporal lags and delays characteristic of certain reactions, is their sole foundation. But precisely because it is produced as the intimate movement of temporalization, it is in depth that the historian must find it, and the totalization of envelopment first presents itself as an inextricable jumble of inert deposits and actions. If it remains at the level of such empirical knowledge, history will go astray. For it risks fading away before sociology, or juxtaposing institutions and practices, or deriving them from one another at random, so long as it has not understood the dialectical law of circularity and its epistemological corollary, the law of circular interpretation. A less striking example of authoritarian integration could have been taken by recalling in broad outline the history of patrician Venice. For what counts is not above all that a single individual should be in power, it is that the ensemble of true leaders should define the rigor of its internal integration by that of the integration it imposes upon society as a whole. Of course, very different, and perhaps incomparable, systems are involved. Nevertheless, for the purposes of our study, the borderline runs between historical societies defined by the concentration of powers and those defined by their separation. For example, the necessity of widening the salary range, or the necessity of repression, are in part legacies of the abolished regime, inasmuch as its own practico-inert remains. 8. Meaning of the totalization of envelopment. If we seek to grasp more clearly, on that basis, the meaning of the totality 75 of envelopment as praxis process, we can advance the following remarks. 1. This reality is entirely a human realization of man. For it can be produced and develop only by positing objectives, i.e. by a negation of the past in terms of the future. In other words, the very structure of its development, the temporalization, is specifically human. Even in the very heart of present reality, praxis process is defined by the future that comes to negate the past in it. Furthermore, nothing occurs in it, whether in detail or in overall operations, that is not engendered by human effort, by labor. Even if it is carried out under coercion, this labor is agreed. Not, as has too often been claimed, because it is at all events preferred to death, but quite simply because its execution is an immediate reassumption of the goal. Or, if you prefer, because the agent is a man, and a man, even a slave, is sovereign in his labor, even if the practico-inert alienates its results as soon as the laborer objectifies himself in them, even if the labor is sold as a commodity, and even if it rises up as a hostile force and is realized as a loss of substance. For he has to perform that labor, which means that he wants to do so. An integral praxis, suffered and repeated by thousands or millions of agents, for whom it becomes at once the being and the act, the unity of a field to which all the agents belong, where praxis itself defines what might be called the law of immanence and the law of incarnation. All these features of praxis process are exclusively human and, from the viewpoint of knowledge, are intelligible only for men. Every attempt to reduce this totalizing progress to an ensemble of facts accessible to positive reason alone would end up transforming the specific interiority of historialization into pure exteriority. The synthetic unification would thus be reduced to the statistical truths of positive reason. 2. However, the reality of the deviation comes to impose a term on pure and simple comprehension, precisely in so far as action, escaping, is exteriorized and comes, like a vis a tergo, to change from without those who produce it from within themselves as their transcendence. In so far as you then reach a result that had not been either projected or foreseen, or even discovered along the way, and in so far as you can say that things have produced men and given them a false consciousness of themselves, of the past and of their future objectives, the totalization seems anti-human. I say anti-human and not inhuman, for it is not a matter of a return to the natural world, and praxis process, from this standpoint, does not reveal itself as a vague block of inanimate matter. Quite the contrary, like the devil according to the Church Fathers, the exteriority of praxis is parasitic, borrowing its efficacy and its being, as we have seen, from interiority. It is through a wholly human field of immanence and teleological unification that sediments are formed, via the mediation of all forms of activity. Praxis, as it approaches its goal, in practice constitutes an outside for itself and, precisely in this, reveals itself as human praxis, for only a human society can establish synthetic relations of such a kind between inanimate objects, without present relations, that they wrest themselves out of their inertia and mutually manifest imperious exigencies, whose origin is a need for exteriority awoken, sustained and unified by the astringent milieu of practical syntheses. Praxis process thus appears as a human process, without ceasing to be human action, and action is produced within it as burdening itself with the inertias freed by the dissolution or transformation of the inert structures of its field. Everything has its cost, and the totalization of envelopment shows us at once results and action paying its own expenses. It is perfectly conceivable, to be sure, for the enveloping totalization to be produced in itself and for itself. In specific circumstances, ones, moreover, which would presuppose a less pronounced emergency, a more homogeneous culture of both leaders and masses, less scarcity of men, etc. Achieving awareness of deviation would make it possible to control and reduce it. But of course, a very great fluidity and quasi-homogeneity of social milieu would be needed, and another relation from the outset between the sovereign and the ruled, i.e. a more advanced form of withering away of the state. Besides, even if one then succeeded in constantly rectifying the orientation of praxis, the practical results might be more favorable, but the circularity as a formal structure would remain unchanged. And it would likewise remain unchanged in a more radical hypothesis, which would require a technology and economy entirely conscious of themselves, as well as the application of a transformed and developed cybernetics to the internal organization of an enterprise society. For it is not inconceivable, at least for certain domains, to condition circularity itself, and through it determine a kind of feedback. Indeed, since praxis process is circular, it is itself a feedback, its consequences react upon its principles and its outcomes upon the forces that have produced them. This reconditioning in exteriority of the action by itself, via the agents, is a feedback. It will simply be called negative, since its effect is to warp praxis rather than to correct it. Hence, it might be imagined that a society in which science and technology were more advanced, far from claiming, like Stalinist society, to escape circularity, would submit to it in order to govern it and, by means of a system of compensating devices, automatically correct the deviation by its effects. But these two procedures interest us only from the formal viewpoint. For, in themselves, it can be said that they have always been used and, at the same time, that nothing guarantees that they ever will be. These remarks refer us back to the problem of the meaning of history, and to diachronic totalization. What I wanted to point out was just that, in both cases, the precondition for the procedures described above being applicable and effective is precisely the prior recognition that the historical process is that feedback, i.e. the disclosure of circularity. The practical progress would be immense, and the dialectical and formal transfiguration would be limited, if, through the labor of men, praxis process controlled its deviations by a directed circularity. For with each new problem the wild circularity would reappear, and the need for new adaptations. Moreover, whatever the system employed, and because everything has its cost, awareness as much as feedback, while suppressing the primary deviation, would engender a reflexive circularity with second-level deviations. 3. From the viewpoint of historical knowledge, does circularity allow a total comprehension of praxis process? For we know that the comprehension of constituted actions, although itself different from constituent comprehension, is nevertheless possible, and wholly appropriate, so long as an organized action is involved. For comprehension is praxis itself, nothing else. As constituted comprehension of a common praxis, it emanates simply from the historian, inasmuch as he can make himself into a common individual by virtue of a pledge. But the totalization of envelopment comprises a turning back of the inert upon the agent, to recondition him. Is it the task of comprehension to grasp this process of involution? We must frankly reply, yes. For such reconditioning at all events eludes positive reason. It is true that it eventually constitutes the exteriority of the interior, but it does not itself operate in exteriority. The determinations of agents by the practico-inert they have themselves established are made through remote links, and by the enveloped incarnation constituted by each of their behavior patterns. As we have seen, this is how, for example, the constitution and stratification of the Stalinist bureaucracy can be interpreted. So it was a matter of dialectical intelligibility, at all events. There was intelligibility, since the process of stratification entailed its own obviousness, and this intelligibility was dialectical, since the practico-inert was refracted through the dialectical medium of totalization and was effective by virtue of it alone, inasmuch as it borrowed from it its own synthetic activity. You will say it is still the case that intelligible and dialectical perhaps do not necessarily mean comprehensible. Is it not true that these remote determinations, parasitic upon action, are, in any case, not practical activities at all? No doubt. And this remark reveals to us one important aspect of that society closed upon itself, locked and bolted by its sovereign. It sought to integrate the field of the anti-dialectic into the totalization as a constituted dialectic. For us, as we ponder in the present chapter over the relationship between the dialectic and the anti-dialectic, here is a first example of their possible relations. One closed upon the other, in order to dissolve and assimilate it. It succeeded only by the realization of a generalized cancer. In so far as the practico-inert was used and suffused by the dialectic, praxis was poisoned from within by the anti-dialectic. The deviation was the anti-dialectical reconditioning of the dialectic, it was the sovereign praxis, inasmuch as this was itself an anti-dialectic. For this very reason, however, those various transformations did not transcend the limits of constituted comprehension. For the latter does not confine itself, any more than constituent comprehension does, to grasping action in its purity. On the contrary, I have shown in the problem of method how the comprehension of an individual act focuses at once upon the pure meaning of that act, i.e. upon the temporal relation of the need to the objective, via the mediation of the means, and upon its concrete reality, i.e. its incarnation and its deviation. 77 If my friend suddenly gets up, in the middle of an animated conversation, and rushes towards the window as though he were stifling, the particular features of his conduct are automatically revealed as not being required by the objective, or by the mere need for air such as I may imagine it abstractly. If he is suffocating, he should have thought sooner about opening the window. If it is very cold outside and the temperature is bearable inside, his haste cannot be explained by some dangerous emergency. If he knows that I always feel chilly, he could have asked my opinion at the beginning of our conversation or after an hour. But precisely these particularities, in so far as they distinguish the action from its normal, abstract model, refer me through a regressive act of comprehension to specific features of my interlocutor, i.e. to what he has himself made himself into, through the interiorization and transcendence of certain former conditionings. Dialectical comprehension discloses the present via the future, and the past via the present. As soon as he gets up, suffocating, it passes from the open window to his red, sweating face and awaits him in the depths of the immediate future. At the same time, however, it plunges into the past in order to find, through various memories, the source of so many hasty, uncontrolled behavior patterns, so much abruptness, and that odd unawareness of his body and its needs, which never manifest themselves other than at the last moment, when they have to be satisfied urgently. There is comprehension, for the simple reason that this slight maladjustment is realized in the form of behavior patterns. The abruptnesses, the haste, etc., are actions, they transcend more basic conditions, defend themselves against them, negate them, preserve them, and try to adapt to them. So the circumstance itself is merely an abstraction for me, merely the back meaning of a behavior pattern, and I never encounter it except in this active form. It does not manifest itself, either to me or, above all, to itself, in the form of a state. Well, the same is true for constituted comprehension and for reconditioned praxis. There is a Soviet model society that the sociologist can reconstruct, if he has statistical information at his disposal, and that he will view as a prop for a process of planned industrialization. But the sociologist will throw light on this society by adopting a non-dialectical and non-comprehensive attitude. That is his right. The object described belongs to positive reason, it can be seen with the eyes of a positivist. If we return to the concrete, however, i.e. to history, we grasp this social ensemble only through the deviations of common praxis and particular activities. To be sure, it is necessary first to question the sociologist and to consider with him his abstract model, the stratification signaled by the difference in living standards, honors, powers, etc. But that is just in order to be able to reinteriorize at the heart of groups or common individuals, as the abstract meaning of the deviation that manifests itself as a living feature of praxis. In reality, the movement of circularity involves the establishment of exteriority only as an abstract, schematic geography of deposits, strata, and sedimentations. If you like, it is the time of the anti-dialectic. The historian's comprehension has moved from former circumstances and the chosen objective to the bound, unified diversity of detailed actions, and he has grasped, in the very objectification of the agents through the results achieved, the ambiguity, or the uncertainty, or the contradictions, that characterize these first gropings. This is where a sociological study can provide him with the systematic ensemble of the gaps between forecasts and achievements. Such gaps, as an inert skeleton of abstract significations, will constitute the model society. But this moment of the anti-dialectic is there only to guide research. Historical comprehension goes back to sovereign acts, it comprehends them in their particularity with respect to the new objectives and, as constituent comprehension does for the individual, with respect to the past they illuminate. For the latter appears, in its transcended but preserved abstraction, through particularity and as its source. The past presents itself to comprehension as the new foundation which such acts have gained, on the basis of which they have produced themselves, and which they maintain in their very transcendence, without their author knowing it. And this abstract foundation of man, his praxis, and the knowledge that can enlighten him, is precisely the social model established by the sociologist, but it acquires reality only as an abstract reverse signification illuminating the deviation of the sovereign's actions, those of the leading groups, and everyone's, what the historian will be able to grasp by moving down comprehensively from the sovereign praxis to the masses and the new modifications of the practico-inert, and then moving up again through new abstract, statistical determinations to the sovereign reconditioned by new results of its action. So circular intelligibility is always comprehensive, since the historian never has to deal with anything but praxis and discovers the inert like a residue at the bottom of the crucible of action. So the movement of his comprehension is regressive, then progressive, for he will discover the inert by the deviation, and interpret the latter by the former. For this comment on comprehension has brought us to a comparison between individual action and the sovereign totalization, which will enable us to clarify further the meaning of this totalization. For if it is true that the enveloping totalization confuses us by virtue of the element of inhumanity it secretes, it must be pointed out that the deviation of praxis is not something linked solely to common actions or collective ventures. The circular, and the exteriority of interiority, already reveal themselves even at the level of constituent praxis. We noted this in passing, when we returned to the example of the problem of method. In connection with that anyway very ambiguous example, however, it might be thought that the only alteration of individual praxis was its alienation in the practico-inert, and that its only source of deviation lay in the interiorization by the agent of former alienations. In reality, it is true that the most general foundation of individual deviations is the former or immediately future alienation, which, in fact, and by the introduction of transcendence, obviously excludes the circular structure of the deviated praxis, even if methodologically the circularity of the inquiry is preserved by the historian. But circularity also characterizes certain aspects of individual praxis. From this viewpoint, the universal case of fatigue is characteristic. Here, of course, it is a question of considering abstractly the relationship between work and fatigue, without referring to any particular kind of society, or if it is a matter of our own, without knowing whether the worker is a small holder, whether he owns the tools of his trade, or whether he sells his labor power as a commodity. What counts is that since everything has its cost, any transformation of the individual practical field is effected as a transmutation of energy. Hence, if the worker is viewed as a man, rather than just a certain energy potential, it implies for the agent an expenditure of energy. On the most favorable assumption, This expenditure is the exact equivalent of the energy costs of the outcome that was proposed. And if the outcome is despite everything a profit, this means that from another standpoint and upon another terrain it appears as pure creation, as a sudden increase in the desirable potential. It also means that this increase in the new field under consideration, finds itself constituted by circumstances as transcending the losses it has caused for the worker. But need and danger create emergency conditions in any society. When famine threatens, or an enemy, work is harsh. One spade stroke, or 100 of them, to dig a ditch are not enough, 10,000 are needed to raise an earth rampart, and in the shortest time possible. So every individual repeats his action as often as circumstances require it, and each time he repeats it his fatigue grows and makes reproduction of the same action more difficult. In reality, things are not so simple. There is a psychophysiology of fatigue, and its profile in the course of a working day includes slack periods and others of sudden increase. What remains crucial is the fact that the accomplished action, through the inert modifications it provokes in the subject, makes the latter less and less capable of reproducing it. Since fatigue has qualitative effects, it is above all the fact that the action itself is modified by the effect of its results upon the practical organism. Once a certain threshold has been crossed, gestures become less precise and less effective, attention slackens, etc. If he is free, the worker stops, saying, "I'm not doing anything useful anymore." If he is not free, or if he keeps working away but lacks self-control, the risk of mistakes grows, as does the number of botches actually produced. Any one of these botched objects can provide us with an objective example of the deviation. For a given worker, the goal was to increase his hourly production in order to obtain a productivity bonus, so it was a matter of producing X perfect items in the 8 hours. The X items will have been produced, but the percentage N/X of botched items denotes the deviation. Through fatigue, the objective is altered and becomes, not to let go, to hang on, to stick at all costs to the planned number of operations, etc. Blind exhaustion, wandering attention, and above all contraction of his field are bound to create botches, since these are now the tools of his trade. Intent on transcending them, however, he no longer maintains the necessary distance to become aware of them. Objectively, as the supposed transcendence of his diminished functions is in reality only their pure and simple exercise, the botch, as a deviation inscribed in work matter, eludes the worker, precisely in so far as the worker has assumed himself such that his real acts and their objectification must elude him. Moreover, at the heart of this relationship between the man and his work represented by fatigue, we find the true problem of the practical totality as a responsibility. It is not just a matter of referring back to Kantism's positive intention. Fatigue is praxis at a certain moment, and the man is qualified at this moment by his way of living his fatigue, in relation to his physiological structures and the past these have interiorized, but at the same time also in relation to the internal fields that constitute him and to the multidimensionality of his personal significations through the forms of behavior that actualize them. Everyone produces himself and reproduces himself wholly in his own resistance to fatigue, and it is at this practical level that he himself, and without knowing it, pronounces sentence upon his original intention. So circularity exists in individual praxis and, in a certain way, constitutes its basis inasmuch as it manifests itself as fatigue. So it is not something specific to constituted praxis, even though practical multiplicities in all their forms reproduce and amplify it as a fundamental structure of their totalizing temporalization. Rather, in a certain way it is the practical relation of the agent to work matter. And its very principle is that, in the energy transmutation, there is and is not equivalence between the energy supplied and the energy received. For that which is supplied, as an expenditure made by an organism with a view to producing a result, is characterized for the organism and in the field of scarcity as an inert impossibility of reproducing the result obtained, or of producing other transformations in other domains. Absorbed by work matter, it becomes in itself the passive synthesis of exteriority. Expended by a whole or a totalization, its deficit is produced in the organism as the appearance of exteriority at the heart of a practical synthesis. In other words, in these transformations there is an expenditure which is a material and practical fact, since it presupposes a world of objectives, exigencies, and risks compelling continual options and an economy of resources, and an organic memory of that expenditure, inasmuch as it is lived, for example, as an impossibility of carrying out a new piece of work, thus as an absence of practical connection with some particular new exigency of exterior objectivity. Circularity, for the organism, is rooted in what we may term the costs of action, and, for totalizations in progress, the costs of history. This comparison had the aim of helping us to comprehend the relationship between the human and the anti-human at the heart of the totalization of envelopment. For in a certain way, and even outside of any alienation, the indissoluble unity of the human and the anti-human manifests itself at every moment of daily life, and in all the individuals we encounter. To tell the truth, it is this very unity that makes the man. This one laughs too much, that other one talks too loudly or too quietly, this third one is too clumsy. One takes such precautions in transporting a fragile object that he ends up breaking it, or else he files away a valuable document so carefully that he no longer knows where he has hidden it. The other organizes a reception but is too anxious for everyone to enjoy themselves, he spoils everything by his eagerness. Pointless to multiply examples, it is our very life. And these inadequacies or these excesses, this maladjustment at the heart of adjustment, is precisely in everyone what he does not know or what he learns from others, his exteriority, inasmuch as it reveals itself as an inner limit of his practical interiority. Perhaps an analyst, at the end of a therapy, might be able to reveal such secret inertias and deficits. But we do not see our own, since they are our spectacles, our very eyes, and we grasp those of others only through deviated praxis, as the abstract signification of that deviation. In other words, the other offers himself up to my investigation as a practice, and only as such, his exteriority is merely the differential of his practice. So the action itself of my friend, or of this passerby, provides his objective and his drift away from it. Both, the signification and the anti-signification, are offered in the indissoluble unity of the investigation. Accordingly, that signification overwhelmed by counter-finalities, albeit remaining practical, loses its logical rigor, active and passive present themselves to comprehension in the unity of meaning. This woman passing in front of me is certainly modest and decent, she works, and her serious face and unobtrusive manner show that she has little taste for scandal. Yet she is dressed in gaudy fabrics and wears a loud, vulgar hat. This apparel testifies to an action of which it is the result, she has purchased the dress and the headgear, she has chosen them. Through that action, however, something of its passive determinations, deviating the action that transcends them, has been incarnated in the violent clash between the bright red and the apple green, in the contrast between that loud hat and that casual, unself-conscious head. The passivity of worked matter, and the inert synthesis of the cut, express pretty accurately the very inertia that the young woman interiorizes. In that sense, her clothes are the exteriority of her action. This exteriority can be grasped, moreover, inasmuch as the clashes noted above refer back immediately to the action and its drift, at the same time as to the transcended inertia that it contains and reactualizes as a deviation. It is because she is indifferent to her toilet and quite devoid of narcissism or coquetry, it is because she does not even imagine relating those fabrics to herself, in short, it is because of her inexperience and naivete, that she has let herself be seduced by the crude flashiness of the fabrics and the amusing shape of the hat, and has let the saleswoman palm them off on her. She was thinking about owning them, like a bit of that lively joy of which she knows nothing, rather than about wearing them. Yet this displacement of the immediate desire is like a distraction at the heart of the real action, since she did in fact, very rationally, go to acquire some clothes and so replace an outworn dress and headgear. Her action was premeditated, she had to save up for 3 months. Hence, in so far as the person is reactualized, Inopportunely, in that distraction, her action undergoes a slight deviation while remaining largely unchanged. And although the maxim and the objective remain the same, the chosen object is altered by the way of choosing it. Dark, plain dresses and neutral hues will be neglected in favor of that blaze of color. In a sense, however, it can be said that she has performed the action she wanted to perform. She has spent her savings on buying a dress and hat. That dress and that hat have been chosen in her measurements. From this point of view they suit her. What is deviated is a more veiled, and vaguer, intention of her whole person in all circumstances. In her way of behaving, observing the rituals and customs of her milieu and speaking, a single concern always reveals itself, not to draw attention to herself, to be just like everybody else. And it is indeed true that she normally goes unnoticed. It is in so far as the same remains implicit when she is choosing clothes that it may be unfulfilled. And it is in the clash between her unobtrusive behavior and her shocking attire that the synthesis by praxis of two aspects of her hexis will manifest itself. Through the practical option of the purchase, indifference to herself is combined with her wish to be unobtrusive, as what for the time being obscures her and deviates her action towards an objective with unforeseen consequences. In fact, precisely because the woman is not rich, it will be necessary for her to wear the shirt of Neshes, the scandal, until the material wears out. If the woman perceives that she is scandalous, she will strive to become more unobtrusive still. Rather than just modest, she will become hunted. But her unease, making visible to all the fact that she is not cut out to wear that outfit, will yield her up defenselessly to every eye. This signifying layer presents itself, of course, in unity with the rest in the field of our investigation. And this other too, those clothes have not been made by her and expressly for her, they are not unique items of finery, of the kind that expose the folly of those who rig themselves out in them. They are actually standardized products, and in making them the manufacturer has aimed at a certain social category. Which one? He is not quite sure himself, he just knows that in some shops, products of that kind always find takers. So the object designates its purchaser and classifies them socially. It will, for example, fit the youth, gaiety and exuberance of women of the town, very poor and very crude, with paint inches deep on their cheeks, for whom scandal is one means among others to attract clients. The exteriority of praxis is revealed by this last contrast, which is social. Through the deviation of praxis, the purchaser causes herself to be designated by her clothes as belonging to a social category of which it is obvious, from her behavior and her expression, that she has never been a member. And what designates her as such is the judgment that other social strata deliver upon the borrowed category, which manifests itself in the possible options that society proposes to it. Of course, the options retain, but recondition, the aspirations specific to consumers from the category in question. This complex signification, the demand, the reconditioning of the demand by a confection reflecting certain prejudices, the non-conscious acceptance of this reconditioning by those who express the demand, is sociality as a passive synthesis of worked matter, or it is this materiality as a social idea. It goes without saying that it organizes itself independently in the situated investigation with the three other signifying layers. It then becomes a false designation, or rather false social identity, of the person, and also an overarching relationship between the woman and the social ensemble that must situate her. That is enough. The crucial thing is that all these significations, organized into the concrete unity of the person, her features, her gestures, her dress, and her hat, constitute a very real obviousness, or even the person herself, inasmuch as she is produced in a practical field of social temporalization. But this obviousness can no longer be termed a signification, in the sense in which the unity of such significations involves the deviation of each one by each and every other one. That is why we shall call this situated relation to the social future surrounding it, in the obviousness and intelligibility of its concrete presence, the meaning of the person rather than the signification of her behavior. For it is enough to imagine the rationality of the options for a rich woman, a customer of the great couturiers, accustomed from childhood to reflect the taste of her class in her own taste, in order to understand the difference. In the latter case, everything is signifying, the meaning, if it exists, is elsewhere. In the former case, we do really see the exteriorization of interiority, but only inasmuch as this exteriorization is simultaneously recaptured by the interiorizing unity of individual praxis, and diluted in other layers of signification that drag it towards socialization. Here, the anti-human is the dress turning upon the woman and designating her as a whore. The human is the woman mystified by her own modesty, loving the fabric and falling into the trap of objectivity, to end up wearing it as the uniform of a group that is not her own, and it is the woman reproducing herself, beyond that dress, and against that choice now become a passive sentence, in her modesty and her discretion as an unobtrusive person, because she has neither the taste nor the time to think about herself. And it is also the humble taste, profoundly legitimate, yet mystifying, and mystified, for something that, in its objective, stands out against the grayness of life. For that bad taste, that vulgarity, is simply the vague presentiment of beauty. It is at this level, i.e. at the level of meaning and no other, that the question is posed of the person with her objectives rationally defined, never wholly achieved or wholly unachieved, always overwhelmed by the transcendent meaning of what she realizes, and never being anything other than what she does, i.e. what she does with what has been done with her, human, precisely, as a suspended synthesis of the human and the anti-human, human, inasmuch as she eludes herself and is unaware of herself, inasmuch as she recovers, knows herself and controls herself, inasmuch as in that very control her praxis is deviated, in short, always reinteriorizing her exteriority and then re-exteriorizing it at a secondary level by becoming reflexively aware of herself. And it is, indeed, on the basis of this circularity that we comprehend a man, we grasp his action through him, we grasp him through his action. The meaning is the synthetic indication of the tasks to be accomplished, both regressive and progressive. Taking the term in this sense, we can say, adopting this time the viewpoint of historical reconstruction, that praxis process is disclosed as a temporalization that has taken the form of realization of a meaning. It is not yet, of course, a matter of the diachronic problem of the meaning of history, but quite simply of the synchronic meaning of a limited, elapsed temporalization. From this standpoint, although history manifests itself as praxis process, i.e. as a loss of control, as an action that escapes itself and overflows and congeals its agent, as ignorance, non-consciousness or false consciousness, i.e. as praxis that does not recognize itself, and for that very reason is human, it is nevertheless disorder in social ensembles, inasmuch as these pay the costs of the order provisionally established among things, and it is the alteration of this real order through the progressive intensification of social disorder. Meaning, as an orientation of the temporal spiral, is itself a practical signification and can be comprehended only in and through temporalization. All those, for example, who present what they call Stalinism as a strict mechanism that starts as soon as it is wound up, like a musical table mat, are losing sight of the fact that if Stalinism, as a theoretico-practical unity of all the results achieved, the operations that enabled them to be achieved, the means used, the resources expended, the transformations of the agents by their action, and the theories engendered by and for the action itself, can be described in the form of a permanence, this mechanical interconditioning of the elements that make it up is just a purely theoretical view, or a cross-section of praxis process in the last moments of its temporalization. For, however, and via whatever mediation, I may combine the notions of planned growth in an underdeveloped country, bureaucracy, idealist voluntarism, cult of personality, etc. The constituted ensemble will present itself as a prototype. I shall thus be able to try and find it again, more or less deformed, in other historical cases. For this very reason, however, the prototype as an object of concepts loses its temporal determinations and is universalized. It represents, in the last resort, the exteriority of the process inasmuch as it has been separated from practical interiority. It becomes a signification again, in the sense that the bound ensemble of verbal formulations relating to an inanimate and atemporal object, for example, to a tool or a physico-chemical fact, can be strictly defined as the abstract signification of that object. But meaning has disappeared with history. For what we shall call meaning is the indissoluble unity of Stalinism with the unique and peerless temporalization that constitutes it. If you like, it is the perfect reversibility, at the heart of that unity, of two movements, one regressive, moving back from the sclerotic practices of 1950 to the evolution that began in 1928, as if to illuminate every revolutionary action from the outset by the future destiny of the revolution, the other progressive, which in the circular comprehension of a unique adventure sees the gradual production, through toxic secretions and counter-finalities, at the same time as through the extraordinary victories of the struggle against scarcity, of deviations, always practical, always individual, always invented as much as suffered, whose ensemble will become Stalinism as a system when they are already part of the transcended past. In short, the meaning of planned growth as a venture of the USSR in its first phase is Stalinism, inasmuch as it is simultaneously today the future of a past temporalization and the past of the present temporalization, inasmuch as its genesis and its degeneration are integrated into this schematic system, in order to become its concrete depth, its idiosyncrasy and its determination. It is Stalinism as a venture, containing within it its own temporalization, and not Stalinism as a prototype. From this viewpoint, it can be said that the meaning of praxis process is everywhere within it, insofar as a limited temporalization is incarnated in its interior. It is thus that the meaning of the Ancien regime, of the minor German courts, of Protestantism in the early 18th century, of the clash between reason and tradition, as well as of the social hierarchy and the status of the artist, etc., is temporally reproduced in our ears by the playing of a Bach fugue on the harpsichord. Through this retemporalization, an incarnation of Bach's life itself, the conceptual ensemble we have just described is reincarnated as an ongoing process praxis through our time. And insofar as, without knowing the piece played, or even perhaps ever having heard many Bach compositions, we recognize that the work belongs to the Baroque 18th century, this movement of the incipient century is presentified as the transcendent meaning of the fugue, a finite synthesis of an object and of a praxis containing the totality of that historical movement between the two end limits of its actualization. I have not scrupled to choose this example, although it in fact assumes that we have already reached a later, and more concrete, point in our critical investigation, because here it represents little more than an image. I wanted to give an intuitive idea of the real enjoyment of a historical meaning. However, returning to the case that concerns us, that of personal sovereignty, it will be noticed that the historian himself realizes the retemporalization of the entire praxis process, when he temporalizes himself in the present by operating as a historian, for example, by producing the limited activity that consists in reading documents or eyewitness accounts and reconstituting a single event through the diversity of sources. In the act of reading, for example, the meaning is given in every paragraph, as a link between the future as destiny and the future as product, inasmuch as this paragraph can be comprehended only through the unity of the book, and the latter only through much vaster practical unities. The meaning is thus not the object of a concept, but an individual reality enclosing its own temporalization within the limits of its reactualization and through the reproduction of certain enveloped totalities. The historian's explanation of that meaning will be dialectical, in that it will bring out its secondary structures as the different internal profiles of the temporalization, in the synthetic unity of the final outcome. Will it be said that there are several meanings of the synchronic totalization rather than just one? That is as you like. Or, if you prefer, there are indeed several meanings, very different from each other, too, for the various levels and sectors, but in each, precisely, the unity of the total meaning is to be found as its foundation and its product. Conversely, that total meaning itself must be grasped as the mediation between all the partial meanings. It is often, Moreover, the juxtaposition of these that will bring forth, first as an exigency, then as an invention, the totalizing meaning as first a mediation, then a substantial foundation of each. The same reality will be a totalization of envelopment, inasmuch as it is produced by the temporalization of the historical agents, and a meaning, inasmuch as it is reactualized by the labor of the situated historian. But it should not be concluded that this meaning is relative to the knowledge the historian gains of it. It must first be noted that it exists implicitly in and through every particular action, and in the very interiority of praxis, inasmuch as every envelope totalization incarnates also the relation of the latter to the future, as a product and as a destiny, inasmuch as every one is actualized through the rhythm of the temporalization, its slumps and its accelerations, etc. In short, every real stage in a historical venture has its taste, which is the objective presence of the whole in everyone. And that taste, explanation of which is prevented by the lack of a necessary distance, is the meaning's actuality. Hence, it is not that the historian constitutes it, he confines himself to explaining it. In relation to him, this practical determination has become an object. But it is not the historian who is responsible for this objectification, it is simply produced by the metamorphosis of praxis into a past. And, which comes to the same thing, by the, at least partial, realization of the objective set. The historian uncovers, explains, that is all. He restores for everyone an objective mode of being of the historical totalization, its being already past. And it can doubtless be said that the structures he uncovers are a function of his knowledge, the materials he has at his disposal, his intellectual tools, and, through all this, the social and practical ensemble to which he belongs. But this comment cannot relativize the meaning of the reconstructed praxis process. For if the historian circumscribes the meaning of the totalization by his assumptions and methods, this determination situates him in relation to the ensemble being studied as much, and more, than it situates this ensemble in relation to him. What is relative in the object, and provisional too, is the limitation of meaning. More appropriate procedures, unpublished documents, the liquidation of certain class prejudices, would make it possible to deepen and enlarge his results, integrating into them, for example, other facts that contradict them, but within the very unity of a synthesis founding and supporting its own contradictions. Furthermore, as we shall see later, the reactualization of one totalization can take on its true scope only if it is carried out against the background of human history as a whole. The broadest historical syntheses are still to come, they depend on future methods and the methods depend on them. In this situated inquiry, therefore, it is the object that situates the scholar in relation to the future. As a unique and concrete reality, and as a totalization totalized by universal history, it prescribes an infinite task for him. This means that it refers, via the present generation, to the series of future generations, and defines the historian in relation to the historians of tomorrow and the day after as being nothing except what he has discovered. In this perspective, it can be said that it is being that defines knowledge as relative. Knowledge, but not the known. What is in fact revealed through the situated reconstruction is that part of being which the chosen perspective allows to be discovered. And this part of being is totally and fully real. All that is relative is the limit which separates within it the known from the unknown, and reflects other limits, those of present-day historians. It is this limit which will give way, inasmuch as it is a determination of the known, through a negation of a negation that the known being demands right now, in reference to a future where the present historian will no longer be. Yet the historian, inasmuch as he belongs to a new undertaking, transforms the past event into its meaning. But this is inasmuch as that historian, as a participant in the present undertaking of all and, in this guise, even as a historian, contributes to the praxis process, is temporalized in the temporalization of envelopment and towards its short-term and long-term aims, and, in himself and through all his activities, makes himself an envelope totality. For through history in progress, the meaning of completed history is transformed. 80 I shall give just one example, but it is a striking one, which we shall examine in detail at the diachronic moment of our dialectical investigation. Let it serve here as a sign and as a schema. Past history is a pluralist history. Separated by obstacles that they do not have the means to overcome on a day-to-day basis, peoples, except in the case of great migrations and invasions, form relatively closed ensembles. And each is distinguished from the others by irreducible particularities. It is these, in fact, which first strike you and which foreign travelers report. This pluralism is tending to become reduced. However, up to the 19th century, reasons that we shall have to adduce kept the Asian continent, despite colonial and semi-colonial penetration, and the Western world in a relative state of non-communication. The ensemble of present factors involved in the one world is for the first time leading the historical process to totalize the concrete, present humanity, i.e. the 2,000 million men today working on Earth, whose needs, labors, the products of those labors, and the various social orders they generate, react upon one another, upon the condition of every individual, and, for the first time, within the unity of a mutual conditioning. Consequently, the former pluralism is a unity. First, because the unity in progress makes possible comparative sociology and comparative history. Secondly, because these separate ensembles are constituted as convergent by their future unity. Precisely in so far as this one world of our bloody struggles and our alliances, of our indissoluble terrestrial unity, is constituted through us as their destiny, it creates them in the past as having that destiny as their fatality and as their product. A reclassification is carried out, which, without neglecting the negative practices of separation, ignorance, and rejection, tends to place the accent on the positive relations between groups, between tribes and between nations. The history of trade, of communication routes, of the cultural links established by wars, etc. In short, of mutual interpenetrations and their consequences for each ensemble, and ultimately for all, becomes the crucial thing, not a priori, because it is the history of the positive, but because the one world of 1950 has made that positive into the truth of history. We shall return to this, as I have already said. But what matters here is the fact that one changes the meaning of a past totalization by acting upon the present situation, but not by rounding upon that meaning in order to know it. It is not the historian who imposes the convergence of their practices upon the former ensembles. He discloses it, on the abstract terrain of rigorous reconstruction of the past, because he constitutes it through a temporalization that envelopes him and totalizes his partial action with those of all the others. This influence of the future on the past, far from idealizing the meaning, confirms the reality of its being. This being, in fact, situates those who want to know it, through its passive resistances and through the more or less superficial truths it yields to them. It is situated only in action and through it. This does not mean there is no problem of temporalization. In fact, the praxis of the free organism is totalized and objectified in its result via what we shall call the constituent temporalization. Already in the case of the group, however, and especially in that of the totalization of envelopment, the question of the constituted temporalization is posed. The problem here is to know how the temporalization of envelopment can be produced, inasmuch as it is engendered by enveloped or constituent temporalizations as such, and how it can serve as a milieu for the latter. And also to know how constituent temporalizations are retemporalized in their turn, through interiorization of the temporalizing milieu that draws them towards the common objective. We have already seen how this essentially dialectical problem was radically distinct from another problem familiar to all: how is the unity of time-space in physics compatible with the multiplicity of constituent temporalizations? Or through what mediations, and in what historical circumstances, did the practical temporalizations produce this abstract determination as their inert container, and how was the operation possible? The response to this second question is actually contained in these simple words: the time of clocks is a collective, hence, for everyone, the time of the other. The totalizing and constituted temporalization, however, is a synthetic, dialectical development and would have to be followed dialectically to its genesis, in relation to every historical totalization. I doubtless do not need to point out that I am not taking attention as a faculty, or even a function, but as the whole of praxis, inasmuch as it produces its own organs of control and conditions them by its total development. Taking the example abstractly, I am naturally not speaking about the individual's social responsibilities, in a society that seeks to push the growth of the general rate of production to the limit. Let us merely note that the practical sentence of which I am speaking, in a concrete society, is obviously conditioned by the worker's relation to his class and, through this, to the social ensemble. 9. Being of the totalization of envelopment, historical idealisms, and the situated method. 81. These ontological observations allow us to tackle the main question, the one that must precisely distinguish the situated dialectic from any idealism. For we have to ask ourselves, on the basis of what we have established about the being of meaning, that form in the past of the totalization of envelopment, what the real being of that totalization is, as an ongoing praxis process. I am not hereby intending to study ontologically the complex structures that constitute this real being, i.e. the dialectical unity of the human and the anti-human in all their forms, inasmuch as this rests upon the practical unification of physico-chemical exteriority into a milieu by the organism, and upon the reconditioning of the organism by the physico-chemical through the indispensable synthetic unity of the milieu and the field. This difficult problem belongs to an ontology of history, not to the critique of dialectical reason. What counts for us is simply to determine whether it is necessary to envisage the totalization of envelopment through a positivist nominalism, or in the perspective of a radicalizing realism. This moment of our critical investigation is crucial, since it determines the relations between being and knowledge, and since it calls into question again the very foundation of the situated dialectic. For the latter risks appearing as a phenomenological idealism, so long as the relation uniting situation and totalization has not been clarified. The being in itself of the totalization of envelopment can only be vainly aimed at. When we say that the dialectic is situated, what are we trying to convey? Just this, that historians cannot look at things from the standpoint of the inhuman in order to know and comprehend historical reality. There are two ways of desituating yourself with respect to the object. One is to turn yourself into nature and see yourself producing human history as one of your dialectical hypostases. The other, less easily detectable, is to reject the situation as a reciprocity, in other words, to situate the event or object being studied in relation to the researcher and his research, yet without situating the researcher and his discipline within historical development through the exigencies of that event or object and the way in which these are satisfied. The former type of desituation leads to the dialectical dogmatism of the outside, the latter to the dogmatic and positivist idealism of conservative historians. At all events, the desituation ends by positing objectivity, inasmuch as it is the actual object disclosing itself, as an absolute reality. If the researcher is desituated in relation to the object under consideration, either because he considers praxis process from the standpoint of natural exteriority, or because he has a priori established himself in truth itself as an eternity contemplating the change from the viewpoint of what does not change, the object loses part of its qualification, but wins the absolute autonomy of its being. This passage to the absolute derives simultaneously from scientistic dogmatism and from the historian's negation of the relations of immanence binding him to his object. For the latter takes its being from nature, an absolute being, and an absolute knowledge of the modes it engenders, or from truth, as absolute substance of the apparitions it produces and illuminates and as an eternization of their being as an eternal object of knowledge. But, in addition, the breaking of the bond of reciprocity confers in both cases a reciprocal independence upon the object and upon the researcher, an independence that is reciprocal in so far as it is reduced, basically, to the abstract negation of mutual dependency. This split, maintained within a reciprocity that is necessary to the situation, seems to realize the separation of being and knowing, which develop in parallel but autonomously. We discussed these views at the beginning of the present work 82 and showed how the dialectic could not be the object of a critical investigation outside the practical milieu of which it is simultaneously the action, the knowledge, and the cognitive law. The fundamental identity of doing and knowing thus presented the relationship between a praxis and the historian studying it as the bond of interiority linking two actions through a spatio-temporal gap, and this bond of interiority was ultimately nothing but the situation of the two agents with respect to one another, inasmuch as this must be determined on the basis of the historical ensemble. This bond of dependence, as we have seen, did not imply an ontological relativism. Precisely because human actions were involved, the practical reality of each eluded the other on principle. Or rather, we were able to assert that ontological autonomy, and consequently the irreducibility of being to being known, so long as the object of knowledge was being temporalized within a larger social ensemble, and so long as it was defined solely by human coordinates, i.e. as being in its objective reality and in its autonomy a mere determination and a singularizing incarnation of the temporalization in progress, i.e. of the totalization of envelopment. It is at this level, however, that the question of idealism and realism will be posed. For as soon as we recognize the existence of a totality of envelopment 83 considered as the temporalization of the praxis process, we discover that our analysis situs was incomplete, and that it can emerge from intermination only by calling the ontological reality of the enveloping totalization into question. An attempt has been made to avoid this problem by reducing the totalization of envelopment to being merely the ideal unity of envelope totalizations. Praxis process would then be like a monadic universe reflecting itself differently in every monad and not existing outside its various reflections. At the same time, by a converse movement, every agent, every activity, every event, and every product is here reduced to being just a determination of the human milieu. It is not produced in the void of universal exteriority but carved into the solidities of the practical temporalization, from which it receives its existence along with its gradient, profile, speed, etc. The human is here a finite but limitless solid, producing its own specifications, incarnations, etc., in the way that the substance produces its modes for Spinoza. This way of suppressing difficulties by removing the means of unmasking them employs a conception of history that may seem close to our own, but is in fact radically opposed to it. This conception actually rests upon a system of metaphors, whose metaphorical character is concealed and which end up being taken literally. What such metaphors express is true if you bear in mind that they express it metaphorically. To give an example of such terminology, the truth of its content and the deviation of the true by language, let us imagine we wanted to express from this viewpoint the differences separating the literary vocation in the USSR from its counterpart in the bourgeois democracies, during the second half of the first stage of socialism. We should show, among other things, how the singular objective of the Soviet writer is necessarily a specification of the common objective, how the orientation, speed, urgency, and rhythm of the creative temporalization are determined by the sovereign and common temporalization that nourishes and sustains it, and how literature is at the same time metamorphosed into a necessarily progressive movement, i.e. contributes to the advances of socialist construction and progresses directly and indirectly through those very advances. So the temporal profile of his literary life merges with the rising curve of literature, inasmuch as this discipline is itself carried along by the rising industrial potential, standard of living and cultural level. The writer does not realize his full flowering, the great value of the works produced in his maturity, or the increase in his audience and his influence over his readers, in the same way that his colleagues in the bourgeois democracies would, simply as the results of his personal labor, his experience, and his age, and of some favorable conjuncture creating a temporary need on the public's part to receive the very message he is able to deliver. To be sure, he does not discard any of these factors, in some of which he takes great pride, but he sees his merits and his successes above all as the products, and the incarnation, of the successes obtained in all domains by the sovereign planning. Moreover, as the writer, a member of the leading strata, has made his choice to write in his non-transcendable inertia as a common individual, and as this option has in the last resort determined only the particular way in which this common individual will serve the aim pursued by all, the movement of his life is realized as a singularizing incarnation of the movement of socialization, and his own success as the incarnated triumph of the praxis process. You will recognize this language. It is our own, it is that of all dialecticians, and indeed it presents no danger if you see it as merely an ensemble of swift, picturesque phrases, which save time and are annulled in the very act of comprehension. But if it is to be taken literally, it plunges us back into an idealist, unprincipled optimism. For if you take the words as they are, i.e. without correcting them, you are induced to identify realism with humanism. The internal limit of every situation is actually the relationship of men with one another, directly or via the intermediary of human things, or else the relationship between men and human things, directly or via the mediation of other men. This is what humanist realism expresses through images which make praxis process, as a human reality, into the substance of particular acts and local events. Now it is quite true that, in a practical field unified by the sovereign individual, every particular reality is conditioned from within by an essential structure of the field, the relations of immanence between everything and everything else. But it is also true that we should lapse back into the Gestaltist illusion if we forgot that a totalization in progress is not a totality, and that the elements of the field are discrete realities which produce their integration against the multiplicity that affects them, by transcending without suppressing it. Above all, the totalizing temporalization is a result in progress, the result of particular activities, and of the sovereign praxis inasmuch as this reconditions them through the organs of propaganda or coercion with which it has provided itself, but it would be a terrible mistake to see it as the temporal evolution of some hyper-organism imposing itself on its social cells. Acts are autonomous and discontinuous. They arise everywhere at once. Each, to be sure, totalizes the others by incarnating them. Each modifies the milieu surrounding each of the others. But these incarnations have nothing to do with the production of finite modes by a substance. They are realized in discontinuity as autonomous transcendences, and most of the time what reconditions them is the ensemble of the material circumstances that they simultaneously transcend and preserve. From this viewpoint, on the contrary, it is necessary to return to the prime truth of Marxism that it is men who make history. And as it is history that produces men, we understand as self-evident that the substance of the human act, if such a thing were to exist, would on the contrary be the non-human, inasmuch as it is precisely the discrete materiality of everyone. Through the act, an organism makes itself a man, by interiorizing and re-exteriorizing the techniques and the culture which define man in these historical circumstances and within the perspective of reproducing his life. Precisely in so far as the individual is the product of his product, he is the product of a certain man and a certain woman. If his parents are affected in their very bodies by the conditions imposed upon them by the exigencies of the sovereign, moreover, he will integrate himself into the practical synthesis with a certain number of negative features, which he does get from the social, to be sure, but via the animal intermediary of an inherited constitution. If it is true that nature and culture are indissolubly linked in each and every person, this also means that culture runs natural risks, that it is in mortal danger in each and every biological individuality. We have already seen that this facticity of praxis is incarnated in the fragility of the sovereign individual, i.e. in the dependency of the praxis process in relation to one physiological organism. To be sure, one death has never sufficed to overturn praxis entirely. But it is still the case that the sovereigns is reinteriorized by everyone, then re-exteriorized as modifications, of varying importance, depending on the circumstances, of the totalizing activity and its objectives. So inasmuch as the individual integrates fundamentally non-human elements into the human synthesis, and inasmuch as his specific features represent his initial circumstances transcended and preserved, and the source of fundamental deviations, through which his several practices have been constituted, every social man must be defined as a certain reality of the material universe producing itself in and through its relation to all the others as transcended nature. but through this irreducible materiality, which characterizes the agent and realizes the act that transcends it, the individual and the groups, through the practical field and beyond its limits, maintain an ontological relationship with exteriority, i.e. with the whole of the world. The being in the world that defines the practical organism and circumscribes its field of action is coupled with a being in the midst of the world by virtue of which it receives the same status as all other realities. The mere possibility that a cooling of the sun might stop history, and leave its diachronic meaning forever undecided, is enough to constitute him as an exteriority in relation to his history. For in this case he will not complete it, but neither will he be destroyed by it. So history becomes the undertaking you pursue, all other things being equal, and whose chances of succeeding depend upon the maintenance of a status quo in at least the sector of the universe, i.e. of an ensemble of energy transmutations operating in exteriority and without any teleological determination. So being in the midst of the world as an exterior limit upon being in the world marks each and every one of us and constitutes the transcendent aspect of our materiality. This does not really involve anything fundamentally new. We have already seen the practical organism in danger in its practical field. In this field, moreover, which defines its powers, danger, even physical, is a human danger. The only difference is that being in the midst of the world as a limit upon being in the world determines us in relation to our impotence. In that sense, the transcendent being of individuals and groups cannot be lived or known as such within the interiority of the field. Except in one specific circumstance in which it is incarnated as a negation, and to which I shall return shortly. 85 It is interiorized and re-exteriorized practically and teleologically as a de facto limit to our power, i.e. as a human determination of technology by social history and the history of science, and simultaneously as a frontier to be pushed back, and which is indeed always being pushed back. Moreover, we now understand that this transcendent limit does not confine itself to determining everyone from outside, but is the being in the midst of the world of praxis process itself. For the latter, when it succeeds, imposes itself in a restricted sector of being, but its triumph over things, within this sector, presupposes that it is tolerated by the universe. In other words, praxis process is grasped, in its interiority, as making itself through its products. But its transcendent qualification constitutes it as a reality that is not the foundation of its own possibility. This real character of its being eludes it, as it eludes the individual. Praxis process calculates and takes its risks in a given situation, e.g. by transcending a contradiction of the practico-inert or by giving itself the task of satisfying a need. Wholly defined for itself by this transcendence that brings a future objective into relation with a present danger or a need, it engenders its own knowledge to avoid the interior possibility of failure or disintegration, and has neither the need nor the leisure to grasp itself from outside as a dead possibility defined in exteriority on the basis of undisclosed regions of the universe. Yet, although this possibility remains a more or less formal determination so long as a circumstance has not realized as a threat to man some transformation of the sidereal field, being in transcendence imbues and qualifies praxis process within its very interiority. For praxis process produces itself in a world where the ensemble of celestial and cosmic revolutions, by virtue of the consequences they are in the process of entailing, pronounces sentence upon it, upon its possibles and upon its objectives. So human idealism 86 is wrong twice over. The practical integration of individuals could not liquidate the multiplicity of exteriority that characterizes those same individuals as substances. The totalization of envelopment exists and is defined within the finitude of interiority of the undertaking. For that very reason, this finitude becomes a structure of exteriority in its being in transcendence. The feature specific to praxis process is thus, from the ontological viewpoint, the opposite of that which Hegel ascribes to the movement of consciousness in the phenomenology of mind. For idealism sees being in itself as an abstract moment, that of essence, of the becoming other of the living substance. It contrasts with for itself in dissociation, as the raw given of objectification alienated to the negation which repeats and posits itself in the unicity of the subject. Totalization will be carried out at the moment when, with the in itself transcended and preserved in the for itself, being is realized as in itself and for itself, i.e. as absolute subject containing its own determinations within itself, and defined by the consciousness of being its own mediation in its becoming other. Roughly speaking, being in itself, as an essence, is that outer aspect of being that consciousness takes back into itself, since it can exist only for consciousness. In our dialectical investigation, however, we find the being in itself of praxis process as what might be termed its unassimilable and non-recuperable reality. And this being in itself, as an exterior limit of totalization, realizes itself as an interior limit of transcendent exteriority. As a twofold limit, however, being in itself cannot present itself to investigation, as we have seen. As a revelation immanent to the practical field, the being in exteriority that defines its ontological status eludes it by virtue of its very structure. It can at best be aimed at abstractly, through verbal formulations. As an interiority produced as a limit upon the infinite natural dispersion, it could be the object of a concrete knowledge only if this, as Navali would like, came towards it from the infinite horizons of the universe. But this infinite thought would at once swallow it up as a moment of its practical field. For the universe of dispersion, as object of a practical thought, would become a field unified by praxis, and human history would no longer contrast with this as the limitation of exteriority by interiority, but as a local event contrasting with the total field. So what is revealed to us is not the anteriority of being in itself in relation to being for itself, but its autonomy. Not only does it not need to be known in order to be, but it on principle eludes knowledge. Death, experience of nothingness in itself as a window onto being in itself, history riddled with holes. You will perhaps ask how it happens that we can so much as speak, albeit formally and wide of the mark, about this ontological status, since its very reality implies that it transcends knowledge. The answer to that is, first, that this non-knowable is not an irrational, it merely signals the impossibility for history to be at once, and for itself, immanence and transcendence. It is useless, of course, for the politician or technician to try and determine the limits of praxis process, at least, it is useless in present circumstances, and all things being equal, moreover, since we have no knowledge of a sidereal catastrophe that might threaten our species. But philosophical reflection is led to totalize the arguments against idealism by aiming wildly at this ontological transcendence, the being in itself of the enveloping totalization. Above all, moreover, as I have already mentioned, there exists at least one case where we experience absolute exteriority within interiority. This specific case is, to give it first in all its original complexity, violent death condemning an individual or group to utter failure. For such a death is realized as the incarnation of the enveloping totalization inasmuch as it is in itself rather than as a determination for itself of intersubjectivity. If, for example, you first take the simple case of an accidental death, the utensility and the counterfinalities that are the immediate source of this death do not manage to give the death a human character. Or rather, yes, such a death is wholly human. Social ensembles choose their deaths, and certain men chose this death through their own battle against the inert exigencies of their task. The practico-inert goes further, it designates its victims. A supplementary determination will be enough for the choice to be realized by the event. So it is perfectly legitimate to see every death as a social and human product taking place as a temporalized reality within the interiority of the enveloping temporalization. This will be the viewpoint of the legislator, magistrate, or technician, for example. In a certain way it is also partly the viewpoint of parents and close relatives, who always have it in for the collectivity that has allowed a particular individual to die, for the technicians who could have saved him but did not try, or directly for the roadhog who killed him or the foreman whose idiotic order forced him to do a dangerous job that ended in the fatal accident. In this way, people make death into an event in human history, or rather an event in the individual life. And they are right. With the advances of medicine a particular illness goes into decline or disappears, while another, occupationally based and thus directly connected with the use of certain machines to manufacture certain products, makes its appearance. The accumulation of capital makes it possible to increase the share of revenue distributed to unproductive people, so to increase the number of doctors, etc. From this viewpoint, we shall say that every violent death is the incarnation of the inner limit to the enveloping totalization. The boundaries of the practical field are touched, but from within, in immanence, and death presents itself as a destruction realized through the practical relations of men with one another. At the same time, however, death is grasped by the survivors as a pure and simple deficit, both in relation to the group which needs these men and can no longer use them, and also in relation to the actual agent who is subtracted or stolen, as if by a trick, from his own future, i.e. from his destiny and his practical objectives, from his rendezvous with history, and from the life he had already traced for himself. From this new standpoint, comprehension in interiority finds its limit. If men are mortal, that death sentence and that execution, in other words, those two acts by living people exercised upon a living person, can and must be comprehended. Death is a means of history or life, and death occupy a specific place in the system of values produced by praxis process. But death itself is not a product of history, on the contrary, it is what produces history. The struggle to govern things and enslave them to needs is produced as the labor of mortal organisms, for whom the non-satisfaction of certain needs entails death. And the struggle of men among themselves via the mediation of things and for the government of things draws its urgency from the danger of death. A transposition of emergencies, under pressure from the danger of dying, leads men to produce for others the death they wish to avoid themselves. And the revolts provoked by this oppression draw their climate of fraternity terror from the twofold threat of death. This interiorized threat is itself fraternity terror, as a new displacement of mortal fragility. The interiorization of death becomes a punishment by death of secessions and betrayals within the combat group. But however that may be, death as a determination of the human condition is a qualification of history in transcendence, since it is its presence which obliges us to make a history of mortal organisms, i.e. a history, every praxis process of which is defined in terms of the necessity of dying. And the necessity of dying is itself defined as a necessity for every individual to disappear in the course of its own action, to vacate the premises, the theater, of its functions before it has completed its role, which signifies, conversely, for every praxis the necessity of being deserted along the way by its agent and continuing as an inert praxis, or of disappearing, or of being taken up and deviated by others. From this standpoint, death entails those faults in history which people call generational conflicts, and which are the source of the complexity of diachronic syntheses. 88 Through his death, the agent has this destiny, to begin or resume what he does not finish, and what no one will finish. This means that he must himself pursue his action, bearing in mind his ever possible death, hence, he must qualify it in its historicity on the basis of a trans-historical condition. Through the very modalities of the transmission of powers, i.e. through the agent's anticipation of his own disappearance, and through his transcendence towards a modified, altered, and continued praxis, the action itself receives its intra-historical description as non-historicity. Actually, it orientates itself in relation to a certain human fact, which in reality is the man's disappearance, and makes it into the agent's permanent possibility. Well, on the one hand, this disappearance is a radical negation. As a contingent brutality, i.e. as a naked manifestation of facticity, it is unassimilable and non-transcendable, and at the very heart of history manifests itself as a rupture of the synthetic links of interiority. From this point of view, it fundamentally eludes comprehension. On the other hand, it always manifests itself as a cessation of history, even, or above all, if it is the historical struggle that has provoked it. Not only has the individual been stripped away from history, but history required his death only in so far as it, and all human deaths, are at once transcendent conditions and transcendent aims in relation to history. Conditioned by death, history, through the praxis process of the temporary victors, realizes itself by depriving the adversaries of any human possibility of making history. And this permanent deficit remains sustained by the subsequent development of the praxis process, whatever it may be, as the inert unity of a lacuna in the historialization of that society. In the unthinkable moment when death reveals the conditioning in exteriority of all human action, when, by a mystifying paradox, the mortal act occurs as a retotalization of a whole man and, by that very retotalization which attacks his innermost being, transforms him into nothingness, i.e. into an inert and non-totalizable lacuna, positing itself at the heart of immanence as a non-transcendable transcendence, history reveals itself to warring individuals and groups as riddled with holes. Its deaths are billions of holes piercing it. And each time, through that fundamental porosity, the fragility of the praxis process presents itself experientially as the universal presence of its being in exteriority. Through the pitiless necessity of his death agony, a traveler lost in the desert experiences the non-humanity of the universe, and thereby the transcendent limit of the human adventure manifests itself to him in its full horror, as his impossibility of living and as the impossibility of being a man. But an insurgent, arrested by men, sentenced and kept in custody by men, and knowing that other men will put him to death, grasps no differently the impossibility, for himself and those he was seeking to deliver, of living and of being a man. For what is lived and experienced here as the being in itself of history is not, of course, the ensemble of mistakes and bad luck that led the revolt to disaster. The fact is that, through this ensemble of errors and counterfinalities, the result comes inexorably to the agent as a definitive impossibility of acting historically, transcending his defeat or drawing the necessary experience from it to continue the struggle, in short, as an impossibility for him and his allies to make human history. If the struggle continues without him, he may transcend this experience by utilizing his death, by making it into an exemplary act. But precisely in so far as he makes use of it and his comrades outside can exploit the popular indignation, this means that the deep meaning of the event is lived by the masses themselves as a non-transcendable, shocking inner fault of history, as an abrupt, terrifying apparition of the human adventure as conditioned in exteriority. Thus, through failure and death, the being in itself of history, as irremediable facticity of human organisms, reveals its omnipresence. It is the human adventure, inasmuch as its ontological status comes to it also from the outside world. This experience, moreover, yields us no intuitive knowledge. For we know nothing of death, not in the sense that there is anything to know about it, but precisely because it is nothing, or is the transformation of man's humanity, as practical existence in a field of interiority, into a mere inert lacuna. We do not comprehend it, not because it is some mystery surpassing human reason, but merely because factors in exteriority realize in a certain case the rational but non-comprehensible possibility that comprehension should be forever impossible. This experience terrifies, because it is that of nothingness in itself as a window onto being in itself. This signifies that in every case it disrupts and rends an optimistic relativism, which at once reforms. This relativism is as characteristic of certain Marxists as it is of bourgeois historians. Materialist dialecticians are even especially liable to develop it. In vain do they define being through praxis, or just through efficacy. The fact remains that they see the whole complex of processes as being within totalization, and that the formula being is acting or being acted is the principle of a pragmatic idealism, in the same way that the other formula, being is perceiving or being perceived, grounds intellectualistic idealism. At this level of optimism, there is a refusal to take account, for the ontological status of men, of their transcendent determinations of non-humanity. Or rather, everything is integrated. Of course, the action of previous circumstances is studied, and it is shown how the conditions of life and its reproduction, the contradictions between the productive forces and the relations of production, etc., are the very basis of history by virtue of the class struggles they engender. But the ensemble of these factors already belongs to the practical field. Tools and machines undoubtedly determine phenomena as different as the quantity of production, the division of labor, the particular form of exploitation, etc. Doubtless, moreover, in a society that has not become aware of its contradictions and their true conditions, the conditioning of the political by the economic may more or less escape notice. Raymond Aron has spoken of societies that have an economy in itself, but which, because they do not know it, will not transform it into an economy for itself. 89. Using this vocabulary, we could equally well speak of events in themselves and events for themselves. In a word, the theory of deviation that we have advanced could be expressed in terms of in itself and for itself. I have further described the practico-inert, and the drift that it continuously engenders in praxis itself, as exteriority. The being in itself of praxis process, an exterior limit of interiority and an interior limit of exteriority. However, this exteriority and this in itself have only a relative meaning here. For let us remember that praxis process resumes everything in interiority. Not only can the in itself sometimes be dissolved, at least partly, into the for itself, but even in itself it acts through its inert relations of exteriority only because it has been produced at the heart of a synthetic immanence that closes over it and serves it as a conducting medium. It is more or less unified, precisely in so far as it unifies, among the synthetically united terms of a multiplicity, the omnipresent unity of a reification. Thus, in worked matter, inert exteriority acts upon man and the human via human mediation, inasmuch as needs, as historically conditioned, and praxis itself give it its efficacy. The error of naive materialism, as we have seen, is to believe that physico-chemical processes as such condition action and techniques, whereas, right from the univocal relation of the practical organism to its field of activity, inert materiality is already imbued with human significations, i.e. already worked. However, we should risk avoiding the pitfall of such an idealist materialism only to fall into that of an instrumentalist humanism if, because we never encounter material inertia except through the significations that unify it, we were to reduce that inertia to the pure and simple being of those significations, inasmuch as they posit themselves for themselves in the world of men. For such is indeed the contradiction that pits historical realism, radically distinguishing being in itself from being known or being acted, against the situated method, which brings to light significations, laws, and objects in so far as it reveals them by modifying them and being modified by them. Each of the two positions is truth in itself, but each without the other slips into error and turns into one of the familiar forms of idealism. Our abstract investigation of being in itself serves precisely to show the synthesis of the two truths in a totalizing ontological truth. For the real mistake would be to believe that the being in itself of praxis process, inasmuch as it arises within the exteriority of nature, must be considered only as the absolute exteriority of the materiality of the practical field, or, if you prefer, considered only as if it were reduced to the ensemble of physico-chemical determinations, or, in a more exact way, irreversible transformations of energy, which constitute history as a process, through the labors and struggles of men and through the catastrophes which destroy all or part of those labors. In reality, in order to suppress the significations and practical orientations of such transformations, it is necessary to have chosen a perspective, a selective viewpoint. And this perspective is that of knowledge, for it is knowledge alone that can systematically set aside an ensemble of structures in the name of its right to select. In other words, it involves taking an overview of the whole universe from the viewpoint of a positive reason that makes itself blind to signs, that takes, with respect to life and the human, the viewpoint of minerals or atoms, and that finds in man only that same physico-chemical. This attitude, entirely despite itself, has the result of treating the products of handicrafts and industry as the physiocrats once used to do. For, if the being of significations is negated, or at least reduced to what appears of them within the interiority of the field, then the specificity of the worked object as such must be dissolved radically under the action of mineral reason. For the ensemble of these modifications is reintegrated into the immense dispersion of exteriority, and its conditionings in exteriority are enough to explain the succession of these movements. To be sure, Specific changes were necessary to produce this particular local vortex, which exteriority will soon dissolve into its elements. But those very changes in the Daltonism of mineral reason are reduced simply to their non-signifying exteriority, i.e. to transmutations that find their source in other, earlier transmutations. From this standpoint, history is only a local dream of matter. There remains the physical universe, the sole reality. Precisely, however, the being in itself of the historical totalization cannot signify its non-being or its being known through the anti-historical reason of pure exteriority. The being in itself of praxis process is precisely independent of any knowledge. It is the limitation of the interior by the exterior, to be sure, but it is also that of the exterior by interiority. This means that the conditioning of the totalization of envelopment in its being is produced in exteriority, as a determination by physical forces of a sector of the universe on the basis of which it is necessary and possible, and that this totalization, engendered from top to bottom through the concatenation of these factors, will arise as the necessary mediation between themselves and their passive unity as a system. From the viewpoint of exteriority, the moment of signification is required as a necessary condition for the transformation of ore into an iron bar or, through alloys, into steel, for the liquefaction of air, or for the path of certain waves. If you like, physico-chemical conditions account for everything except for what, within the physico-chemical, is the negation of natural universality, for example, of the unique fact that, in a certain sector of the material dispersion, the ensemble of combined factors have produced the liquefaction of air, in conformity with the great laws of physics and chemistry, but against all probability. So being in itself produces the significations that engender its interiority, only it engenders them on the basis of the universe. On the basis of the universe, a certain sector is singularized by the apparition of life, and this life produces in this sector, through a first interiorization, natural but improbable modifications of the milieu, which condition an evolution in interiority whose profile is itself unique and, in its interior limit, improbable. It is on the basis of universal exteriority, in an ensemble of worlds in which all living kingdoms and histories are distributed in such and such a way, and which determines each of these adventures in relation to all the others as a production error, or as the result of exceptional chances, at the same time as it realizes itself wholly as the destiny that can engulf them and against which they wage an uncertain battle. In short, it is on the basis of all these beings and of being as a whole that human history produces itself, at the furthest point of the local movement of exteriority, as determined in exteriority, to the very heart of its interiority, by the exterior, and in interiority, through infinite exteriority, by all the adventures of life on other planets. At this level, interiority remains a limit upon the exterior, in the sense that goals are produced in the interior of history and without being able to transform the universe into a practical field, or, at least for the time being, to have themselves acknowledged, shared, or combated by other groups pursuing other histories elsewhere. So exteriority produces in exteriority a certain interiority that escapes it, and whose uniqueness is signaled in exteriority by the improbability of the concatenations that it in turn produces. On the basis of the finite and limitless dispersion of the cosmos, a being in itself is engendered whose relation to its goals is real but in itself, whose meanings, as real mediations between exterior conditionings and their systematic reconditioning, receive their ontological status, as a limit in interiority separating two processes of exteriority, from the cosmos, and whose ensemble of immanent relations is determined on the basis of the original sector as indissolubly linked to meanings and goals. The being in itself of praxis process is the strict equivalence between the totalization of envelopment in the universe and the universe in the totalization of envelopment. As deeply and traditionally idealist habits of thought risk obscuring this ontological investigation in the reader's eyes, I think it will be made clearer if it is transcribed for a moment, and in the guise rather of an image or metaphor, in terms of transcendent knowledge. Most readers of science fiction are, in fact, seeking to recover an awareness of the being in itself of our history. but their idealist habits oblige them to conceive this being in itself merely in so far as it appears to some Martian generally endowed with an intelligence and a scientific and technical level superior to our own, who thus reduces human history to its cosmic provincialism. For this Martian, therefore, or this Venusian, who has long known the technique of interplanetary navigation, we are, for example, an animal species whose scientific and intellectual development have been retarded by certain circumstances. He knows these circumstances, he has discovered our slow witness and the factors conditioning it, factors, of course, that he sees as connected with the structure of our planet, and that he knows do not exist elsewhere, or at any rate not on the planet he inhabits. So he sees man, in the very comparison he immediately establishes between him and the inhabitants of other heavenly bodies, as a cosmic product retaining within him the particularities of his province, and, for example, the absence of certain substances highly necessary for cerebral and nervous activity. The differences in our respective physiological constitutions, histories, levels of development, etc., assuredly do not prevent him from comprehending us in our practical reality as individuals who are making a history in common. But the particular goals we pursue will, in a whole number of cases, remain alien to him, our aesthetic pleasures, for example, if he has different senses from ours. So he will define our goals in exteriority, without stripping them of their character as goals, but without being able to share them. He will merely note that the inhabitants of this underdeveloped planet have certain behavioral patterns orientated towards certain objectives, and that certain systems of social options or values condition the hierarchy of our preferences. Being unable to share some particular goal, he will grasp our praxis in a given case as hexis. He may say, men like alcoholic drinks. The characteristic so etched no longer has anything to do with the evidence accompanying a man's comprehension of another man's goals, it refers to our cosmic facticity, i.e. to the fact that a certain cosmic scarcity has produced this half-failure, man. In the same way, moreover, for this product of a high industrial civilization, our interminable history, endlessly dragging itself towards a level that Mars surpassed 3 centuries ago, has the twin determination of a practice and a factual given. In this way, our backward, provincial history seems to him also, in its cosmic conditioning of exteriority, to contain within it a negative force. In the same way, that which in the interiority of human history can in no case be taken as a real determination, for example, ignorance of exteriority, for him becomes a substantial qualification of praxis process. By ignorance of exteriority I mean, for example, the fact that in such and such a specific period, as a function of the positive development of technology and culture, such and such a society finds itself at one particular scientific level and not at another. As I have said, the italicized phrase "and not at another" can on no account be considered as relating to a real condition of backwardness, a negative and active impeding factor. But this same ignorance, when it reveals itself to an exterior agent who knows what we do not know, becomes a deep opacity, shadows in our understanding, a negation of interiority in our hearts. The transformation is real. For if, as in the colonial wars of the 19th century, the natives do not know how to handle firearms and are incapable of manufacturing them, this ignorance is constituted by the colonial troops, in the relation of antagonistic reciprocity, as a practical inferiority of the other. For the Martian of science fiction, our ignorance, whether it helps him to enslave men or prevents them from understanding him, will become a determination of every one of us by the culture of Mars, hence, a negative particularization. At the same time, this interplanetary traveler, having made interstellar space into his practical field, with Earth inside it, is not unaware that we are threatened by a cosmic cataclysm. Precisely in so far as he sees our history emerging from the terrestrial silt and drawing its cosmic particularities and its negations from that mud, he grasps it as anachronistic in view of the danger that threatens it, the collision that may destroy it, and that it has not yet given itself the means to avoid. If the catastrophe is a long-term one, he sees us as involved in a race against the clock. Shall we win? Here prediction stops, even for a Martian, since the question is settled also in interiority. History is, in itself, its own acceleration. The fact remains that the witness can particularize the essential fragility that is proper to all histories. In our case, it is constituted as a still uncertain relationship with a risk of which we are unaware. It individualizes our adventure on the basis of the cosmos, and we shall forever be those who will perish to the last man in that interplanetary collision, or those who will manage to survive it. So through the myth of the Martian, a whole history in exteriority, made up of traps, ambushes, and possible or certain relations with other practical organisms inhabiting other planets, and revealing this character of man to be an idiosyncrasy produced by the cosmos itself, a whole exterior history, unified by the resummed consequences that it produces in its interior, is constituted and constitutes us as cosmic individuals. If we leave the Martian for now in the property room, this myth, for all its childishness, will at least have rendered us one service. We shall have understood that the being in itself of praxis process is the foundation of any possible objectivity of our history for a witness external to the human species. It remains the case that man cannot, under any circumstances, make himself into that witness. 92 If he increases his technical and scientific knowledge, it is the scientific and technical knowledge of all that he will be developing, and we shall not leave the circle of interiority. The Sputnik enlarges the practical field, but it does not leave it. And then, of course, the Martian's viewpoint, whatever his knowledge of the universe, is a particularization and putting into perspective of certain relations. The disclosure effected is a situation, i.e. it reveals the Martian through men as much as the latter through the former. Being in itself overflows the knowledge he acquires of it, by virtue of his fundamental nature. He is the particular center of infinitely infinite relations with the whole universe. Thus, to take just one example, certain human goals are defined by the inhabitant of Mars as objective but alien goals. He does not share them. But the goals of the praxis process, as considered in their being in itself, are neither interior nor alien. They do not take part only in hexis, or, in the guise of immanent objectives, in praxis alone. Or rather, precisely because our investigation bears on the conditions of being and not on those of knowing, they are at the same time immanent and transcendent, in the very indistinctness of their ontological status. Transcendent in their immanence, since the character of non-shared goals necessarily refers to the agent who does not share, so their being in itself, as grounding the permanent possibility of not being shared, is the mere ontological affirmation of themselves, inasmuch as they overflow any immanent relation with the group or social ensemble that has posited them. Immanent in their transcendence, since, whether or not they are known by a witness, and whatever may be the reservation or rejection expressed by that witness if he exists, their inner relation to the agent remains etched in the ontological affirmation of transcendence, as the mediation required between a given series of physico-chemical transformations and a given system of energy transmutations flowing from it. This relation represents the irreducible structure of the act, the objective moment of praxis as necessity of freedom. We mean by this that the systematized, and temporarily isolated, results of mere natural transmutations could neither realize themselves nor maintain themselves if praxis hexis did not exist, at once as a being constituted on the basis of the universe, qualified and limited by other histories, and as a creative and regulatory transcendence of exterior being towards itself. Hence, our investigation of limits, through its failure to hit the mark, reveals the presence within being in itself of the infinite cosmic dispersion, as an absolute conditioning of human history by the universal forces of non-history. Conversely, however, it at the same time discloses the transcendent reality of the energy transmutation orientated by a future objective, i.e. the teleological structure of certain cosmic sectors. This means neither that these teleological sectors have themselves been prepared and defined a priori by agents nor that there is in nature, in the sense in which Engels understands it, a teleological principle, albeit embryonic. It simply means that, if we consider a sector whose main features allow life, and in which life through an embryonic circularity continually modifies these features, it is necessary to view as an absolute reality the apparition of practical, tool-making organisms with their own temporalization, the transformation of the sector by their waste products, and above all the improbable physico-chemical systems that these organisms engender and imbue more or less with their own circularity. The teleological structure is not just an interior relation of the organism to its goals. In certain sectors, it is the inner limit of interiority of exterior being. Within the indistinctness of being, the exteriority of dispersion produces this interiority, plunges into it and transforms it into a world marketplace battered by every cosmic wind, constitutes its destiny by its permanently revocable tolerance, and makes itself into the universal factor of the historical idiosyncrasies outside. Reciprocally, it is entirely marked in interiority by these circumstances of control, orientated conditioning, passive synthesis, and feedback, as it is by interior limits of the exterior. It is untrue that the human adventure is, from this viewpoint, an adventure of nature, as people too often tend to repeat. For that is to confuse the sector of our action and its interiorization with the infinite dispersion in exteriority that we wrongly unify by the word universe. We should limit ourselves to saying, as any realism requires, that the being in itself of human activity, even if replaced in the myriad of worlds, is an absolute within its own sector and in its own place. Whether or not there are other practical multiplicities, the history of man resists its determination in exteriority, and remains as the absolute center of an infinity of new relations between things. We can now understand that the movement of our investigation, although it has yielded us formal significations, contrasts with that of Hegelian idealism. The transcendent being of history is being in itself assimilating the being for itself of interiority without modifying its teleological structure, and becoming the being in itself of that being for itself precisely in so far as all human action must eventually either be engulfed in ideality, dream, and epiphenomenalism, or else produce itself in exteriority in the absolute solitude of being without a witness, together with its immanent and reflexive structures. For the in itself here comes to the for itself from its absolute reality. The reflection of praxis upon itself is human, practical, and situated in interiority. Produced as it is, however, within the decompressed temporality of universal dispersion, and in relation to cosmic transformations that, through it, become transcendent factors of history, its reality eludes it, inasmuch as its knowledge comes from within and the limits that determine it come on principle from the unknown and in practice unattainable zone of exteriority, inasmuch too as its temporalization of interiority, by realizing itself in a sector of exteriority, constitutes from afar certain external circumstances as its destiny, and constitutes itself with its qualities and its destiny on the basis of these circumstances. This freezing of the living structures of interiority on the basis of external being, and as an affirmation of that external being, can be grasped from within, in relation to the experiences I have mentioned, as our abandonment. In exteriority, however, it presents itself only as being at once the affirmation of these structures and their limitation, on the basis of an external being that supports them and reduces them to being what they are for themselves only through what they do not know about themselves. In other words, praxis process has the ontological status of absolute being, under its determinations in exteriority, insofar as its being fundamentally eludes man's practice and knowledge, i.e. insofar as it is fundamentally the outside of the inside. Of course, it will be clear that this elusive grasping of oneself has nothing mysterious or irrational about it. Practical knowledge can develop and extend to everything. But if it is to be realized, it must involve a fundamental ignorance, it cannot know the exteriority of its interiority. However, as long as it is not objectified, this ontological transcendence is not even an issue for agents, except as an abstract limit upon their possibility of action grasped in terms of death or circumstances linked to this. For objectification would be the practical localization of the human species, at such and such a level of development, in the practical field of Martians discovering our limits and conditionings as a means to be set in operation in order to enslave or destroy us. On this basis, man's praxis would involve, in the guise of a vital urgency and as his prime objective, the discovery of our cosmic conditionings in order to act upon these and shield them from hostile action. We encounter science fiction again here, but we encounter too a feature described in connection with antagonistic actions. As such objectivity, always partial, anyway, is not given, any more than the real or possible threats emanating from cosmic forces. The transcendence of being in itself reduces praxis process to interiority as its practical reality. The absolute of exteriority refers back, as a necessary limit and a lack of knowledge, to the absolute of interiority. It is what a priori we cannot take into account. If we knew about some disaster that, in 1000 or 100 years, was going to exterminate our species, the properly human and historical priorities of our present situation would not change in any way. For the men of today, it would be necessary to live, eat, work, and struggle against exploitation, oppression, and colonialism. For the source of our present struggles lies not in theoretical principles or values, but, directly or by way of mediations, in the absolute urgency of needs. This, moreover, is what makes the absurdity of the hypothesis all the more blatant. For the future catastrophe could be a practical knowledge only if the ensemble of scientific and technical advances already made it possible to acquire this. But such advances would not take place without an enlargement of the practical field, and the new priorities could manifest themselves only within a totalization of envelopment modified by the development of our power, and by the consequent alteration of our objectives and the internal structures of our social ensembles. In reality, the present relation to our history of an unknown threat is exterior and univocal. It qualifies the totalization in progress from outside, it perhaps assigns it a destiny from outside, but the practical reality of our action cannot be determined as a function of that threat. Not just because we are ignorant of it, but above all because the positive fabric of our praxis process has been woven in such a way that it leaves no place for it, as a condition of praxis in the interiority of the practical field. These remarks, far from constituting praxis in interiority as an epiphenomenon, restore to it its absolute reality. And this reality is inscribed both in the immanence of the field and in being in itself. For in immanence, whatever its profile in exteriority, this action taken as a whole cannot be other than it is. The ensemble of previous circumstances, i.e. at once the original sector and the ensemble of deviated actions springing from it, in fact conditions the course of history, its speed, its rhythms, its orientation, and the regulated succession of its objectives. And it is praxis itself which, through the transcendence of these conditions, causes there to be a history in this sector. Without the reality of praxis process, it would be impossible even to conceive the internal and external reality of inert and improbable material combinations. Conversely, interiority is itself a limiting structure of being in itself, as we have seen. This means that finality, as an absolute structure of being in itself, and as a reason for the passive unity of improbable combinations, involves interiority as its immanent medium. For finality, even envisaged in its transcendent being, constitutes itself as revealing transcendence of an ensemble of material circumstances on the basis of a need, and as the illumination of this ensemble and itself, on the basis of determination of a future objective. Thus, even in the in itself, immanence is a mediation between two transcendent states. But just as the being in itself of praxis process is an exterior limitation of the latter, it is produced as an interior limitation of exteriority. From the standpoint of knowledge, this means that a micr omegas can grasp the interiority of the exterior as the meaning, and as a limit, of the process he is considering, but he can comprehend the movement of this history in interiority only by making himself interior to it. This observation can serve as an approach for grasping and fixing the ontological signification of the interior limit as a frontier of exteriority. In other words, this interiority is produced in the in itself as a limit of dispersion, a passive synthesis, a unity produced and maintained by systems, and the relative isolation of a material ensemble. and these features of the in itself are realized in it as alien, and as the results of a reflecting, conservative transcendence that, within the very fragility of its temporalization, affirms itself in its independence as the indispensable autonomy of mediation. In other words, interiority, as a mediation cum rupture between states and transmutations, is, in itself, the limit of its being in itself in so far as, within the framework of that being, it is not but interiorizes itself. Totalization is one moment of the process, but a heterogeneous moment in so far as, far from being, it totalizes itself. Being in itself is everywhere, transfixes everything, and in a certain way congeals everything, but it is its own limit, precisely in so far as, at the moment of mediation, the law of this being is to make itself. This distinction can be comprehended through an image. If, as I walk along the street, I see a certain employee sweeping the entrance of the same shop with the same gestures as she performs every morning at the same hour, her act becomes hexis and, through this hexis, I glimpse her class being. Yet this hexis and this class being can be realized in her, and for her, only through the reflecting transcendence of praxis. What holds good for these still human features of being we encounter again at the level of absolute being. It is quite simply the in itself closing again upon the for itself and keeping it within itself as its inner limit, which can be lived only in the movement of a practical temporalization. These comments are enough to show that being in exteriority, far from transforming interiority into a dream, guarantees it its absolute reality. For it produces, within the universal dispersion, the practical totalization as imposing the unity of its ends upon things, as an importer of meaning, by virtue of its very function, and as having a meaning only in its interiority, for agents, although its structure of mediation, through a reflecting transcendence, is inscribed in being in itself as an abstract determination. As soon as there is a history, the practical multiplicity through which this history exists finds itself defined and situated by the field that it determines. Each of the objectives it pursues finds itself, to be sure, defined in exteriority by the entire universe. But for this transcendent definition to be able to occur, this same objective has to be produced in a relationship of absolute immanence, as the future determination of the need, its satisfaction, by the means at hand, via the de facto givens characterizing the situation. Similarly, from the ontological standpoint it is doubtless necessary to consider that every agent is the product, in his needs as in his practical structures, of an infinity of material circumstances which, overflowing history, prehistory, natural history and even geology, have produced him as being that and being only that, and which, as a given material ensemble, have already constituted its organic features, means of action, etc., as a fundamental deviation of every possible praxis. But when you have gone back as far as possible, then when, through the history of Earth and the history of all species, you have re-engendered the human species with its distinguishing marks and with its practical lags and its drifts, nothing will prevent these features from being produced as practical features, through the action which instrumentalizes them by transcending them towards its objective end, in and through the use it makes of them, itself determines the drift that they will cause it to undergo. The being of worked matter requires this leap outside being, towards the being that is praxis itself as interiority. And this praxis finds its limits from outside, only in so far as it is, in itself, its own internal limits, on the basis of the transcendence of former circumstances. Such, therefore, is the being in itself of the totalization of envelopment, inasmuch as it is aimed at from within by the agents of history. It is everywhere. It is the infinitely infinite depth of this totalization, inasmuch as its depth is the universe that conditions it from outside through an infinity of relations and, in this very way, pushes its idiosyncrasy to the utmost. It produces itself as the outer limit of the spiral, the deviation, and the future illuminating it, and at the same time as the radical specification of this drift and its meaning, by virtue of its emergence in a definite sector of the world and, thereby, in the world as a whole, as being in the midst of the world. So it is at once deviation and abandonment. All this, of course, refers the absolute of human history back to interiority. In other words, abandonment creates the absolute of interiority, i.e. grounds the immanent being of all historical ends. At the same time, it transfixes all interiority, it is everywhere. Being in exteriority is the very being that makes the strength of our arms, our exhaustion, the continued inertia of passive syntheses, our multiplicity and, lastly, our waste products and our drift. But we do not have any real experience of it, as an exterior limit of interiority any more than as an omnipresent inertia transfixing immanence. We disclose inanimate materiality by working it, in our practical field, as a mediation between man and the objects of his desire, and as a mediation between men, already acted by men whose inert materiality is already integrated by the organic synthesis, and transcended by the act or engendered by serial impotence in the practico-inert. Thus the reality of totalization stems from the presence of these two absolutes and their reciprocity of envelopment. If you now ask what is the being of a historical event like the insurrection of August 19, 1792, for example, we can answer that it is in fact reducible neither to the actions of the participants, nor to such awareness of it as the latter, or witnesses, acquired, nor, again, to the consequences it provoked, i.e. its inner efficacy, nor to the energy transmutations that produced it, and that it produced on the terrain of pure exteriority. Rather, it was all at once a moment of the revolution, as a totalization of envelopment grasped in interiority, and, in its absolute solitude as in its irreducible unity, the infinite determination by an infinity of exterior relations of that idiosyncrasy, inasmuch as its ends arise in the universe as ends not shared and it constitutes itself as a unitary structure in the midst of a dispersed universe, i.e. as that line without thickness which is the interior limit of all exteriority. The totalization grasped in interiority is praxis process, but when it is envisaged as a being in itself containing within it its being for itself, it becomes, as a vain object of our aim, what we shall call process praxis. From the formal viewpoint which concerns us, at any rate, which is that of the dialectic, it goes without saying that the critical investigation has circumscribed the field of the constituted dialectic. For we do not know the true links between the cosmos and being in itself, except in their formal reality. The only domain in which the dialectic reveals itself as an absolute movement of temporalization is the field of practical interiority, so our investigation limits and establishes its scope. We renounce the right to say anything about the type of relations uniting being in itself with cosmic forces and other practical multiplicities, if there are any. We know that some of these relations have to be grasped in pure exteriority, and this knowledge is founded on experience, since certain dangers which manifest themselves in the practical field present themselves to us immediately as coming from pure exteriority. Storms and hail may appear like this to farmers, so long as their society does not have the means to control climates and atmospheric precipitations. This particular storm formed elsewhere, outside history. If it never really belonged to the pure exteriority of the in itself, this was because its possibility was already given, in the society where it made its appearance. Similarly, as we have seen, defeat and death make us realize the absolute but vain experience of transcendent being as a limit of exteriority and a nullification of all comprehension. Whether there are, or can be, other relations of another kind, is something we can neither affirm nor deny a priori. What we can say at any rate, negatively and formally, is that these conditionings in exteriority have at all events no feature in common with the dialectic of practical interiority. For as the latter is all that it can be neither modified nor completed by the absolute transcendent, so the latter remains heterogeneous to it. For an outside witness, it would be the object of another knowledge, its relations with the limit of interiority it sustains would be of another intelligibility. We shall return to this problem, of fundamental importance for posing correctly the question of the diachronic meaning of history. Point 94. For the moment, it is enough to note that if temporalization involves deviations and instances of backwardness and ignorance, these are its own deviations and its own instances of ignorance and backwardness. it engenders them as a dialectical totalization, and through the circularity which produces the interior unity of exteriority as a deviation of interiority. Of course, the exteriority present in the interior is the very in itself and dispersive structure of the universe. But, precisely, this in itself appears only as a limit of exteriority vainly aimed at, and the exteriority of the interior appears and develops its efficacy within the framework of immanence. What we call praxis is the hidden card, the reverse side, of praxis. But despite everything, praxis, threatened, conditioned, determined from the exterior and as a being in itself, remains the formal foundation of its being in the midst of the world, because it ensures that there is something in the universe like the reverse side of cards. So the ontological primacy of being in itself is transformed into a primacy of history. And the moment of praxis as an indispensable mediation of action is produced, as that of which being in itself is the infinite reverse side, in and through the medium of interiority. For it is necessary for everything to be human in the totalization of human history, even anti-human forces, even man's counter-humanity, for man to be able, in his being in itself of exteriority, to produce himself as a limit of interiority of the inhuman forces and, consequently, as an absolute equivalence between the humanization of the inhuman and the inhumanization of the human. But precisely because the inhuman is everywhere in interiority, as the resistance of history and its foundation, but always transcended, disclosed or secretly conditioning the drifts of action, and in all cases being effective through the latter and by virtue of it, the dialectic presents itself to investigation as the absolute of temporalizing transcendence. The transcendence of being in itself towards being in itself through interiority, proceeding from one absolute determination to another, can be only an absolute efficacy. One would have to go back here to the analyses of existence as annihilation which I attempted elsewhere 96, but that would be to move beyond our present argument. It is enough to recall here that praxis springs from being in itself as its negation. Hence it is not relative to the in itself which it negates, but makes itself its negation absolutely by temporalizing itself towards its objective. The negation of a dispersion can be only the unity which preserves this dispersion within itself at the same time as unifying it, or else the passive synthesis which imposes its sway over that very dispersion. Need itself, moreover, is already the unity of what is missing, or the unity of what threatens, interiorized and re-exteriorized in the field. Consequently, being in itself is everywhere visible, through the transparency of praxis, as a condition, a threat, an instrument, or a worked product. But that astringent transparency alone is enough to transform it, it is always discovered through its future, i.e. inasmuch as its inert metamorphoses become its human future through the praxis underway. It is from this standpoint that the ontological status of the agents, and through them of the totalization, is the fundamental unity of a contradiction. The first synthetic transcendence of dispersion by praxis is the real production of multiplicity. For the multiple is realized as exteriority only upon the foundation of interiority. Every relation of one element of this multiple with the rest presupposes a practical and formal synthesis, and a dispersion accepted as the content of the synthesis. The retranscendence of the pure multiple by a fresh project of integration produces the identity of the elements as content of the formal unity, and realizes the quantitative status of the being in itself on whose basis fresh determinations will be obtained. But precisely in so far as praxis produces quantitative multiplicities, the worked being in itself modifies the agents and transforms them into a multiplicity. The interiority of the in itself as a quantity has the effect of affecting every practical organism with exteriority in relation to the others, and of introducing quantity as an element of separation between agents, i.e. between actions. This fundamental relationship between interiority and exteriority, realized in practice as a first circularity, is the ontological and practical foundation of the dialectic, as a totalization perpetually reconditioned by the dispersion that it totalizes and ceaselessly retotalizing the multiplicities that each of its practical syntheses produces within interiority. From this viewpoint, life, as a fact of fundamental integration of the dispersed, as a harmonization of guided energy transformations, is the unitary process grounding the dialectic. The future unity of projected objectives on the basis of need derives its reality from the ontological status of the living being, and from the perpetually maintained unity constituting the being in itself of the agent and the transcendent framework of every temporalization. But these remarks, far from showing a prime dialectic in life, instead have the effect of asserting the autonomy of the constituent dialectic. The latter, as a mere internal alteration, linked to circumstances, of the shifting relationship between the biological organism and its milieu, is produced and sustained by the organism itself. But the transcendent unity of action comes and grafts itself onto the immanent unity of life, precisely in so far as temporalization and transcendence represent a fresh solution, not contained in the very principle of life, to fresh problems. Through cyclical repetition, biological actions of lower life forms and an archaic cycle of social labors, the organism reintegrates transcendence into immanence and vectorial temporalization into circular temporality. But already, through the praxis of this particular organism or that one, etc., there are several organisms. The practical unity of the field produces as a multiplicity the dispersion of agents. When, breaking the circle of the societies without history, a social ensemble is really overwhelmed by its own multiplicity, inasmuch as it is conditioned by the real labor of its organisms and the real products of this labor, and when the agents attempt to dissolve it by producing themselves as the elements of their own practical field, at that instant the stitch slips. The organic circularity is masked and deviated by the spirals of reconditioned conditioning. And the movement of praxis, whatever it may be, cannot turn back into the immediate unity of the cyclical, for that unity has shattered, and its fragments will become the object of a fresh attempt at unification, whose agents will in this very way be diversified and come into conflict with one another, and attempt to take themselves as the object to be unified, while, correlatively, the type of passive synthesis determining the practical field is modified by praxis, and imposes deviations and divisions on praxis which oblige it to take itself as an object. Through its remultiplication by the inert the practical unity is once more called into question, and its objective becomes its retotalization through a praxis that will reorganize it as a function of its tasks and work matter. But the interplay of the single and the multiple, involving the permanent deviation of the former by the latter, induces the practical movement, inasmuch as it exerts its own control over it, and has to control this control, and so on and so forth, never to close upon itself. From this standpoint, it can be said that history appears as a brutal rupture of cyclical repetition, i.e. as transcendence and spirality. These two features represent the inevitable recovery by praxis of its former conditioning. They are generators of immanence and, at the same time, of the practical field, i.e. the sector of the dialectic and the anti-dialectic as determinations of praxis. Making oneself and overflowing oneself, gathering oneself only to flee oneself, having oneself determined in the present by a future determination, and thus producing oneself as a movement towards the infinite intermination of the future, realizing development in a spiral, as a compromise between the axial line running from the need to the objective and the perpetually recommenced failure of rewinding onto oneself, in short, at once turning and simultaneously fleeing like a slipping stitch. Engendering not knowing, the not known, and the uncertain as determinations of being in interiority, producing within immanence a reference back to limitless temporalization, it is precisely all this that our critical investigation reveals to us as an absolute event, i.e. as the transformation of the free constituent praxis into praxis process, in other words, into a constituted dialectic. It remains to be signaled, of course, that the existence of a diachronic meaning of history is not even implied by the foregoing arguments, at this stage of our investigation. And by diachronic meaning we merely mean the axial direction in relation to which one might define any possible drift today and in the infinite future of interiority. We shall return to this problem, which requires intellectual tools that we have not yet forged for ourselves. 98 Let us recall, furthermore, that this wholly formal characterization of the totalizing movement has been made, as a pure, empty abstraction, from a standpoint of quasi-exteriority. In the immanent practical field, the goal is under no circumstances, in itself and absolutely, the reduction of multiplicity. Even when, as frequently occurs, unity posits itself for itself as an objective to be attained, or as a status to be maintained at all costs, it is always on the fundamental basis of a concrete objective, as a means of struggling against men or against scarcity, or as a positive organization of the productive forces around the means of production. Genuine practical problems become genuine historical problems. Was Stalinism a deviation? What did the cult of personality signify? What is the Soviet bureaucracy? And so on. And the schematic circularity of the single and the multiple in the immanent field of scarcity is only the skeleton of the movement of enveloping temporalization. The concrete and absolute reality of history can be only in the singularity of the practical relations uniting singular men to the singular objectives they pursue, in the singularity of the conjuncture. The term praxis process has no function other than to designate the totalization of envelopment, inasmuch as it forges its passive syntheses and these reintroduce multiplicity into it, as an internal risk of rupture. From this viewpoint, it is also necessary to signal an ontological limit to totalization, such as this presents itself today to our investigation. Organisms, as active unities of the inert multiplicity of their elements, can produce only passive syntheses of physico-chemical substances. It is impossible to say today whether a temporary or a definitive inability is involved. The current state of the biochemical sciences does not allow this to be determined. But at all events, and even if it were to be assumed that, in a relatively distant future, human societies inheriting our techniques will be able to accomplish the synthesis of life, it would still remain the case that humanity has historically defined itself as arriving at the reproduction of organisms through the production of tools and machines. To be sure, life reproduces itself. Species, some at any rate, perpetuate themselves. And it is also true that we are able to act upon life either through life or through inorganic substances or through a complex praxis organizing both types of conditioning in conjunction. But it remains the case that in all these activities life is a precondition which, in one form or another, must always be given. To sow, seed is needed. To fertilize a sea urchin with sea water, the urchin is needed. And whatever its goal and its technique, the praxis modifying life is similar, in its first moment, to that which is exerted upon inorganic matter. In its second moment, it entrusts the organic movement of life with the task of realizing the outcome of human action, plowing and sowing, acts that are exerted or could be exerted upon the practico-inert, in accordance with its own laws of interiority. The gesture of the sower could be repeated identically if he were throwing lead shot. In reality, its breadth and rhythm are conditioned by the specific characteristics of grain, inasmuch as these make it more or less difficult to attain the objective aimed at. But these characteristics are of a physical nature. Physical too are the positive and negative determinations of the practical field to which the peasant has to adapt his behavior. It is the seed itself that will see to the rest. It should be added that, in so far as practical interiority is lost, temporalization is transformed into physico-chemical time, and conversely, the elimination of temporalization by the eternal must affect the agent's practical reality, to the very heart of his free dialectic. If there were to be a dialectic of nature, nothing would be altered in the conditions we have just described. Furthermore, scientific and technical advances indubitably have the effect of enlarging the practical field, and perhaps will in fact make it possible later on to avert some disasters. But this is not the real question. Even if, contained in germ in human knowledge, there were a practical possibility for man to survive any sidereal catastrophe, nothing would yet prove that such catastrophes would wait to occur until we had the means to avert them. Nothing would prove it, because nothing can prove it. Two different series are involved. So if the ensemble of cosmic circumstances really allowed us to reach a certain threshold and pass beyond it, the conditions that gave us the opportunity of perpetuating ourselves would mark us in exteriority no more and no less than the cataclysm that destroyed our species. The modifications which experimental biology may introduce into the generation and development of the embryo are irrelevant here. To be sure, inasmuch as they derive from the application of technology and will be conditioned by social imperatives, they must be considered as social. However, even if people had succeeded in producing life and thereby creating synthetic men, these new individuals, as products of a society, i.e. of a concrete universality, would be determined, even in their very emergence, by sociality. But each of them, in his very weight and also in his fragility, through the laws that had directed his development, laws of inert matter and laws of life, would remain bound in transcendence to the universe, just like that Chinese vase or that block of steel. In other words, he would be produced, and be preserved in his reality, in relation to an infinity of exteriority whose characteristic feature is to sustain or destroy practical individuals with equal indifference, i.e. to be all at once human, inhuman, pre-human, transhuman and non-human. That science may one day be able to prolong life is a probability that in no way alters the fundamental question. 4. So long as man is mortal in a field of scarcity, this question cannot find its answer in any variation of his lifespan. Moreover, I refuse to envisage the hypothesis of an immortality technically acquired in the midst of abundance. This wholly indeterminate dream, if it were one day to be realized, would signal the end of human history, that is all. Furthermore, an immortality become in this way would necessarily retain its former mortality as the original source of its deviations. A death, as a negative and social event, becomes the term of an infinity of relations of immanence between agents. This particular death results in this particular promotion and the latter changes the lives of all the subordinates. In itself, however, the death of this or that person presents itself as the cessation for him of all relations of immanence. In reality, the idealist character of works of science fiction does not originate solely in bourgeois idealism, i.e. the ideology of the Western world. It springs directly from a relation between East and West. For, in a certain way, Westerners feel uneasily that the socialist world, even if it has so far used them very badly, and even if it does not have at its disposal the empirical knowledge Western researchers have accumulated over the past half-century, possesses cognitive tools that allow it to comprehend and situate both the ensemble and the details of capitalist evolution between 1917 and 1950. On the other hand, the empiricism of anti-Marxist intellectuals was originally a refusal to use the enemy's principles, which after a certain time became an incapacity to think the evolution of the world synthetically. That incapacity is felt as a malaise. One of the reasons for the American Great Fear was the confused feeling in everyone of being an object of history, of which the Soviets were the subject. For some months now, people have been discovering in the East too that history has been made in the darkness and that socialist man does not know himself, but this anxiety is of a very different order. For if he does not yet know himself, at least the man of the people's democracies has not lost the intellectual tool, he needs only to relearn how to use it. And so long as he has not done so, he will be able to say, and it will be true, that no human group today is any longer conscious of itself or other groups, in short, that history remains the same battle between black men in a pitch-dark tunnel that it has been for 50 years. In a word, he will be able to recognize that present-day history is made in non-knowledge, but this observation, whatever disquiet and whatever rebellion it may entail, has nothing in common with the feeling that is so common in bourgeois societies. They can theorize us, for they have the 2I and we do not. To a great extent, it is gloomy dreams about this strange situation which have inflected novels of scientific prediction towards the idealism that characterizes most of them, and shows men seen by anti-men. It goes without saying that I leave to the Martian the responsibility for this definition of man in interiority of exteriority. Improbable with respect to purely physico-chemical transformations. More or less probable or absolutely certain with respect to the ensemble of cosmic multiplicities of the galaxies, if such exist, a science that could extend to them might be able to determine what chance there is for practical ensembles to pass through the different moments of our history. And it might thereby increase the integration of the limits of interiority into exteriority, and vice versa. Not that there is a pluralism either, which would presuppose a plurality of incommunicable unities. Except, to a certain extent and in circumstances that we shall see. Retrospectively, this is one of the abstract structures of what we have called meaning. Point 93. To give a purely imaginary example of these possible relations, it is what happens in science fiction novels when men discover that they are in the practical field of an organic multiplicity which is maneuvering them by unknown means, and without their being able to discern it except through certain improbable events realized by it in the interiority of the human field. From the viewpoint of interiority, this exterior and exteriorizing interiority presents itself as a reversed dialectic. In other words, it is necessary to grasp the interiorization of the exterior as a production of exteriority in the interior. As can be seen, this reversed dialectic can have its own intelligibility. Whatever its possible intelligibility, however, we must recognize that it has nothing to do with the dialectic as an internal logic of action, and at the same time, that it has never been the object of a real investigation that would make it possible to leave human interiority. I have already shown how the character of destructive force, in the practical field, came from human praxis to the catastrophes that overturned the latter's effects. Point 95. In absolute exteriority, there exists an analogous relation, but congealed in the in itself, which determines the universe as indifference, a milieu of abandonment, etc., on the basis of the limit of exterior interiority. In a certain way, this unification of the dispersed as such by the absolute but congealed unity of a solitary act may appear as the inert, negative synthesis of the universe by the history it crushes. 3. Singularity of praxis. Disintegration of the organic cycle and the advent of history. 1. Autonomy and limits of praxis in relation to life. Historical praxis is thus characterized as a relation between the organism and the inorganic, or as its relation to other organisms via the common mediation of inorganic inertia. Praxis is in itself a degradation and a decompression of organic integration. A decompression, since it unifies as a function of perpetually future unities; a degradation, since it does not integrate inorganic substances into a biological unity, but confines itself to wresting them from the world of dispersed exteriority and marking them with the seal of life, without communicating this life itself to them. These passive syntheses have the object of maintaining the practical organism in life, and, depending on circumstances, they succeed in two ways. When the organism directly needs inorganic substances, or when it protects itself against over-abrupt variations in the surrounding milieu, work matter directly conditions life. When the organism nourishes its own life with living substances, passive syntheses play the role of practico-inert mediations between life and life. If, as a purely logical hypothesis, we envisage a living species, on some other planet, already having the practical possibility of producing life from the inert, it will be easier to grasp the specificity of our historical praxis. For the agent who produces life by the integration of non-living materials thereby defines a praxis entirely different from our own. In the first place, his action is integrative, i.e. it confers its own unity upon the physico-chemical substances it assembles. The action of life upon inorganic matter would here have the effect and aim of transforming the latter into life. The objectification of praxis would take on a quite different signification, since this praxis would be recovered and resummed as an immanent free organization by its very product. The action of the living thing would become living, as the very being of another living thing, and it would be reflected back to the agent in its singularity, i.e. in its organic autonomy. Doing would here be the mediation between the living being and the living being. This praxis would as a rule suppress neither scarcity nor the dialectic of the single and the multiple. But it would reduce the practico-inert, since the origin of the latter is the worked inorganic as a mediation between men, and the creative praxis would produce organisms, as a mediation between other organisms. Finally, insofar as this creation was total, i.e. the practical organism could produce its counterpart, the problem of scarcity of men as a condition of history would tend to disappear. In any case, the reciprocity of the producer and his product, the reversal of being in exteriority, the progressive dissolution of the practico-inert, and, above all, the subordination of action as a transitory mediation to integration, and to organic synthesis as a process of immanence, in short, all these features and many others that we cannot even conceive, would have as their inevitable consequence a profound transformation of history and the constituted dialectic. But the sole aim of this science fiction hypothesis will be to specify the singularity of our dialectic and our human history. Different from those fictive organisms in that we do not produce life, we differ too from plants, and perhaps from unknown organisms on other planets, in that we cannot realize in ourselves, and through the inner chemistry of the organism, the living synthesis of minerals. We really act only upon the inorganic, yet we cannot directly assimilate minerals. We live by consuming other lives, but do not have the means to produce living syntheses. Our praxis is defined by this twofold negative relationship: we fashion only the inert, we assimilate only the organic. Like plants, directly linked to mineral substances, action would disappear or be reduced to a minimum. Scarcity could give way to abundance. If we were capable of producing life, however, life would become, as directed integration, the higher form of action, or, if you like, action would thicken into the immanent being of the integrated organism. What ensures that action, whose original raison d'être is to reproduce life, is like a transcendence of the organism itself, and like the most complete and autonomous form of the living temporalization, is the fact that through it life does not move directly towards itself but, by virtue of the facticity of our organs and our condition, escapes and places its seal upon the inorganic. Praxis, as an intermediary between the synthesis in immanence of the living and the passive synthesis of the inert, receives from the former the very possibility of projecting living unity as its ultimate goal, and from the latter the rigorous permanence and the exteriority that allow the disclosure of objectives and means. In itself, praxis is thus a synthetic mediation between interiority and exteriority. This is its autonomy in relation to life. It is itself, in itself, the unification of the unity of immanence with exteriority. That is what characterizes it in comparison with the organic function. For the structures of a praxis imply a reciprocal exteriority of its parts and, at least as a moment positing itself for itself, a kind of temporary stability in the orientated flow. A practical framework is established, as a structure of the practical temporalization at a particular moment of its development, and, within this framework, operations are governed and realized which eventually dissolve the framework into themselves, and posit themselves as beyond the dissolved framework while producing a new framed moment of action. The exteriority of the parts is precisely the exteriorization required by the necessity for a praxis to be everywhere outside itself, in the inorganic dispersion that holds within it the interiority of its field. For the person who constructs and uses a tool, contradictory necessities must be united within the very structure of transcendence. No detailed operation can be attempted without a fundamental risk of failure, except on the basis of unity of the field, itself realized on the basis of the objective, i.e. of the maintenance or future restitution of organic integrity, despite the surrounding variations. The result is that everything in this field is a bond of synthetic immanence, even negations. But as the unified ensemble nevertheless remains subjected to its inorganic status, the partial operation relates to an exteriorized parcel of the field, i.e. a unified, isolated parcel, whose unified solitude is itself the product of the two antagonistic, though solidary, statuses. It isolates itself in the infinite dispersion because of this dispersion itself, which precisely allows this to be exterior to that. It is still necessary that there should be this and that's. And the dispersion of exteriority is produced as an exteriority of the parts of an ensemble only if the ensemble is unified as dispersive, and if dispersion is lived temporally in every singular operation as the unity of a local passivity, and as the halt provisionally imposed upon infinite dispersion, as an atomization of the interior by the exterior. However, the bonds of interiority are realities. Their synthetic power to unify is real, since in a universe that had destroyed its men, as we have seen, fragments of physico-physiological unity would subsist in their absolute reality, even in the exterior transformations that would eventually dissolve them. Precisely, however, the status of the bond of immanence is rigorously practical. In the social field, if some particular local transformation has the consequence of modifying in its interiority a certain ensemble, from afar, without touching it, through the mere reorganizing effect it entails, this is obviously because the modification has been constituted within a field of action. In other words, the distant modification modifies from afar the present object in its interiority, through the mediation of an already constituent action. If some death of an unknown person, which has taken place very far away from me in the midi, has an influence on my career and thereby on my very reality, it is via a system of institutions. But the institution, as a reversal of work materiality, gives human praxis its inert being, for the simple reason that it imposes its indispensable practical synthesis on the multiplicity of agents. Through the mediation of inert permanence, it is practice that modifies my life. As a function of this practice, codified or traditional, the official's death is revealed as an exigency that provision should at once be made for his replacement. In an organized and functioning system, moreover, this exigency itself becomes the reason why selective and restorative mechanisms swing abruptly into operation. So it is the practical tension that establishes the bond of immanence. In the example quoted, of course, a praxis highly conscious of its means and its ends may be involved, if, for instance, I had long been designated, in accordance with the very rules governing promotion in that branch of the civil service, to take the dead man's place. On the other hand, it may be a matter of a bond which, in the very interiority of the field, escapes action itself overwhelmed by its multiplicity. We have given some examples of this, which could be multiplied ad infinitum, since this immanence of everything in everything is the law of interiority. But when the bond is established via praxis without being foreseen or projected or perhaps ever known by it, praxis nevertheless remains the conducting medium of interiority, inasmuch as it draws everything in its temporalization towards an end. Thus the bond of immanence as a producer of events and objects is itself a primary product. The dispersive multiplicity at the heart of praxis is temporalized in the practical torrent as a multiplicity and as material infusion of the future unity. It is as a multiplicity that it receives and transforms unification into a kind of wandering unity of the diverse, every element of the field being interior to everything, precisely in so far as each remains exterior to all. In these few observations, I have been trying to stress the singularity of human praxis. For the inner cohesion of action is ensured by bonds of immanence. Now, we observe that these can present themselves as the pre-unification in progress of dispersion, but equally well as the relaxation of organic unity and its transformation into a practical unification, through its relation with the dispersive and via its first synthesis of exteriority. To explain what I mean more clearly, we may note that praxis has forged its idea of unity by unifying, and that this very idea, as a schema regulating all human activity, is the equivalence between disintegration of the organic by the inorganic, and integration of the latter into a form engendered by the former. Nothing shows this better than the unity of Platonic forms, or that which philosophers still often attribute to geometrical entities. For Layard, a geometrical figure, as a determination of pure space, keeps its parts enlaced by a kind of cohesive force, which is its very being. However, it goes without saying that its spatial essence makes it susceptible to infinite division and, what is more, that this infinite division is an eternal and eternally present feature of its essence. We find in this description what so many other rationalists have said or implied. There is, as it were, an aberrant mirror effect here, wherein the figure is endowed with a being in actu and this act is endowed with two simultaneous ontological statuses, whose incompatibility is concealed from us by leaving them in shadow. The first is precisely the being of the practical field during the action. In this case, however, the act emanates not from the object itself but from the synthetic movement that engenders it. It makes the geometrical object into a symbol of worked matter. The human act here assembles and contains, in the unity of a gesture, the dispersion of exteriority represented here by infinitely divisible space. In this form, the conception is admissible. But the rationalism of essences requires the act to be the unity that the object imposes on itself of its own accord, the synthesis it realizes of its multiplicities of inertia. Moreover, there is no man to make this act, and thought is only the place where this form is actualized as unity of the diverse. Seen in this way, this activity of the inert, this unification by itself of dispersion, inasmuch as it remains wholly dispersion, is not intelligible. It is not a matter here of denying that unities can be produced in the universe, but of stressing how this common conception attributes to the object, in the form of a cohesive force, that which is the extended result of human action. This conception thus conceals an underlying recourse to the unity that produces itself, in other words, organic unity. Organicist thought is everywhere, slipping in behind practical thought every time it is a question of hypostatizing action by cutting it off from the agent. In the example under consideration, however, the organic unity of envelopment would not have been able to establish itself. For the organism, unity is actually the perpetual restoration of unity. From this viewpoint, there is no difference between its synthetic reality, as a consistency at the heart of temporalizations of envelopment, and the accomplishment of its functions, eating to live, and living to eat, are one and the same thing. For unity manifests itself as the totalization of the functions that preserve it. These functions, moreover, ceaselessly turn back upon themselves in a circularity that is only the first temporalization of permanence, since their tasks are always similar and always conditioned by the same feedback. For we find in organic unity neither the one as a being nor the one as the future object of an act, but instead the identity of oneness as an ontological status and unity as a perpetual repairing of damage. It is hexis which realizes the living mediation between the two. Unity ceaselessly temporalizes itself by functions, but functions, through their infinite cyclical return, produce permanence as their temporal being. Hexis, as an eternal return, is the permanent unity of the organism inasmuch as it is living, it is life itself, creating for itself its determinations of inertia. But this hexis, even in the inertia that may affect it from outside, rejects the dispersion of exteriority. It is neither a whole nor a totalization. The whole, if it is to have an ontological status, must produce itself, through a continued but purely affirmative creation, as the new being of diversity. Totalization, for its part, is transcendence, always induced to retotalize itself and control its deviations. For, although the agent from which it emanates may himself be part of the practical field, totalization as a praxis affects the interiorizing synthesis of extraneous elements. In this sense, it is always creative. These remarks, a mere reminder of descriptions presented earlier 99, allow us to comprehend that hexis is a whole only inasmuch as its totalization is effected upon itself and in its own interiority, and inasmuch as the pure without spirality of the totalizing operation determines it, on the basis of a future of inert exteriority and a past ossified ad infinitum, as though stricken with immobility at the heart of its perpetual movement. It is necessary to imagine, of course, that the agent does not confine himself to realizing the elementary conditions for the living synthesis, but that he possesses the necessary techniques and instruments to guide, via a succession of already living reactions, the produced organism towards an idiosyncrasy defined in advance as the terminal objective. Inasmuch as these disclose themselves as the reverse side of an adaptation to the specific milieu. 2. Questioning the category of unity, practical organism or first of the machines. So the organicist aspect of unity, as a synthetic category of praxis and knowledge, is at bottom only a determination of the inorganic by the organic hexis, inasmuch as it is contained in the objective that illuminates the field, as what is to be restored, and inasmuch as it reverts to the unified object. In fact, if we leave aside the sphere of arts whose objects are imaginary, human praxis, constituent and constituted, can in any case never produce a totality in actu. For every totality forces its diversity back into productive, unifying action. The one supports and produces the diverse. By contrast, in our inorganic products it is the diverse which pre-exists. Unity, as a passive synthesis, is etched into it with the help of certain temporary combinations and is ultimately guaranteed by the inertia of the diverse. So long as external circumstances do not disperse these elements, they will remain bound together, for they are incapable of unbinding themselves. In a word, the terrestrial milieu, according to our investigation, produces hexis, that strange unity which takes itself as an end and automatically merges with the internal means of preserving it. And human praxis, as a transcendence of hexis, creates totalization as an ever-open, never-finished, spirality of temporalization. But the whole, as a hidden structure of the category of synthetic unity, is itself a schematic tool of thought and action, without any real correspondence in the practical field. It has been produced by the transcended organism, the transcending action and work materiality all at once. When praxis discloses the produced object, its structure as a mediation causes it to grasp the object via life and, at the same time, to qualify life by the object. It discovers the unity of the organism through the passive synthesis of the inorganic. For this unity, perpetually produced, reproduced, and restored through cyclical changes, is not a unity for itself. Quite the contrary, within the interiority of the field it is the coherence of the tool, together with the link between its practical determinations and the goal being pursued, which appear to underpin the passive synthesis, while the latter, against the background of the practical field, yields its being for the other as unity. Precisely, however, this unity would collapse into a pseudo-integration, should we see it as merely an inert synthesis of dispersion, the result of orientated transformations. In other words, the inertia sustaining the permanence of properties is disclosed by action itself as an act producing that permanence. What is involved here is both a projection of organic life at the basis of the synthesis as continued creation of a permanence, and, at the same time, an impregnation of worked matter by the act, which is changed there into a passive structure precisely in so far as it surrenders its transcendence to it. For organic life is permanence as hexis, it is condensed into the renewed instant of passivity, and repetition of the same functional operations is transformed into a repetition of the creation of the same object. Here, the unity of the whole is the projective identification, in the instant, of inertia, as a pure negation of change, with the affirmative creation of the object by itself as a positive perseverance of being in its being. It remains the case that the momentary unity of the implement, trapped by the infinitesimal moment, would run the risk of having suppressed the multiplicity of substances only to replace it by the infinite divisibility of time, and to come up once more against the Cartesian problem, if praxis as a synthetic temporalization did not integrate into the practical field the inert dispersions of the time of things, enlacing instants by the movement that transcends them, and producing their succession as a specific determination of unanimous interiority. In the practical interiority of transcendence, organic life is transformed after that object into a totalitarian, continuous creation of its being by itself. In this sense, the inertia of being is disclosed as identical to its affirmation. At the same time, as we have seen, integration and transcendence of the implement reflect the action that produces it and the action that uses it, indissolubly linked, as passive humanity of the tool. These different unificatory schemata constitute, in their turn, an efficacy of worked matter. Thus the practical unification and the functional unity in practice realize the being one of inert matter as a deep truth of its inertia. Through it, in a reciprocity of perspectives, the organic becomes practical and the practical organic. So the very category of unity, far from being a mere transparent principle, is characterized, like every human reality, as the twofold determination of work matter by the organism and by action, inasmuch as the law of interiority governing the practical field determines the two aspects of this determination by one another and in immanence. The unity of a tool is that, it is an action which becomes an organic hexis by defining the signification of the instrument, and it is an organic, diffuse life produced inside the object and within its very being, as an ontological function, i.e. as a continued creation and as a totalized totality. To be sure, investigation will reveal other forms of practical synthesis, totalization of envelopment, incarnation, envelope totalization, circular synthesis. Nevertheless, it must be noted that these different structures, which all relate to the dialectical development of praxis in the social and historical field, refer us to a unification in progress and never to the accomplished unification. 102 The truth is that unity, as a practical category of labor and daily life, is only a deviant determination of the agent by the specific features of his praxis. Between organic integration, maintained and restored by the hexis function, and totalization, as a temporalizing unification of the inorganic, unity is required neither by analytic reason nor by dialectical reason. Yet it characterizes the human act as such, since the practical organism, objectifying itself in order to reproduce itself as man, as an agent whose task is to work upon the inorganic, announced to it through the inertia of passive syntheses. Therein lies the source of alienation, as we have mentioned. Anti-human matter, inasmuch as it is exiled from the pure realm of exteriority without ever attaining life, in the name of unity reflects man's anti-humanity back to all men as their true human reality. It is at this level that essences exist, and also contemplative thought, as a pure alienation of empirical intuition to those abstract, inert unities and to the relations of interiorized exteriority they maintain in the immanence of the practical field. This captive thought is also, quite simply, conceptual thought. Analysis dissolves it into external relations, the dialectic explodes it by virtue of its temporalizing power. But it is continually reborn as man's natural thought, or rather as thoughts that things produce, in the totalizing circularity, by their reconditioning of men. We have already said this 103 and shall be returning to it. But what matters here is that conceptualist intellectualism, as determinations of the logos by other passive syntheses through the agent, represents a particularity, i.e. a negative limit, of human praxis. It is because this praxis, a mediation between two heterogeneous terms neither of which it can produce, is in itself a passage from the organic to the inorganic, and on account of its twofold signification, that the dialectical ensemble of its structures exists and conditions the historical adventure in its specificity. Circularity, alienation, practico-inert, drift, etc. All these features have their source in the following basic characteristic of human action: totalization and temporalization as transcendence spring from need, i.e. from an explosion of the organic cycle as hexis, and this explosion conditioned by scarcity manifests both the encompassing presence of inorganic exteriority and, at the same time, the impossibility for these particular organisms directly to transform mineral substances into integral elements of the living substance. The organism's immanent, univocal relation to the inorganic milieu is already the action as a whole, and it is our history up until today, and very probably until tomorrow or the day after. But by governing its inertia to act upon the inert, the practical organism produces its action as a non-organic efficacy. Biological integration is projected as a totalizing temporalization, and its objectives, as future syntheses of present means, allow its organic cohesion and the deep solidarity of its organs to be used. However, by the very act which governs the organism like an instrument, the latter, as an agent, sustains a certain non-organic temporal reality. His own action is a production of himself as a passive synthesis, via the inert unification he imparts to the objects organized. To be sure, the action breaks the cycle of adaptation, in which it is the universe which upsets the balance and the organism changes only to find itself in the same objective relationship with the environment. Whereas the act re-establishes the relationship by acting directly outside itself upon the universe, and by restoring the former order or offsetting the changes that have occurred. It is this feature that makes the act into a transcendence of organic life, by giving it, as its fundamental structure of being, a synthetic and practical relation between the interior and the exterior. From the moment when the organism realizes modifications outside in the light of an objective, we can speak of an act. And this definition is enough to show that the first practices are far from beginning with the human species or even with mammals. If human acts alone concern us here, it is because, for reasons that it is pointless to go into, they are the only ones on earth to be integrated into a history. But if we call the modification produced an objectified act, we show by this that, at a certain level of reality, the passive unity of the worked object is the very unity of the act in person. This is still clearer when the tool is considered as a materialized mediation between the agent and the inert thing. For the latter indicates in its inertia and by its structure the way in which the worker can use it. The act is an inorganic materiality, sealed in this momentary form. For the existence of the tool makes us see that action, as imposing a unity upon the diverse, is itself fragmented by the diverse to be unified. There are diverse tasks, whose origin is the quality of the diverse materials. The total operation is temporalized as unification, but installs exteriority within the temporalization itself. The necessity of first reducing some obstacle or other, then resolving some difficulty and tackling matter with some treatment or other, manifests itself as an exteriority of every action. Let us be clear, in a certain state of technology, means of production, etc., this or that operation is indispensable within the framework of the activity whose aim is to refine oil. It is even possible that this given action of a political nature was indispensable to Shell, as a huge capitalist enterprise. But it still remains the case that partial actions reach completion at the heart of the total action. Even if, for example, one were to reduce to an infinitesimal instant the moment separating construction of the oil city at Curaçao from the start-up of the machines, and even if one were to observe that construction of the buildings overlapped with their use in the first refining operations, the instant when some particular segment of the total action is suppressed and some other is produced is in fact a double negation. In it the terminus a quo negates and rejects the terminus ad quem. The result of past action, as a former circumstance, participates in the inertia of the object and in the being of the transcended past. This is well demonstrated by the historical fact of the division of labor and its temporary conclusion, i.e. the division of labor among men becoming a division among machines. A fundamental characteristic of the act is involved here. It can be reduced to a multiplicity of tasks performed by a multiplicity of individuals. In other words, the inert multiplicity of the diverse, by requalifying the act that transforms it, designates itself through it as a possible multiplicity of agents. Of course, this new multiplicity refers to a new integration. In order to realize this particular passive synthesis, it is necessary to carry out the synthesis of the agents concerned. The objective has to be all the more clearly defined since it is that of a plurality, which could disperse if it were imprecise. The preparation of tasks and their distribution, the installation and use of mechanisms of control and constraint, etc. All this shows that the practical unity has merely been displaced. It comes to the multiple from the manager or the management bodies. No matter. In the movement of the division of labor, the synthetic function of unity and control posits itself as exterior to the functions of production. And as for unity, considered inasmuch as it unites the workers in the factory, for example, it can be perfectly effective, in a given situation, when it is merely the passive synthesis of an atomized diversity. At this level, if, for example, labor is considered inasmuch as it produces unitarily a certain result in a certain factory at a certain moment and in a particular capitalist society, it can be observed that the men are united by the machines 105. Every human operation is isolated from the next by the material, inert separation of the two organisms. Every operation of one man is joined to every other by the operation of a machine to which it is homogeneous. But precisely in so far as there is homogeneity between the specific operation of a compartmentalized machine and the action prescribed for an individual, this means that praxis itself is basically the directed action of inertia upon inertia. Or, if you like, in a field of interiority defined by need, and on the basis of the objective, posited as meaning, orientation, and unification, the inert acts upon itself. Eventually, the specialized machine replaces human specialization, and at a further level of technical improvement, with automation, electronic brains and the control of processes by cybernetics, human labor consists in building the machine. But it is the machine itself which assumes the whole activity of production. The basic possibility of this transformation was given at any moment in history, in the sense that in praxis, even individual praxis, the organism, by defining itself as directed inertia, constitutes itself outside itself and through the exteriority of its unity as a machine. The most backward peasant in the world, when he uses his weight to flatten freshly dug earth, is already behaving like a machine controlled by its operator. By jumping on the ground or dancing in the vat, he expends certain reserves of energy to produce a physico-chemical result. And when he uses his full weight to depress a lever, the machine is there in its entirety. Transmutations of energy, the action of his weight upon the lever and, through its technical use, the raising of some concrete object or other, all this has just one meaning, the use of inertia by organic inertia in the direction determined by the unity of the organism, i.e. by the future restoration of its functions. Action is disclosed to us, through a critical and regressive investigation, as the inorganic transcendence of the organism inasmuch as it transfers the unity of immanence to exterior elements in the form of a passive synthesis, and inasmuch as it defines, by losing itself in this objectification, a spatio-temporal field of interiority as a medium for the relations between inert matter and men. The agent is not directly identifiable with the organism. Quite the contrary, he manifests himself in action as a practical exteriorization of inertia, i.e. as a mechanical system, as an ensemble of weight and counterweight, and as a source of energy. And all the operations he carries out are on principle reproducible by a machine. From now on, moreover, not only is there no action for which a physico-chemical process is not, or could not be before long, a perfect equivalent, but also the perfecting of certain instruments makes it possible to exercise through the intermediary of inert matter forms of control or action of which the organism alone would be incapable. Finally, by reducing an ensemble of human operations to what they also are, positions in a sector of practical extent, it is possible both to dissolve the human reality of the undertaking and, at the same time, to constitute through technique and calculation, on the basis of specific circumstances, instruments which modify their action depending on their positions or those of other material systems and which automatically take account of all the mechanical relations that are established in ensembles in movement. It is the paradox of our actions that they can all be, and most are in fact, reducible to a succession of inert processes. The great shock of the 19th century, which has been intensified in the 20th, with specialized machines, was, through deskilling of the worker, the more general deskilling of all human activity, i.e. the discovery of the permanent possibility of breaking down any praxis into elementary procedures each of which could be carried out equally well by a practical organism or an inorganic system. That does not signify that this identification is real, in the sense in which we have said that teleological structures were absolutely real, right to the being in itself as a limit of interiority of the exterior. 100 Nor does it mean that it is unreal. Simply, it draws its reality from the fundamental structures of praxis, and, in the practico-inert reversal, from its efficacy as a factor and qualification of the various species of alienation. 3. Unity as an invention. But if we were to leave it at that, if we were to break human conduct down in the way behaviorists do, or if we saw a human act as the mere assemblage of simple or conditioned reflexes, we should see only the negative aspect of praxis. This aspect is the most important, as always when a dialectic is involved, because it manifests at once materiality, adversity, and particularity. But precisely because it is a negative determination, the critical investigation must grasp it in its relation with that of which it is the negation. Well, insofar as the organism can neither reproduce life within itself on the basis of the inorganic, nor create it outside as a transcendence of passive syntheses, insofar, too, as all life is in itself an integration and transcendence of non-life, action is produced as the negation of the organic by the organism, inasmuch as the latter is attacked by the exterior and inasmuch as it seeks, by exteriorizing itself, to recover the functional interiority which determines it. So action is a succession of inert processes, insofar as the transcendence of the original situation towards the restoration of interiority invents the unity of these processes as the immanent meaning of temporalization. On this basis, it matters little whether unity lies in the apparent indissolubility of the moments of an action or whether it resides in their recomposition after analysis has broken them down. Invention as synthetic unity, at whatever level it may be produced, is necessarily the projection of the living synthesis as an exigency in the future. The unification that causes a tool, a machine, or an action to be invented is necessarily the intrusion of life, as an exigency of integration, into the world of exterior dispersion. At the same time, however, what is integrated is necessarily an ensemble of inert processes, whose unity of temporalization, like its inert spatial gathering, cannot even be conceived without the support of the practical project. The agent relapses into the inorganic as a performer of his undertakings. He casts himself beyond the organism, by positing biological integrity as an end and by producing, on the basis of this living integrity, an absolute category, the passive synthesis, a petrification of the organic by the inert and a subjection of the inert as such to organic unity. This practical category, or rather, this synthetic schema, of all objectivity is simultaneously, the production of a distance, a perspective, whose origin is a double negation, the first illumination of the diverse from this perspective, and the very framework of practical invention. For there is no fundamental difference between knowledge and invention. Knowledge, such as we have just described it, is the unification of the inert, as diversity of the practical field, on the basis of an aim to be realized. This unity, however, is an invention. First of all, because it comes to the diverse through human praxis. Before the latter, the diverse is neither multiple nor unified, since these two practical notions come from a qualification in interiority of exteriority. For this reason, to perceive is to produce, in the simultaneity of praxis, a series of possible syntheses of material pluralities, and these shifting unities are completed, pitted against one another, and interpenetrated, at the whim of movements of the body, i.e. of outlined synthetic realizations. The specific character of perception, as a shifting unification of contrasting or interpenetrating unifications, is precisely that the disclosed field is determined according to different directions and through various interpretative possibilities. But such interpretations still represent the outline of a praxis. Thus the mountains blocking the horizon reveal themselves in and through the movement of my eyeballs. But this bodily movement should not be confused with the one whereby, in Kant, the mathematician engenders the line. First of all, because the opaque, substantial unity of the mineral is given before the movement, as a synthetic and massive presence in the practical field and upon the foundation of the field's unity. In other words, the relationship between dispersion and the organism, in the practical field, manifests itself as an original presence in the field of dispersion, in the form of blocks of quasi-unities in permanent disintegration. At once, the synthetic operation remains inessential. It does not really enlace the various elements or realize their quasi-unity, which comes from them. On the contrary, it merges into them and is entirely dissolved in them. For this movement of the eyes is not in itself constitutive and unifying, in the sense in which the realized praxis can be. It refers to the possibility of a true praxis, whose temporal orientation it realizes schematically. In the case under consideration, it is that of struggling up the slopes of the mountain, or that of coming back down again. An elementary form of thought is involved here, and the sign in its simplest function, the meaning of the block of compact presence, is defined by the actions that unified it with the other elements of the field. But the solidarity of organic functions allows actions to be performed in any way, by and in any part of the organic totality. If the eyes follow the sides of the mountain moving from the bottom upwards, it is the whole body which, through them, makes the climb. It is the body which comes down, if they come down. This is a matter not of a symbol, but of realizing an operation at the least possible cost. If the real ascent were to be attempted subsequently, one would have to see it as a resumption, which corresponds, moreover, to everyone's experience. The real undertaking always appears in its relations with the same, inasmuch as the body has realized it at lesser cost in different circumstances. It is manifestly at this level that thought, as a relation of the organism to significations, is determined as action becoming its own knowledge. The ascending movement of the eye is not in itself a thought. It has not been produced as a substitute for an impossible operation. It is the operation itself, dictated by circumstances and reduced to its simplest expression. The movement is real and produces an objective determination of being, the objective relationship between the mountain and the traveler. At the same moment, however, through its functional unity, this schematic act is determined as a certain way of realizing the undertaking, a way at once total and abstract in relation to all others. So it refers back, in and through the unification it effects, to all the other ways of carrying out this operation, ways that have passed into it and are inscribed by it in the object as its destiny. Thought appears here as the relation between the real act of following the mountain slope with one's eyes, the constitution in this very way of the mountain as ascending in its very being, and the ascent as a concrete and totalizing practice of the whole organism, now become the destiny of this organism. The climbing movement of the eyes, as a schematic act of the whole organism, produces and discovers the mountain as a slope up which to struggle by realizing there, in the simple temporalization of this movement, the whole organism as disclosing the compact exteriority of that threatening block by its abandonment on the mountain itself, and the obligation of finding there its de facto contingency and its solitude in the indispensable and perilous undertaking of reaching the summit. Through the real and present act, two objective realities are disclosed, one as a meaning of being, the other as the orientation of a future action. And the real invention of the present act is expressed by a practical invention in the field, i.e. by a twofold reciprocal determination of matter by the total praxis, and of the latter by matter. The eye movement reveals that the mountain is a rising up of matter, in so far as this rising up is disclosed as an objective exigency through the future movement of the organism, of myself, as far as my eyes can see, and lost, tomorrow, in those snows. It is a future operation that I sense as my destiny in so far as the meaning of my effort, the orientation of my praxis, is defined by that ascending structure of the mountains. But the twofold determination is unified as a relation and in each of its terms, inasmuch as the perceptive interpretation invents its own practical meaning for itself, by inventing the unity to be produced within the inert materiality. It will be noted, however, that invention of the act of revealing and unifying transcendence is not necessarily realized under the pressure of acute dangers or immediate exigencies. There is no need whatsoever for me to struggle up the slopes of that mountain tomorrow, in order to be able to realize its steepness. In this particular case, the practical relation is invented within a context, as a function of possibilities as yet ill-defined, traditions and necessities regulating the relations between man and that massif with its peaks and its chasms, without determining them entirely and in detail. In this case, we observe, that the unity of the material meaning has a tendency to dissolve along with the urgency of the operation. If I must go into exile tomorrow by crossing that particular pass, it is my sufferings, my exhaustion, and the dangers I shall be experiencing tomorrow that will disclose to me the terrible negative unity of the mountain. It is enough to struggle up it, to cross the pass, etc., in order to transform that block of opacity into worked matter. It is final success that will also disclose to me its positive unity. After all, there are roots in the mountains and the mountain itself is a root. But if I do not reckon to realize this undertaking by bringing my whole organism into play in every way in its facticity, the eye movement I make today is only the indication of a possible reading. Hence, this reading vanishes in the objective, but at the same time indicates a practical direction for grasping the vast objects rising before us. On the other hand, the descent, on this basis, is a possibility likewise defined and corresponding to a reverse movement of the reading. It matters little that, from a logical viewpoint, you first have to go up before you can come down. Apart from the fact that there perhaps exist villages, meteorological stations, etc., whose inhabitants came up long ago and can now only remain at the top or go down, which tends to make those two contrary procedures wholly external to one another, there is above all the following consideration: since no concrete operation is required of the organism, reality does not impose any priority. The truth is, if I confine myself to grasping being through the perceptual undertaking, I can equally well take a single leap to perch on the summit before coming down from it, or set off from the valleys and climb up. In reality, every onlooker does both, through the two movements discloses two opposite undertakings, and through these simultaneously produces two contradictory unities of the material block. Matter rises up proudly towards the sky, and at the same time perpetually collapses. It is a frozen avalanche. Both meanings interpenetrate each other, in so far as our eye movements succeed one another contradictorily and without any logic. One is organic and characterized by interiority. The other is inorganic and characterized by dispersion in exteriority. The syncretism of these meanings must make clear to us how the practical field, for any organism, as for any organized group, is an interpenetrating multiplicity of the possible unities of the diverse. Everything is always revealed as united to everything, precisely in so far as diverse and possible actions necessitate and reveal such unifications. Stable forms are isolated, as foundations and exigencies of the ongoing praxis, and it is praxis which determines, via the unity of the field, the relations of immanence which people have sought to hypostatize and substantivize under the name of Gestaltist laws. At the same time, it is the interminations and stasis of this praxis which, by allowing other undertakings to be outlined and by defining negatively the tolerated undertakings, allow the wandering and interpenetration of partial unities within the unification in progress. The other essential feature identifying knowledge with invention is the fact that the organic unity of the aimed at objective, by being produced as an inert synthesis of inorganic materials, gives an ontological status within the interiority of the practical field to these unified diversities, which is realized only through that unity and which, precisely because it is originally neither that of inert matter nor that of life, arises in the world, in interiority and in exteriority, as a real and new determination, drawing its reality from its novelty and its novelty from its reality. Who then could deny this novelty of passive syntheses, inasmuch as they reflect at once the organic, the inorganic, and the act as mediation? In the combination of words passive synthesis, an interior movement may be surmised. The synthesis makes itself inert, hence, loses its organic meaning and its content, so that inertia should make itself unity and present itself really as an improbable, systematic order of the combinations of matter. The object, a caricature of life by non-life, a wresting of inertia away from naturalness, by virtue of its status escapes any idealist reduction, in so far as it is precisely not reducible to anything, neither to the organ nor to pure dispersion. And it is this irreducibility that, in itself, constitutes the being in itself we were speaking of earlier. So any unity inside the practical field is already determined by this new production constituted by the field itself. Furthermore, however, it produces itself in its most concrete determination, inasmuch as praxis is detailed and becomes ramified without dividing under the sway of objective exigencies. On this basis, every object is at once produced and a reality. Well, Every moment of praxis transcends and preserves former circumstances inasmuch as this moment assumes the organic unity of these inorganic beings, i.e. inasmuch as it rediscovers the unity deposited in them as a mark by past labor, and inasmuch as this rediscovery is effected in a new movement of temporalization towards an end, i.e. inasmuch as it produces a new unity on the basis of a recognition of past unities. This operation is knowledge, precisely in so far as it discovers the real such as it is. It is an invention, in so far as the complex category of unity is a category of doing in the absolute sense of the term, i.e. in so far as it determines the orientation of an absolute production, i.e. the emergence, irreducible, overflowing and transcending at the heart of immanence, of those beings which impose themselves upon action and investigation, passive syntheses. To know is to create, since knowledge is a determination of being based upon the practical category of unity. De facto, the unity of human experience is in fact a practical unification of the multiplicities interior to the field. Conversely, to create is to know, since it involves producing beings wholly extraneous to man as a biological individual, whose exigencies, as a re-exteriorization of practical interiority, will have to be learned on the basis of a unification in progress, i.e. another synthetic, inert being in the process of being manufactured. The necessity of the laws of knowing is simply the necessity of the laws of being, inasmuch as they manifest themselves in the field created by the agent's free praxis and through the temporalization of this action. At the same time, however, they may be identified with the laws of doing, inasmuch as practice is precisely the unification realized by the agent on the basis of the organism's future and past unity, and above all inasmuch as the knowable structures and processes of materiality are relations condensed and actualized by the unificatory integration of the diverse into the practical field, and by the specification of details. The ensemble of scientific discoveries is so closely linked with the tools and techniques of the period that the system of knowledge constituted in the same period must be seen simultaneously as the technological and anthropological expression of men's relations with the world and one another, via the mediation of their techniques of construction, and also as the real being of the universe, not as relative to science and technology, but, on the contrary, as the unification of an absolute reality by history, manifesting itself as an absolute reality by virtue of the history it produces for contemporaries and men of the future through the agents of its unification. Whatever illusions there may have been at the outset, the discovery of America was temporalized as the discovery of a continent. And that vast continent itself crushed, and of itself annihilated, whatever might be left of medieval illusions concerning the globe. It was its being which dissipated those outworn significations into non-being. But although its unity as a continent was one of the zones of cleavage constituting the directions of being in exteriority, for that zone to exist as such, and as a unitary determination, men had to exist in Europe, men who went to the Americas, through all the dangers of the sea, and constituted the perilous term of their voyage into the unity of an objective. And other men had to exist in America, for the limit in exteriority running round the continent to constitute it in interiority too, as a more or less specific practical field of the natives. If practical agents on earth were to live and move about solely underwater, the wheeling obstacle closed upon itself, that the two Americas would constitute to free movement throughout all seas could be only a negativity. Perhaps the continents would then turn out to be those vast expanses of water, the Atlantic continent and the Pacific continent. And history would change, to the very extent that the biological condition would have changed the geographical hexus, for practical multiplicities would be able to communicate or fight only through the narrow polar straits, until such time as technology allowed them to perfect machines enabling them to emerge, climb onto dry land and live there. But that practical unity, belatedly discovered in its interiority, would always remain secondary in relation to the unity of water. In other words, its interiority would be integrated into the practical field of agents as a separation crossed. To other organisms, differently constituted and possessing other techniques, the difference between the solid state, the liquid state and the gaseous state might well appear secondary. In that case, moreover, the precise limits the continent sets to our efforts to enter it might well become blurred and be replaced by other groupings. It is true that continents acquire their historical being on the basis of a complex and strictly human ensemble. But it is equally true that the complex of anthropological determinations constituting the emergent land as a continent is the very same which, under the pressure of exteriority suffered by organisms whose specificities come from it, has been constituted as the interiorization of a dispersion of men on Earth and will be re-exteriorized by the constituent discovery of the new continent. If, as many historians believe today, the American Indians are Asians brought by some mysterious exodus to the territories now designated by the name American, and if geological upheavals subsequently cut them off from their region of birth by submerging all the solid land across which they had passed, it can just as well be said that the continent made them as it made itself. The extraordinary solitude of Maya history, for example, its almost total disappearance, and the extermination practices adopted by the Spaniards after Columbus's failure, etc. All this accurately reflects the fact that the separation into continents, initially not known and ultimately transcended, was meanwhile constituted as the destiny of certain social groups and pronounced a death sentence upon them. Colonization, moreover, inasmuch as it negatively constituted routes and itineraries crisscrossing the world and was to become a factor of planetary unification against itself, i.e. modern colonization, in the historical ensemble of its development, necessarily had to base itself initially upon the division of lands and continents, and upon its re-exteriorized interiorization. This real, practical bond between the environment and the unificatory organism thus has nothing in common with those shown us by relativism. In the reciprocity of conditionings, it can be seen that the surrounding produces the material content and that the surrounded organism gives unity to the forces conditioning it, through the biological structures and practical exigencies that these forces have themselves determined as the biological reality of its functional unity. The continent as a quasi-unity already has enough being to determine, in their nature and in their history, practical organisms, whose action will be unified within its practical field in the practico-human form of a particular continent. At all events, this final integration is an invention of being, as is clearly signaled by the labor carried out on language by earlier generations. Invenire is the source of a French word meaning to create. The ambiguity recurs even in the term inventor, which, in its relation to techniques, signifies the perfection of a new method, a new process for raw materials, etc., and also the discoverer of an object that exists, but is hidden or lost or forgotten. In the same way, to discover, which properly speaking means to reveal reality by removing its cover, is a verb commonly applied to invention by a creator, gunpowder and the compass figure among great discoveries, as though they had been merely hidden in some basement where someone had found them. The fact is that unification of the means with a view to an objective is a real labor, which discovers actualized relations by integrating their terms into an inert synthesis. The most elementary praxis of the organism is thus knowledge. Unity of the field is the background against which the object's unification is produced. Nothing would be more absurd than to separate action and knowledge at the level of manual labor. Conversely, however, the most abstract knowledge is action. The geometrical figure whose being in actly art used to describe is simply a passive synthesis effected by a generating act, i.e. by a construction unifying an ensemble of points or loci by means of a ruler. And it remains in its passivity, as a new determination and selective elucidation of an atemporal relation of exteriority, so long as it figures as an organized element in a vaster undertaking bringing other more complex figures into play. However, geometrical proof on the basis of a synthetic unification that is never considered dialectically rests solely upon relations of strict exteriority. So even in geometry we encounter the indispensable unification constituting human praxis, and the permanent possibility, precisely in the name of unity, of resolving the synthesis into an infinity of relations of exteriority. However, the needs of knowledge or practice deduct a specific number of determinations from the infinity, anyway indifferent, of these relations. So choice as a negative unity is invisible and present in exteriority itself, inasmuch as the latter suddenly reappears against the masked background of the unification of figures. The quasi-unity of the block is a fundamental disclosure, not just because the totalizating unification constitutes the field of immanence in which it appears, but also because this indistinction is prior, all at once, to explicit syntheses, to realization of the one, and to syntheses of detailed unities allowing the disclosure of quantity as a sign of dispersion. In reality, the quantitative multiplicity is the result of a practical operation limiting unity by divisibility, as it does divisibility by the unity of indivisible elements, and in the form of summation, providing the synthetic rule of its temporalization. But multiplicity, as a unity of the diverse quatus united, and of its elements qua indivisible, constitutes for dispersion a privileged status, i.e. orders it as an order. Plato saw this clearly. It is already a question of work materiality. Take away the labor, the unity specific to the part disappears, and with it the divisibility of the ensemble under consideration. If the parts are lures, the ensemble is without parts. At once, its partless exteriority manifests itself as a quasi-unity. Of course, these quasi-unities reveal themselves within the unity of the practical field as a real and pre-quantitative relationship between an organism and blocks of exteriority. In this form, the most elementary, labor, properly speaking, has not transformed inert matter. But already the inert coherence of blocks is the grasping of their compact emergence within the interiority of the field. Already nature is outside as our ignorance. Already the cliff, in the immanence of reciprocal relations, is culture, or is illuminated by culture. In the being in itself of exteriority, in fact, the quasi-unity of the compact pudding formed by mineralities is indissolubly linked to quantity, as a complex relationship between multiple unity and multiple unities, as well as to the dispersed being's real pulverulence rather than its divisibility, which refers only to a certain human operation at once always possible and always limited by technology. Dispersion and opacity thus interpenetrate, as do other statutory qualities of being. The practical operation seeks zones of cleavage, and chooses its operative perspectives as a function of these. In this sense, and by virtue of all the operational possibilities it harbors for the practical organism and in ontological indistinction, the quasi-unitary block of inert opacity is the practical status of inorganic matter which comes closest to its ontological status of exteriority. 4. Essences as labor and alienation. The first aim of the foregoing comments is to make us understand that the Cartesian's problem is a false one. For every essence is constituted on the basis of objects as the passive synthesis of its abstract determinations, inasmuch as the combination of these qualities has to be produced by a practical, autonomous operation. If the object in question is a man or a constituted group, it goes without saying that this object, bearing and creating its own unity, itself sustains its own determinations in the unification of the organism or of praxis. At this level, however, such a synthetic production is lived dialectically through the concrete. It is in no way comparable to the permanence of the inert synthesis. Production of the essence is, in this case, a specification of the relation of alterity. The knower situates himself as other vis-a-vis the known being, in so far as he constitutes the latter as the other. In the practical investigation, this other produces himself through the reciprocal exteriority of his elementary behavior patterns. From this standpoint, and for the knower, these various determinations lapse into the inert, inasmuch as they are exterior to one another and their sole unity is that of the agent. By reproducing this unity as a foundation for empirical determinations, the knower produces their inert synthesis. For it is on the basis of the unity of his field that he collects them, as disparate elements whose synthetic foundation is precisely his own praxis. In this case, the particular essence of an individual, for example, is quite simply the passivization of his existence and its projection into the being of exteriority, simultaneously with the unification of the diverse through the unifying praxis of the knowing organism. The operation is effected materially by the production of verbal formulations and their synthetic unification. Through the ensemble of these formulations, with the exteriority of sentences reproducing that of elementary behavior patterns, an object is created which is neither the dialectical unity of a practical life, nor the regrasping in exteriority of that life by being in itself. This object is the individual's essence. This inert synthesis, as a surrogate for the unifying praxis, such as it manifests itself in the other, possesses a practical efficacy that is the measure of its truth. On the basis of well-executed observations, I shall be able to define a hexis, or an inert system with cyclical repetitions. I shall say, for example, he is brave and intelligent, but scatterbrained, etc. And these characteristics will reassume a living unity of reciprocal conditioning in and through my action. I shall entrust him with my life, but not my secrets, if I am his hierarchical superior. This mistrustful trust as a quality of my relations with him is the reinteriorization of the dispersive unfolding of qualities. And it is incontestable that if the passive synthesis has been properly effected, my behavior, by virtue of its practical success, will discover its truth. This does not stop the essence from being a product, the product of my labor. This labor has necessarily been carried out on the basis of my refusal to comprehend the personal aims of my subordinate, along with his origins, the circumstances that have qualified his project, and the dialectical development of his praxis. It has turned out, at the outset, that our common social situation has introduced a certain reification into our human relations. This reification is simply the reciprocal exteriority which manifests itself in rejection of the other's aims. It may have quite a number of sources, depending on how deep it goes, one of them perhaps being the division of society into classes and exploitation. At all events, this reification is interiorized and re-exteriorized by practical knowledge. The resulting construction of the essence is, above all, the search for a real means of using the inferior as an instrument. In conformity with this objective, moreover, it is the construction of a mechanical equivalent for his actions. As is well known, however, the words are the thing, in the absence of their object, they destroy it by passing themselves off as it, in its presence, they cluster round its physical being like real qualities. In this sense the essence can be seen as the belonging, specific to a given organism, of the inertia which constitutes its model in exteriority. It will be noted, of course, that this passive synthesis, as the truth of the actions of both of them, is linked to the real, dialectical praxis of the free organism through a relation of immanence. In so far as this relation ends up producing itself as the essential for the known too, the agent's relation to his particular essence must be seen as an important aspect of alienation. To be sure, when the essence of inert objects is involved, the integration of words into the real substance has the result of constituting a verbal body for that physico-chemical body. The agent makes himself a mediation between these two determinations in exteriority. It can legitimately be said that he determines verbal matter through the materiality of things. Passive syntheses, as a unification of the diverse, nevertheless remain fundamentally identical, inasmuch as, in facts and in words, the organization of the inorganic is realized through the passion of organic unity. So the essence of inert bodies is most of the time produced directly, as a supplementary piece of work, by the labor that is carried out upon them. On this plane, there are not two truths. A person thinks with his hands and with the tool they wield, and thought is forged by forging its object, which eventually closes on it and the words it expresses. But when it is a matter of practical organisms, there are two truths, both forged by action and with a view to action, one of which excludes the other. For the essence, as a thought of inertia, is an inertia of thought. It contrasts absolutely with what we have called comprehension. And it is here, in conclusion, that we shall discover the meaning of this contradiction. How can the dialectical unity of a praxis reconstitute itself in exteriority through the inert movements of a machine? 5. Dialectical comprehension. Control of positive reason in the name of the totalizing. Temporalization. Comprehension is praxis itself as accompanied by the situated observer. Its structure is the very structure of direct action. It grasps the practical temporalization on the basis of its ultimate, future term, in other words, on the basis of its end. And although the teleological character of the act or its products can be observed from outside, without the witness taking up the ends being pursued, the only way of abandoning this schematic determination in favor of grasping the operation concretely remains to adopt, albeit temporarily, the objective, and then come back and illuminate by its light the moments of the totalization. Hence, in comprehension, as the dialectical grasping of an orientated temporalization, the problem of the exteriority of actions is relegated to the background. For we understood by this exteriority that every action was independent, as an isolated task to be performed at a certain moment and in a certain order, from every other previous or subsequent action. To be sure, it is necessary to have obtained result M before undertaking the construction of new which depends upon it. But provided that M is given in the agent's practical experience and accessible, it matters little to us, formally, whether it has been produced by the previous labor of the same practical organism or some other, or whether it is the result of an accident of nature. But if we look more closely at this exteriority, we understand precisely that it is an exteriorization of the organism's mechanical inertia, inasmuch as this inertia is closely applied to the inertia of exterior objects with a practical view to unifying them. So it is the means of unity, chosen on the basis of the future objective and in the light of this objective, and we must either see it, on the basis of the goal, as the progressive realization of the transcendent project, or else stop comprehending the action. And if we look more closely still, we observe that the inertia of the raw material defines the exteriorized inertia of the organism. It is the configuration of the worked object that governs bodily attitudes, inasmuch as the body's relation to the object is governed by an aim. The man who braces himself against that rock is a mechanical energy system acting upon it in exteriority, in conformity with the principle of inertia. But if this is the case, and he can actually be replaced advantageously by a bulldozer, this is because in the world of exteriority there is no way of acting on an inert body other than by communicating to it, as an inert body, an exterior movement, received from the exterior. By virtue of his reserves of fuel and his ability to expend these at the requisite moment, man is his own inertia and his own exteriority for himself. He communicates his own movement to himself from outside, by burning his essence. But this way, proper to the living being, of being his own exteriority can, in itself, be conceived only as an interiorization of the exterior by exteriorization of the interior. In short, on the basis of the objective we comprehend the exteriority of practical conduct, it is interiority producing itself in exteriority as a limit jointly defined by the living body and the worked object. And by this word interiority we do not mean to allude to some mysterious organic immanence or other, but simply to the fact that integration of the inert into the orientated temporalization can be conceived only as a structure of interiority. In the same way, if it is true that the complex conditions of a craft worker can be broken down into elementary procedures, each of which can be reproduced separately, it must first be noted that the temporal exteriority of the successive procedures is conditioned by the exteriority of the tasks, and the latter by the inert dispersion of the raw material. It would be conceivable, logically, at least, for an operation directly performed upon living matter itself to be synthetic, if it were directly to condition life. The fact that we act on life by the inorganic proves only, as I have already mentioned, that we set in train a transformation which we are neither able to produce in itself nor to control, and which is specifically organic. And if synthetic action is impossible for us in this domain, it is still the case that the procedures which take persons or groups for their object very often have to assume such a character. So this means that the practical movement is realized as a pure temporalization, and that the distinction into before and after is itself governed by the unity of the development and the reciprocity of immanence of its conditionings. We are here simply recalling the structure of any praxis, particularly social praxis, in which we have seen the future determining the past through temporalization of the present. So if the procedure which produces in exteriority the result M, as a first practical synthesis, is in itself separable from that which produces N. This is because the result M, albeit a condition of nu, in itself remains exterior to the consequences produced. It is necessary to dig this ditch, if you want moist earth to construct a rampart or embankment. But the ditch is not in the embankment, nor is the embankment in the ditch. And if a truck bringing a load of earth in fact suffices to make digging pointless, this is precisely because the earth is in itself unaffected by the way in which we have obtained it. At most, it might be said that the act is the transformation of this particular matter inasmuch as it is produced by an exterior energy source, and for that very reason the avatars of the raw material fall outside one another. Exteriority here comes from the dispersion of inertia as a feature of passive temporality. And if we were to imagine a fable in which an all-powerful demiurge produced modifications of matter by willed lightning flashes, these flashes would be successive because the succession of exteriority would be required by the material states to be produced. So action divides into exterior moments inasmuch as it identifies with the movements of its object. For that very reason, however, comprehension restores to us the indissoluble unity in which an organism causes itself to be designated in its inertia by an exterior raw material, inasmuch as this organism itself, or its restoration, defines the operation on the basis of the projected future. What is indissoluble is the invention of this particular group of procedures, inasmuch as this invention defines in unity an order of their succession, i.e. determines, with a view to the goal, the necessary succession of passive states which will ultimately produce the required modification and its organic consequence. And it is actually precisely this which we comprehend, when we grasp a gesture of the worker and, by the modification this produces in exteriority, we suddenly comprehend its end and its beginning. We may possibly be incapable of predicting one by one the procedures that will ensue, and unable to recover those that went before. But what counts is the presence of the future in that gesture, inasmuch as it illuminates the latter by subsequent gestures and the goal, and inasmuch as it makes the currently achieved result into a means, and thereby confers upon it its human signification, as transcendence and as exigency. In a word, if every operation is exterior to the rest, their ensemble is a totalization. Not in the sense that it would really be possible to unify them in their very multiplicity, but in the sense that each one, at the very moment when it is separated from the rest, can be comprehended only in terms of the result being aimed at, which, thanks to the organic end, presents itself as their totalizing summary. In this future objective, they are all folded back into a relative indistinctness. Not that there is no unity, or that this unity is not an order, but because every moment appears there as an abstract structure and, above all, as an option among various possibilities. For in that complex system it is above all the relations between relations that are elucidated in the order of a unifying temporalization. It is up to the realization and its concrete problems to determine the particular options and procedures. Praxis, through its finality, discloses the material characteristics of the object. It unfolds these one by one in the succession of exteriority characterizing the inert. But this succession is actually integrated into the interior temporalization, since the latter makes it into the time for exploration within the temporalizing invention. To give an example, the time of waiting, when an experimenter has realized the conditions for a chemical experiment and brought substances into contact, isolating them as he has decided, this waiting time, therefore, which measures in exteriority the speed of the chemical reaction, is like a rending of the practical temporalization by the exteriority of successions. At the same time, however, recovered and engendered by the very synthesis that it rends, this exterior time, every inert instant of which is lived actively as separation, impatience, etc., is merely the exterior limit of the interior temporalization, or, if you like, its way of integrating the time of things into itself as a direct contact with their inertia. In this sense, inertia in human action is to be comprehended as itself being the fundamental act and the source of all acts. Through the metamorphosis that creates praxis before and beyond organic integrity, and in the latter's service, the temporalization arises as a synthetic and living inversion of the readings of succession, and the unity of invention consists in defining, on the basis of the present passivization, and in the light of the future, the general perspective of a treatment of that materiality. The determinations of the moments of this treatment are produced as neutral states. This must be taken as meaning that praxis operates the rigorous unification of practical inertia with the inertia of things. There is a prediction of already united material states, each of which, in its unity, is wholly unaffected by the following state, inasmuch as both are taken in absolute exteriority, but which, replaced in the movement of creation that is labor and in relation to the unity that gives them their meaning, are all indicated as a precondition and all realized as an inert designation exigency of the following moment. Conversely, the latter, as a procedure state, remains exterior to the previous one but, on the actual level of temporalization, conditions it in interiority. The costs have been so great that the action is produced and comprehended in its irreversibility. Either the agent gives up, but this means the ruin and disorganization of the temporalization, or his only way of recuperating his lost strength is to push the act through to the end. In both cases, going back is forbidden. In particular, the man who relinquishes an undertaking will forever remain, in the human milieu, the person who began it. So that is what characterizes the comprehended action. The organism invents for itself, in the unity of the project, the directions of its own exteriorization, inasmuch as it defines the perspectives of transforming passive materiality with a view to a goal. And this immediately practical invention is realized at once on all levels. The body becomes its own exterior source of energy, in order to communicate its movements from the exterior as received impulses. The concrete invention reproduces and sustains within itself the time of exteriority, as the sole milieu in which passive states can be foreseen and engendered on the basis of their abstract schemata, but this exterior time, within the temporalization, is merely the production through labor of a mediation between the unification in progress and the dispersion that it is to gather up. Technical thought, for example, after the syncretic movement of the project, must make itself in itself a succession of exteriority, since the thought of inertia is an inertia of thought. For dialectical comprehension, however, none of the moments of the metamorphosis, none of its states, none of its levels, is isolated. The organism attacked in its biological functions negates itself as an organism and, incapable of transforming the inert into organic, itself makes itself inert and commits its subsisting functions to producing and preserving this inertia, with an actual view to transforming exteriority through exteriority. Through this negation of itself and the exterior milieu, it constitutes exteriority within itself and outside as the means of restoring to itself the integrity of its organic functions. The fundamental choice of this passion, inasmuch as it is realized through labor, is simply the action. But this new relationship at once produces the new existent who is to realize it, the agent, who is neither the organism nor the confused inertia of outside, but is actualized in the latter as a directed passion to save the former and, through this passion, determined as mediation, transcendence, project, and temporalization. None of these determinations can characterize the organism as such, since each springs from its practical relation to exteriority. In that sense, positivist reason can ignore them. That passion of thought is merely exteriority itself, as a practical rule for operations. It realizes the negation of the organism by itself, but at the level of the inert. As such, it has no instrument for becoming aware of the totalizing temporalization which governs and sustains it, although it lives that unity as the very foundation of its reasons. It produces itself as a time of succession of exteriority in the dialectical temporalization, i.e. at the heart of a reason that knows it and uses it, and that it does not know. Through this passive synthesis of inert successions, the agent knows himself and governs himself at the first level of action, i.e. in the inertia of his procedures. The infinite divisibility of inert time constitutes the infinite divisibility of behavior, and, through the homogenization of the latter with worked matter, the practical equivalence of energy sources. It becomes immaterial whether a given result is produced by an organism expending its reserves, or by any other energy source, immaterial, too, whether the passivized organism is a mediation between all the successive states of the thing, or just the source of a physico-chemical process. De facto, the organism is no longer. Positive reason does not know it. There are only successive states of inert matter. Through this infinite succession, dialectical reason, by means of the forged tool that is positivist reason, will make its detailed options, illuminated by the objective to be attained. In particular, dialectical unity, within the perspective of the project being actualized, leads analytic reason to produce orientated physico-chemical processes, from which the factors organism and human agent are eliminated. Not because they do not belong to them, but because they are anyway defined only in exteriority. Positive reason, a passive synthesis of inert successions, functions by its own laws of exteriority within the unity of the dialectical temporalization, and provides its results as a function of that unified exteriority, so it can be called our first machine. In reality, its historical development, as a reason of exteriority, inasmuch as it is guided by creative invention, necessarily leads it to produce machines. For machines are only itself as unified exteriority, and it is itself only a machine for producing machines. Between an electronic brain and positive reason, there is equivalence. Or, if you prefer, one is the reason of the other. And for these two equally inert and material reasons, each of which produces the other, unity comes from the dialectical interiority surrounding and sustaining their exteriority. It is easy to understand, on this basis, that positive reason, as an objective rule of interior exteriority, is at once the passion of the organism producing its own inertia as a contact with things and, at the same time, the grasping of every practical action as a pure inert process, i.e. an energy transformation. It can also be comprehended how the unity of its functioning comes to the machine via analytic reason, but not by virtue of it, and how, ultimately, it remains unnoticed as long as the terrain of positivism is not abandoned. Or, if you prefer, positive reason is the permanent means of praxis, but is not itself a practice. A twin consequence flows from this observation, whose effect is to bring the inert and the organic agent closer. It is true that analytic reason allows a rationalization of action, by virtue of its non-comprehension of the latter's synthetic character and by virtue of its molecular monism. But it is true also that tools are no more accessible, in concrete reality, to that reason of dispersed exteriority, and that, as tools and as machines, they require comprehension to come and disclose them in their truth. For no one, whether an economist or a technician, and in any period whatsoever, at the time of universal machines as much as at the time of automation, who is invited to visit a really modern factory, with the most up-to-date plant, can confine himself to studying the series of physico-chemical processes with their various conditionings. For his attitude is differential. He reckons to assess the differences separating this establishment from those he already knows. For him, moreover, these differences must be advances. We know roughly what these measurable advances can be: lower costs, increased productivity of the workers, better safety and hygiene conditions, etc. And these very general results can themselves be achieved only by detailed improvements, whose abstract features we roughly know. The new machine consumes less. This means that it does the same work for a lower expenditure of energy, or else that it involves some way of utilizing its waste products, or that its exterior arrangements make it possible to organize the work in a more rational way that avoids time wasting. Safety is improved. By reducing the risk of accidents at work, you necessarily reduce the expenses connected with them, i.e. there will be less compensation to be paid, and fewer of those ruinous strikes by which, when a man has died, the workforce seeks to protest at the risks it is forced to run. Of course, it must be clearly understood that the expenditure involved in improving safety at all events remains lower than, or at most equal to, the average costs entailed by accidents before the installation of the new machine. Most of the time, For this very reason, the problems of safety and productivity will be found synthetically linked in technological research. A combination will be sought that eliminates risks all the better in that it makes it possible to produce more, etc. The ensemble of features that we have briefly enumerated remains inseparable from teleological structures. Every specific feature of the new machine manifests itself in its inertia as a response to an objective problem. The safety system has been produced on the basis of statistics for accidents at work, and in order to respond to the exigencies of production, how to devise and construct a new layout for the old machines, enabling the costs entailed by accidents to be reduced, without the expenditure needed for installation going beyond a specific threshold. In this case, as we saw in connection with the steam engine, the inventor invents by making himself into the inert mechanism required by circumstances. 107 And, for this very reason, the inert mechanism is an inert synthesis, i.e. the seal of finality marks it in its being. Through the inventor's mediation, the objective exigency is imprinted in matter as a negation of interiority, and as the condition for a transcendence of this matter by itself. And this transcendence towards the exigency is effected by inert materiality itself as a passion of the inventor, inasmuch as the lived unity of this passion determines it synthetically and orientates it irreversibly. From this standpoint, a change in the conditioning of the series brings a different ensemble of changes into the process. It is analytic reason which determines this. But such changes are synthetically gathered up and grasped in interiority by the dialectical praxis, inasmuch as they directly find their signification, i.e. their unity, in synthetic human facts, such as the need for manufacturers, at a given stage of capitalism, to reduce costs by increasing production. Moreover, the inventor as a singular individual is further conditioned by his own needs and by his desire, i.e. by the incarnation in his practical person of the objective exigencies of the ruling class. Invention is a mediation between this incarnation and the exigencies that it incarnates. It has to enrich the inventor in proportion to the advantages it brings to manufacturers. We have already shown how, when a primitive gives information to an anthropologist and describes schematically the social structures that he realizes in practice with everybody, abroad, dialectical thought sustains and overflows a technical thought deriving its unity from it, which it handles like an inert object. 108 Here we encounter the same duality. The thought of inertia as an inertia of thought is at once the thought that thinks and, at the same time, the thought that is thought. It is the thought of things and it is a thought thing, an instrument perpetually acted upon by the temporalization of free praxis. It is a technical invention, and, as such, could not be the true knowledge of molecularized exteriority. At the same time, however, it is wholly homogeneous with other technical inventions and reproduces their being in the form of signifying determinations of verbal matter. However, in so far as its forged unity is what allows it to grasp in their forged unity, this common unity is passed over in silence, it does not belong to them. It is they which belong to it, inasmuch as it can be produced, and, therefore, comprehended, only by a dialectical reason, i.e. a totalizing practice. Hence, an expert studying the advantages of modern plant, in so far as he studies these within the teleological perspective of an improvement, has to comprehend the machines. His operations of positivist intellection are merely the means necessary for realizing the process in its function, and determining its value as a response to prior exigencies. He comprehends a machine when he uncovers and unifies its structures and movements on the basis of the objectives pursued by its inventor, and when he can progressively enrich and concretize his knowledge of these objectives on the basis of a more thorough investigation of the machine. It is clear that the comprehension is not different in kind from that which uncovers, in their deep signification, the acts of practical organisms or organized groups. Let us add, moreover, that the technologist and the historian of techniques must also comprehend the meaning of such mechanisms, in the same way that we have shown the meaning of an action being grasped. To appreciate this, it is enough to visit a museum of industrial science or technology in any capital. You will see that the form of these inert syntheses is defined not just by their functions, but also by the options of the society they produced, because those violent bourgeois saw the chimneys, the black fumes and the din as signs of their power. 109. If you ask, moreover, where the difference lies between the machine in operation and the man in action, we shall say that from this particular viewpoint there is none. To be sure, the man is a free practical organism, i.e. a living integration that makes itself into a passion in order to act, whereas the machine is not. And it is he alone who could attempt passive syntheses, since in him exteriority is interiorized and then re-exteriorized. But it is not that which counts, nor the infinite flexibility of his adaptations to the practical field. If the practical field is considered from the standpoint of positive reason, human actions do not differ at all from the ways in which machines behave. It is true that the man is missing. However, and this is the essential point, if you consider the man or machine as a dialectical intelligibility, i.e. in comprehension, then what counts is the fact that the succession of inert determinations, processes and transmutations is rigorously and irreversibly orientated towards an end, by the synthetic, creative movement of labor under the control of a positivist reason always supervised by the totalizing praxis. And if it is precisely this which counts, if, on the one hand, the inertia passion of the organism must use exterior mediations and construct tools as its preliminary syntheses, and if, on the other hand, the most rational machine exists only as a real product of human labor and can function only through the mediation of the labor impregnating it, then human action is effectively irreducible to any other process, inasmuch as it is defined as a practical organization of inert multiplicities. By an inertia passion and via an irresistible project to integrate all the elements of the practical field, i.e. inasmuch as it is transcendence, temporalization, unification, and totalization. But since that is its specific reality, and since it is inseparable from an organism producing its inertia and its own source of movement as exteriority, as well as from the inert elements of the practical field, it matters little ultimately, from the formal viewpoint we are adopting, that the elementary moments of action as inert processes should be directly engendered by one organism, that their exteriority should make it convenient or indispensable to redistribute them among various organized individuals, and thus reinforce their temporal exteriority by a spatial dispersion, or that, with the division of labor passing to the machines, the movements imposed by its structure as a passive synthesis upon an inert materiality should end up substituting themselves for the procedures directly followed by agents. All the more, as we have already pointed out, in that the agent belongs to the practical field and, within the indivisible unity of this field, suffers all the repercussions of his action. So when he perfects that machine for making machines which we have termed inert reason, it would be wrong to imagine that he has stuck a grid in his brain or distorting spectacles on his nose. It is an objective machine, which is coextensive with the whole practical field and conditions him like all the other elements of that field. This means he is himself situated inside all the practical syntheses of the inert and in its very inertia. Or, if you prefer, the advances of positive reason must be expressed for him by a constant deepening of his determinations in inertia. It is in the original fact of life itself that analytic reason discovers exteriority and, ultimately, the inorganic. On the other hand, the very unity of human praxis, the totalization, is what defines action in its irreducibility. This praxis produces and supervises the development of its science and technology, and every supplementary determination in inertia of the organic body is produced as a new conditioning of the latter in exteriority, thus allowing the agent through a technical action to govern him better and more intimately. Consequently, the moment analytic reason effected a radical decomposition of the organism into the inorganic, and of life into a physico-chemical process, would also be the moment when that same organism would be conditioned by its own praxis with the help of all the inert elements of the field, thus finding, in its total reduction to the inorganic through praxis, the power to transform inert substances into its own living substance. To be sure, this ideal goal of technical and scientific progress can be envisaged here only as a hypothesis. Yet it has a clear signification. The passion inertia of the organism is produced within the framework of praxis as inert reason or exterior power over exteriority. This reason grasps it in the very field of its application as an ensemble of inert processes. The inertia produced thus reacts upon it in the unified field and is radicalized. Precisely, however, this return is the work of the practical totalization. It is in and through its irreducible praxis that the organism discloses itself to its means, inert thought, as an ensemble of passive syntheses. And the conditioning of the organism by the inert syntheses of materiality, effected under the control of action, must succeed in freeing praxis by affirming the commutativity of all elements of the practical field. If the limiting moment of omnipotence is envisaged, the striking thing is that the practical field is wholly subordinated to the organism, precisely in so far as the latter has been broken down into non-organic processes. For action presupposes the permanence of the practical organism, as an agent of transmutations and as an orientation of equivalences. It is itself permanent because of the permanence of the initial objectives, i.e. because of the permanence of needs. The aim remains, roughly speaking, to ensure the possibility of life to human organisms in a universe that long ago disclosed its indifference to man's fate. Despite the biological organism's dissolution into the inert, therefore, the practical organism remains, because the living organism with its functions and needs has not disappeared either. And finally, in this limiting case, the practical field, through a positivist dissolution of the organism as agent, has become a vast network of machines driven in sequence, whose aim is to satisfy the needs of the biological organism under the control of the practical organism, which they cannot even reproduce. It is not part of the subject under discussion here to study passive temporality as a quasi-unity of dispersive succession with temporalization. 6. The two praxes. This example merely shows, by pushing equivalence to the limit, that praxis will develop the relation of inertia between the organ and the thing in two different directions. For on the one hand the organ becomes inertia, in order to modify the thing. On the other hand, however, in this fundamental direction of the practical, a countershock is given, the conditioning of the organism in reaction, via its inert being, by the inertia that it works. This countershock, long maintained at the level of counterfinalities, appears at first only as the source of negative modifications, which praxis had only to seek to negate, and if possible destroy. Or else it is utilized, but against the enemy. At the outset, medicine itself hesitates. Either it thinks to heal the organic by the organic, or else it seeks to eliminate the inert results of a process by mechanical means. Everything takes place in the shadow of fetishized praxis. Yet the new direction of action is already present everywhere, sometimes explicitly, on other occasions in an implicit state, guiding the reactions of the inert, predicting repercussions and using them to recondition the organism, directly or indirectly, through its inertia. The development of this form of action must not be seen first as the possibility of causing inert materials to be assimilated by living organisms. And that would anyway not mean, in this perspective of negation of a negation, that the inert would be rendered assimilable, simply that one would act by the inert upon organic functions, in such a way as to give human organisms certain functions of plants. Whether this purely formal limit can be achieved or not, what counts today is the fact that, without nourishing the organism by the inert, one acts by the latter upon the former's functions, conditions them, regularizes them, slows down some of them and speeds up others, raises the individual's practical abilities and endurance for a specific time, even begins to replace certain organs by inorganic systems. It is remarkable, moreover, that the progressive replacement, in the exterior, of the practical organism by the specialized machine should be contemporary with the first serious attempts to replace, in the interior, an organ in its functions by a machine that the whole organism controls and governs. Hitherto, replacement of the living by the inert would end in a net deficit. Today, in a limited number of cases, the inert object, inasmuch as the organism survives as its support, its source of energy and its unity, can replace the organ by ensuring certain of its functions. In this case, action type number 2 is necessarily grounded upon the advances of praxis number 1. That is not all. The inert object introduced into the organism is the product of human labor. It has formed the object of research and discovery. It has been realized by machines, themselves constructed through labor. The circularity of the action manifests itself in the fact that this machine introduced into us is a product of human labor, and, within the perspective of absolute equivalence of means, carries out a labor under control. In other words, this machine is an action of man at the heart of the organism. In certain conditions and for certain functions, the organ can be replaced by a product of action and the function by the action of this product. The action, as an exteriorization of the inert by the organism, completes the circle by reinteriorizing itself. In order to restore organic integrity, or in order to safeguard it, it decides, in certain specific sectors, to replace life by the act. It is in the perspective of this governed circularity that everything becomes an act in the practical field, precisely because this field is defined by the circular reconditionings of the inert by itself under the control of praxis, whose practical field ultimately becomes the real body and whose organic bodies remain the negative foundation as singularized facticity and need requiring satisfaction. Such, therefore, is our praxis. On this basis, we have the necessary instruments to comprehend its structures, and in particular the moment of construction of the means. It is the restoration and preservation of the organism, as an aim projected into the future, which will determine the place of the means and its function in the milieu. In other words, the practical category of means is grounded upon the heterogeneity of the milieu, in relation to the two terms of the action, the organism, and its need for restoration of its functions and organs. To be sure, the means are not, in the course of the totalization, heterogeneous to such and such a result whose achievement they make possible. And these results, within the temporalization and before being achieved, have indeed received the structure of objectives. In reality, however, they are also means. Ends in relation to the present state of the practical field, they are means in relation to its future state, as is the latter in relation to some other state. But the whole series is suspended from an end which is not a means for anything, and refers to no state because it is not itself a state, i.e. the organism, demanding its restoration and preservation from the depths of the future. We in fact know perfectly well that in some societies the maintenance and reproduction of life may be reduced to the status of a means. But we are not placing ourselves here at the level at which technology brings about a reorganization of social ensembles, and in the very course of this reorganization men are mediated by things. The direct movement of praxis remains that of an organism striving to make its material milieu into a combination of inert elements favorable to its life. So the practical field, as a fundamental, real but abstract unification of all the surrounding elements, is the totalization of possible means, or, which amounts to the same thing, the matrix of real means. Everything is a possible means in this unity, because it is itself a heterogeneous mediation between two moments of life. So the four words mediation, milieu, intermediary and means designate one single reality, inert exteriority, in so far as this conditions organic immanence as a being outside oneself in the world, and in so far as the transcendence of the project causes it first to be conditioned by the passion of the organism. 7. Conclusions, safeguarding the organism, an irreducible determination of action. It has doubtless already been noticed that I have not sought to plunge actions and machines back into the synthetic interiority of the historical field and the totalization of envelopment. We should then have observed that every process of exteriority, inasmuch as it is interior to the unitary field, is linked to all others and all agents by bonds of immanence. We have already spoken, moreover, of the action from afar that is typical in the common practical field. We have no intention of returning to that now, however, if only because the complex developments of action through the various dialectical fields do not constitute the present object of our study. What matters to us for the moment is to define human praxis, the only one we can comprehend, in the immediate and fundamental simplicity of its singularity. And by that I mean the following: since our intention is to provide the formal elements of a theory of practical multiplicities, we have encountered one praxis in our investigation, that of men. The other possible types of praxis remain unknown, and can be abstractly addressed in their formal undifferentiation. If we wish, in a radical way and within human experience, to account for the formal possibility that different multiplicities may exist, differently conditioned and being transcended by different kinds of praxis, we have only one way of doing it, by positive comprehension of the relations of our praxis with our conditions of life, to stress what today makes our actions specific. Or, if you prefer, we shall have comprehended human praxis fully in its determination, i.e. in its limits, if we see it making itself by wresting itself away from a certain facticity, from the contingent form of our necessary contingency. Now the foregoing comments have, on the one hand, revealed to us features characterizing every praxis, for example, transcendence, synthetic unity, temporalization, totalization, and finally, as the law of doing, being, and knowing, dialectical reason. But these comments have also made it possible, through the specific determination of these schemata on the basis of facticity, to singularize our action as historical agents, inasmuch as these agents are men of the present or a knowable past. And it is precisely this overall determination that we can reproduce here, to conclude this brief study. To be sure, we shall not therefore know in what, and by virtue of what, other practical multiplicities differ from this one. But we shall know why this multiplicity produces its actions as a singularization of every possible praxis. We already know that a practical organism, engaged in a field of scarcity in the midst of a universe of exteriority, if, furthermore, it can reproduce neither outside itself nor within itself the synthesis of life on the basis of mineral substances, makes itself into exteriority in order to condition the exterior and communicate to it, through passive syntheses, an inert finality, the inert concern to preserve life. We know too that action, as a mediation between the organic and the inorganic, is entirely both at once, that it is the inertia of the organism engendering the organization of the inert from the exterior, and that you can cut it at will into inert segments, or grasp it in the transcendent unity of invention, i.e. on the basis of its ultimate aim, the preservation of life. But here precisely lies the fundamental character of human praxis and its singularity, in short, inasmuch as man makes history, the first determination of our historicity. As we have just said, human praxis has a non-transcendible aim, to preserve life. In other words, praxis is originally a relation of the organism with itself, via the inorganic milieu. When the aim is achieved, this relation is suppressed. We shall return in a moment to objectification, so dear to Hegel and Marx. But we are obliged to acknowledge that the organism which reproduces its life cannot be objectified anywhere except in the inert. At all events, it is certainly not objectified in its own restoration or health. For if by an act, whatever this may be, it succeeds in reproducing its life, i.e. in feeding itself, for example, it returns to the functional, cyclical unity from which need has wrested it, and this unity, precisely because it is living, preserves no trace of the inert syntheses that have made it possible. From this viewpoint, action is fundamentally the negation of a negation, and nullifies itself in its outcome. To the organism in the course of assimilating organic products, it remains a matter of indifference whether these lay directly within its reach, or whether it had to change itself into an agent in order to procure them. Yet it will be said that action modifies the organs. That is true, but we shall be coming to it. Let us for the moment simply note this primary characteristic of the act: it is relative, transitory, and governed by life, and it is abolished in life, which dissolves it into itself as it redissolves and reassimilates its inert being. At all events, whatever we may be able to discover at present, this evanescent character of action, an inorganicity produced, sustained, and dissolved in it by the organism, remains its original, fundamental determination. It can be disguised, but not suppressed. However, This same action is a transcendence of former circumstances towards an objective only insofar as the transcendence is real and not ideal, meaning that it has to be realized through a rigorous orientation of physico-chemical processes and the determination of partial, inert unities within the unity of the practical field. The passive syntheses thus realized are not necessarily, or even frequently, dismembered by satisfaction of the organic need. Very often, on the contrary, they remain, precisely because they can be used again. Now, we have already commented that the passive unity of the material combination was, right to its being in itself, the absolute hallmark of its teleological character. So action, which the organism reabsorbs, produces absolute realities in the field of the inorganic, and it is these inorganic realities which are its objectification. At the moment of success, the agent is dissolved by the organism and simultaneously preserved in the form of a passive synthesis by the inorganic. Or rather, action, inasmuch as its inert outcome prolongs it, becomes the mere relation of the mechanical slave to the organism. It is this heat, inasmuch as it constitutes the organism's medium of life. But such a univocal and synthetic relation no longer contains any trace of an act, but on the contrary is the reversal of one, inertia putting itself in the service of life. In so far, however, as these realizations are posited for themselves and, through a bond of immanence, entail modifications from afar of other objects and men within the practical field, the action of each and every person is reconditioned by his own products, inert exigencies develop, and it is necessary to readjust, correct, oversee, etc. This time, moreover, these actions are immediately governed by the inert. Of course, they have meaning only in relation to the non-transcendible aim. Why satisfy the passive exigencies of matter, unless by neglecting them you risk death in the shorter or longer run? Yet it is indubitable that an order of passive exigencies is constituted at the level of the practical field, via the determination of products by one another and of men by their products. This is the level at which we have seen the practico-inert appear, the level, too, at which groups will form to break its carapace. All this interests us here only in so far as the action, absorbed by its end, is nevertheless sustained, prolonged, posited for itself and developed by the very exigencies of its products. These products include the agent himself, whose inequality with the organism becomes more and more pronounced. His occupational deformations qualify him through his work, and his technical skills constitute a new hexis for him, practical and non-functional, although it can act upon his functions. So the agent has a twofold status in the organism itself: he is dissolved as acting, but he remains as hexis, and has himself supported as a passive synthesis by the living synthesis. Meanwhile, the progressive complication of the reasoning machine, and of inert reason, tends increasingly to eliminate the organic as a support for the act, and thereby tends to qualify the agent by his practical transcendence of inert gatherings more than by his biological origin. So everything occurs, basically, as though a new existent, the agent, were tending to detach himself, with wholly original structures, from the organism whence he has emerged. The de facto effect of the division of social labor is that a given agent will be remunerated for an action which has no direct link with the reproduction of life and which, consequently, tends to present its own end as non-transcendible, its specific objectification as its actual reality. In exploitative societies, moreover, it is the role of certain members of the ruling class to engage in activities posited in themselves in their absolute gratuitousness. At this level, action claims to be autonomous, it receives its laws from its end and from the determinations of the practical field. Acting seems the specific function of man, and practical idealism radically separates the action positing itself for itself from the organism that supports it. On the contrary, however, it is necessary to point out the following. 1. The action positing itself for itself is reduced to producing a passive synthesis, for it is rigorously defined by the absolute end it has given itself. 2. The agent of the action is defined by this passive synthesis given as its objectification, and the latter becomes the signifier of which, through a counter shock, his occupational deformations become the signified. This means that the passive synthesis is the robot engendering positive reason, and reflecting to the person the inorganic image of his organism. In the last resort, indeed, the action, by positing itself for itself in exteriority as a relationship of exteriority, would lose its relation to its ends, since nothing in the world of exteriority can favor one material combination with respect to the others, or constitute some possible processes as preferable to others. For there are no longer any standpoints from which it is possible to prefer this to that. 3. So the world of ends in themselves does not have enough being, and, although it forms constantly, it could exist only in relation to a twofold foundation, perpetuation of the organism, as an end transcendent to the action, and the dialectic itself, as a law of creative transcendence of all means towards the end, and as dissolving within it all inert syntheses. For this is what is shown clearly by the observations which led us to discover the practico-inert. For at this level we see the action alienating itself into its products, and the latter, through the counter-finalities they develop as inert mediations between agents, and as an inert reproduction of the agent who has produced them, manifesting anti-human exigencies, i.e. presenting the inert as the end to which organisms must sacrifice themselves. In industrial societies, the agent exists for the machine, and his very labor, as labor power, is sold on the market as a quantity of energy. Precisely, however, the practico-inert is possible, and the exigencies of the inert take on a meaning, because, basically, the ensemble made up of the economic process and the organization of labor relates to preservation of the organism. I do not mean by this that the laws governing the ensemble in question cannot, in specific circumstances, produce catastrophic crises, culminating in wastage of lives, nor that the ruling classes are concerned with preserving the lives as such of the manual workers, but simply that neither the practico-inert, nor oppression, nor exploitation, nor this given alienation, would be possible if the huge, ponderous socio-economic machine were not sustained, conditioned, and set in motion by needs. Whatever theft may lie at the very foundation of the wage, it is in order to live that the worker sells his labor power. And if machines give him orders, and are constituted for him as imperious ends, it is in a milieu of scarcity where the reproduction of his life is at stake. Conversely, the most gratuitous labor, that which seems to set its aim autonomously and can wholly suffice the laborer, such as the labor of the artist, is fundamentally just a means of existence. What the painter may feel and think matters little here. Objectively, it is still the case that the artist sells his canvases to live, and that he makes them to sell. Let me be clearly understood. He can and must through art pursue certain cultural ends which are not directly linked to the satisfaction of his own needs. As we shall see, however, quite apart from the fact that the real aim of art is to recover the organic, and needs, and integrate these into the cultural field in new forms. 110 In a society conditioned by scarcity, it remains a labor which takes the satisfaction of the artist's needs as a means to continue, precisely in so far as those needs have chosen art as the means of satisfying them, which appears immediately, in the signification of the painting or statue. In the same way, in the alienated world of exploitation, we have seen, when the satisfaction of needs is assured, practico-inert conditionings replacing organic exigencies. 111 Well fed, well clothed, well housed, the manufacturer pursues his interest, in other words, he is alienated into his property and obeys its exigencies. But apart from the fact that the wage he gives his workers is destined to maintain their existence, it must be added that the very foundation of his interest remains the owner's own organic life, inasmuch as, in the world of scarcity and competition, this too gives its urgency to the exigency of the machine. The practico-inert, as a practical equivalence of the agent to his machine, can be constituted only on the basis of an action pursuing, with increasingly complicated means, an ever identical and non-transcendable goal, the perpetuation of life. And it is precisely when the present forms of the practico-inert tend, by virtue of their contradictions, to make this perpetuation impossible for the majority, it is then, and in the name of the need, that groups organize to smash these forms or modify them in part. The bourgeois revolution, at a certain level of historical significations, can be realized as the contradiction between the relations of production specific to the ancien regime and development of the productive forces. This contradiction could not itself have been productive without the hunger of which it was both the source and the expression. Between June and October, the bourgeoisie won the first round because the people lacked bread. In other words, just as according to Kant the dove thinks it would fly more easily without the air which supports it, so it is often thought that the act would be purer, and its end more rigorous, without its dependence, direct or indirect, the organism and its needs. But exactly the opposite is the case. There would be no acts without needs, not even any dream of acting. The most abstract, autonomous end ultimately derives its content and its urgency from needs. It would vanish along with them, and its autonomy would vanish with it. So every study taking as its object a theoretically autonomous sector of human activity must obviously determine through experience the laws governing that sector. But nothing will have been achieved if this activity is not attached to the ensemble of organisms and needs in relation to which it has been produced, and if the autonomous laws governing it are not explained simultaneously, in their autonomous interconditioning within the practical unity and in depth, as the unfolding of a praxis born of a need, defined by it and receiving its first multiple determinations from inert exteriority. A relative autonomy of practical sectors, and at the same time a determination of the whole action by the need which it transcends to satisfy, and preserves within itself as its urgency and sole reality, such is the foundation of historical materialism. It is, of course, a matter of human action, since nothing justifies the claim that suppression of scarcity would have the effect of suppressing all praxis, in favor of a return to mere organic functions. But this twofold determination, inasmuch as we have grasped it in its origin, inasmuch as we have seen it spring from circumstances themselves, and inasmuch as we have been able to follow the movement of its genesis, is produced as the fundamental intelligibility of that materialism. The scarcity lived in interiority by the organ is the inorganic producing itself as a negative determination of the organism. And this lacuna, inasmuch as the whole organism is modified by it, is the need. But the need, in turn, positing its suppression as an absolute end via the inorganic milieu, is the materiality of the action, its reality and its foundation, its substance, and its urgency. Through the need, the individual, whoever he may be, and however gratuitous his act may be, acts upon pain of death, directly or indirectly, for himself or for others. 5. But the real structure of the action cannot be grasped by positive reason. On the other hand, however, neither its objectification alienated in its product, nor its bond of dependence upon the organism, will be what makes it possible to determine the action wholly and in its specific reality, i.e. to comprehend it. The action, as a mediation between the organic and the inorganic, can be neither one nor the other. Moreover, even if it were produced as the unity of these two statuses, such a unity would itself be an entirely new status, which would reveal itself only to dialectical investigation. For what appears striking is the fact that the action is transitive, whereas the inert is permanence and the organism repetition. Unity springs, in fact, from the quartering of the cyclical by changes of exteriority. The cycle is actually there, since the end as an ultimate term will be identified with the original term, in other words, since the organism must be at both extremities of the process. Only this projected restoration is precisely not cyclical, since it depends on a never previously encountered disposition of the field's inert elements, and since, moreover, this disposition, inasmuch as it must be produced by the agent, implies that the organism transforms itself in order to realize it, and is transformed by its realization. In the most favorable hypothesis, the restored organism is other in an other milieu. Only the relation of the former to the latter can remain identical. The irreversibility of processes of exteriority, inasmuch as it is produced and governed by a quartered and exploded cyclical, is precisely that, in its transcendence of a given towards the deviated reproduction of the same, which is the practical unity of the action. In this elementary moment, moreover, we grasp that the action as a process underway can never be a unity, only a unification, which means that every moment appears as a diversity that will find its integration in the previous diversity, total integration having to be the restoration of the organism. From this standpoint it will easily be understood that every stasis of praxis, defining the agent and his act by the object they have produced, gives the dead unity of a passive synthesis for the real movement of unification. In the course of the temporalization, in fact, it can be a matter only of a certain material combination that will be found at a higher degree of integration in the following movement, and that derives its meaning only from its relation to the subsequent moment. The alienating halt, the stasis, of the action can derive from the social order. At a certain moment of technology and social history, wage labor is defined by tasks that are shared among the laborers, none of which in itself constitutes the totalization of the undertaking and most of which are reduced to elementary procedures. The man whom the regime determines in his reality as an agent by the number of needles he fixes hourly onto nautical instruments, and in his organism by the means it gives him to satisfy his needs, is alienated and reified, he is an inert synthesis. But, precisely, praxis refuses, in him and in all the others, to let itself be limited to that. The action struggles against its own alienation through matter, inasmuch as it posits itself dialectically as the unifying temporalization transcending and preserving within it all forms of unity. So the dialectic appears as that which is truly irreducible in the action, between the inert synthesis and the functional integration. It asserts its ontological status as a temporalizing synthesis which unifies itself by unifying, and in order to unify itself, and never lets itself be defined by the result, whatever it may be, that it has just obtained. 112. The whole complex of behavior patterns of certain insects and mammals may be called action or activity. It can even be noted that activity on Earth begins with single-celled creatures themselves. At all events, the questions posed by such activity have nothing in common with those that would be posed by the existence of practical multiplicities whose technological development was equal or superior to our own, albeit differently orientated by virtue of the difference in the organisms and the practical problems. Nothing warrants the assertion that this end would remain non-transcendable, even if humanity one day freed itself from the yoke of scarcity. On the other hand, it is clear that it is our own history, the history of need, which we are describing, and that the other, if it does exist one day as a transcendence of prehistory, is as unknown to us as that of another species living on another planet. Appendix. The interest of the reflections contained in the following pages lies in the fact that they give the reader a glimpse of the route along which the author was intending to lead him to the book's end. Nevertheless, I hesitated before publishing them. Sartre was fond of saying that he thought as he wrote. What does that mean? That he did not set down on paper just ideas already formed or in the process of germination. That instead it often happened that he would explore at length the possibilities of an argument, and simply break off if a difficulty arose, only to recommence his dialogue with himself from scratch on another sheet. Thus, more perhaps than for other philosophers, the status of his notes remains in doubt. A.es. The historical event 113 has the effect of transforming our own past, i.e. its signification. In short, of distinguishing the lived, which was nevertheless the absolute, from the reality which was lived. And of rejecting as an illusion what was grasped as an absolute. Whether one submits, or whether one acts and fails, or whether one succeeds. So the fact is that the historical event, whatever it may be, gives our past its transformation by virtue of the fact that it was not expected, or because, even if expected, it was the expected unexpected. Well, this past is the transcended, but it is also the essence created behind us, which helps us. We modify it ourselves in our lives, but generally do so continuously. The historical fact, Charles Bovary discovering the letters. So it is understood that the historical event rends the past. Well, the past is being, essence, and a pledge. Well, being is transformed. 114. The essence is reversed, the matter worked by me assumes another meaning in the context. The anarcho-syndicalist trade unions, discovering the masses and their impotence in 1914, grasped themselves as not having been able to adjust, as having functioned ineffectually when they had thought they were functioning to full effect. In a word, changes to the world, exterior to me, transform me in my essence, which is an inner relationship. For example, it was the appearance of the masses singing the Marseillaise that stupefied the trade union leaders and changed them. But they had not made those masses, and the masses did not act directly upon them. As for the pledge, they were not released from it, yet they were no longer obliged to fulfill it, since it was impossible to fulfill it. A choice: you will do what you swore to all the same, you stick to it, in order to assert yourself. You may die, that means you affirm yourself by death as not changing. Suicide in this case equals an aggressive act against history. You choose the absolute permanence of being. Du pari, you have chosen non-being and being an object for future history. So the historical event appears as the exterior transforming interiority from the interior, but without any necessary action of the exterior upon exteriority and without an immediate act of interiorization. The event comes like a thief. An ultimatum: either I must be other, which means make myself an other, or I must kill myself, otherwise I shall remain in bad faith throughout my life. The bad faith, history is absurd. An example: refusal to see decolonization, a policy of betrayal, is attributed to de Gaulle. A strange situation: one is disqualified and at the same time free and powerful. The Europeans of Algeria are disqualified, but they can revolt and kill. Can choose to die killing. But you can also refuse to see your disqualification as anything other than an accident that you can change and so stand fast, betrayal, etc. You act with the feeling that you are re-establishing the status quo. So the historical event modifies me according to the past stasis, i.e. in my being. But also in the stasis of the future. The most important thing, it can destroy me or change me brutally in my inertia and my passivity. I am imprisoned. A war, I am killed. My interest, I am ruined. But also it makes me, in the praxis of the social individual, into an other. I become a warrior, my concerns will be other, to kill, not to be killed, etc. This may solely affect the individual in his individual life. The ruin of my parents cuts short my studies, obliges me to earn my living. But, above all, I am involved in a changed society and one that gives itself other aims. So I change. Case of the man of the left transformed by the general movement of history into a reactionary, albeit remaining what he is. Case of the second international trade unionist. Case of the craft worker and his means of action, a limited strike, because he is needed, but, with specialized machines, a strike without power. While the masses find their own riposte, there is no longer any specific remedy for the craft worker. His strike becomes a trap, which hastens deskilling and technological unemployment. So all that remains is to become like a new man. Try to get by, invent practices in a transformed practical field. But the free practical organism is himself affected. As a rule he has freedom to adapt, on condition that he systematically and dialectically carries out the liquidation being, essence, pledge. If he does not do so in time, he passes into another social category. In this position, however, his interests and needs lead him to perform acts and defend causes which can no longer be such. Reason leads him to use arguments which are obsolete. A real transformation through transformation of the practical field. In other words, his obligations oblige him to seek arguments or practical defenses which are no longer there. He has become stupid. And yet he may remain brilliant, impressive. People do not see his objective stupidity. This radical transformation is real and material, for its source is always, more or less directly, transformations of worked matter. An example: German industrial expansion before 1914 leads to the imperialist struggle for markets. Hence, war. Problem posed anew after defeat, leads to World War II. With the second solution, still capitalist. Ruin of social democracy. Inasmuch as this transformation is material, it is incomprehensible at first for individuals and ensembles, comprehension is praxis. But we are at the level of the practico-inert, and it is the practico-inert which transforms itself in the individual, and transforms the social individual and even the free practical organism. But the practico-inert is anti-dialectical and not comprehensible, it is reversal of praxis, and counter-finality. So the non-comprehensible enters into the comprehensible and the modification is an unintelligible theft. At the same time, it is an apparition of the other as an other, i.e. the other I become for myself springs from the revealed existence of others. Of course, alienation is daily. But the change of alienation comes from others. Lastly, I am myself responsible and I feel it. In a certain way, I produce the exterior object which comes upon me like a thief and I grasp myself as producing it. 117. Time. There are several kinds in history. 1. Time of the system, capitalism. 2. Time of secondary systems, colonialism. If capitalism can sustain the cost of decolonization, the secondary system is overthrown inside capitalism. 3. Time of general and partial events, Algerian War, 7 years were necessary. 4. Very swift time of the April military insurrection, time of particular men. Progress. I. Signification and meaning in history. First resolve this question. The signification of a history is not its meaning. An arrested history has no meaning for us. It had one for those who lived it in interiority. It may have a signification, if we find the ensemble of factors that help to arrest it. At the same time, the factors that developed it. An example, agrarian society, its ceiling reached, demographic growth, system no longer functioning equals signification. Meaning equals what is lived in interiority. The meaning of an agrarian society may be its everlasting nature. Let us be clear, an archetype, etc., and a practice of preservation. In other words, meaning is a practice setting its goal via an ideology. Nevertheless, meaning may be partial or total, depending on whether it is set on the basis of a total or a partial conception of man. Moreover, as we shall see, the total meaning is grounded upon need and the human relation. Progress cannot be a signification, it is lived in interiority, a practical organization of the totalization. It is an act. For it includes the future. And, at the same time, a totalizing knowledge, society is in progress and I continue its progress. Whether history has a meaning, a dialectical problem. 118 to be considered inside history, as a conception of totalization. Basically, a totalization underway equals a meaning. But this is not enough, the totalization must be given as being this particular totalization. At the same time as being a practice, however, meaning overflows the agent, there is a dialectical rigor that escapes. I make history, like everybody, but I am not it, if it has a meaning, this is inasmuch as it is. 119. 2. Progress in the usual practical sense. De facto, whether progress exists in history or not, the fact of giving a name to the total meaning of history is an extrapolation of its primary meaning. So what is progress but inside history? This basic notion is also a knowable, comprehensible, and lived reality, on the basis of the practical free organism. Insofar as the organism reproduces his life and on completing his effort finds himself the same, it is possible at a pinch to speak of a progress on the basis of a deterioration. But this is in order to re-establish what is. The interest of this progress is that it shows the necessity, in order to define progress, of an original term restored in the future. The progress after deterioration of an organic ensemble is a movement towards its restoration. but the limit imposed here by restoration of the identical causes progress to be given as limited. It is a passage from the identical to the identical. Hence, a means and not an end. Extrapolation, if the end is infinitely distant, makes the latter into a directing idea and progress into an end in itself. Characteristics of progress. 1. A phenomenon of direction. Goes from X to Y. Hence, observable, an organism. Nutrition and assimilation. Reproduction. Note, however, a recurrent phenomenon. Hence, one already observed on numerous occasions. Even for reproduction, recurrence and preservation of an order, the directing elements protect the specific features. Originally, karyokinesis equals reconstitution. Whence the idea of immortality. In case number 1, the aim is the preservation of order through an exterior change. The result, in spite of everything, is an interior change. Food may be inadequate, adequate, poor, or too abundant. Rightward arrow causes disassimilation, and if it is too rich, rightward arrow karyokinesis, maintenance of order, immortality, but identity becomes dual. Order is not preserved, but recommenced. In short, a complex fact, identity is aimed at, as against change, but achieved by change, and at once changed in its very reality. Changing to remain the same. At once, it remains the same and changes. It is other and the same. Changing to remain the same means remaining the same and changing. It is opting for change. The wealth of the organism comes from the fact that it is annihilation of identity, i.e. of inert being. It is inertia that is lacking, and wishes to reconstitute itself, and, instead of being, becomes the possible of an organism that is simultaneously all inertia and, at the same time, an absence of being, i.e. an absence of inertia. But the orientated process is not of itself a progress, although it shows us the dialectic of change and the identical, at the level of the single direction. Why? Because there is no finality. Even though, dialectically, we did see the end emerge at this level. For there is no perseverance of the organism in its being, since the organism has no being, merely a tendency to acquire its being, to be that being which it is not. So we do not have the imminent end that people suppose, but already, in part, a transcendent end. The organism in the circularity of its functions, for example, is perpetually itself at whatever moment it is viewed. Yet practically it never stops changing. This means that the end is not in it, but haunts it. 2. But the term must really be posed as an end. It is not necessary to adopt this end, it is enough to recognize it, i.e. comprehend it. Analytic reason cannot comprehend progress, it is an object of comprehension, which, of course, first means that only a praxis can recognize progress. In other words, progress is a practical structure in its dialectical completion. The progress of culture. But you can also worry about the progress of illiteracy. An end is ascribed to a serial consequence of some given policy. Actually, that is not so wrong, a counter-finality and sometimes a finality. Enemy forces are progressing inside the country, towards the capital. In this case, an orientated process in space-time is involved, but one where space is given as the dominant. Assimilation to an end, the illness is progressing. In short, at the point we have reached, progress implies a practical comprehension. Progress equals comprehensive study of a praxis in development. Progress implies a transcendent goal first set. Progress equals constituent dialectic. Progress equals contradiction between change and permanence. In fact, in this contradiction a term always escapes man as an agent. Both the permanence of relations must adapt to the change and the change has to break permanent structures. Hence, at the very source of the notion, there is in the very notion of progress the idea of something escaping action, being exteriority with respect to action and yet a result of it. We can count upon man to accomplish his aim, but something outside of him and us must be a favorable counterfinality. From this viewpoint, the tendency to isolate progress from the goal is very significant. You make progress, there is progress. In the child's upbringing, it is ultimately the current praxis which serves as a means. Progress is grasped not solely in some success but in its speed, decisiveness, elegance, etc. The assumption is thus, making teaches you to make. The tool is forged as it forges. But this signifies a certain inertia at the basis of activity, and this inertia itself becomes a moment of progress. Similarly, progress will manifest itself inside the practical field through every moment of the reorganization. A tool is made at every moment of the operation. A certain state of the inert, bringing the tool closer to its end, represents a moment of progress. 3. Progress is originally the fact of direction, the orientated process called labor, grasped in its development. But this implies, at the very level of the free practical organism, that progress is dialectical, i.e. that the only technique of progress is contradiction. Direct meaning of praxis. Practical field. Contradictions through determination, etc. Temporally. If there is progress, there is an irreducibility of change, i.e. of one moment to the preceding moment, not an irreversibility but an inability to assert the identity of M1 with M. No causality. A dialectic. And non-retrogradability, you can return to zero, but you are no longer the same. In every sense. Hence, ontological non-retrogradability and irreducibility, in the sense of knowledge and reality. 120. So progress cannot, except in very particular instances, and above all as a momentary determination, present itself as continuous growth. The fact of moving from one point to another cannot characterize a progressive process, that would be to forget counterfinality. Practical field. Work matter. Counterfinality. Reduction of counterfinality. Return to the task, but obligation to compensate. In short, constant control, constant correction. Even if you know in advance the moments of labor, the counterfinalities that will develop, and the means to reduce them, it will nevertheless be necessary to carry out the operation anew, dialectically. Even if the circumstances are still the same. But how to know that a new contradiction will bring you closer to your goal? You know it if the operation has already been carried out. Or if you can see ahead. Regarding dialectical predictability, it is not, like analytic predictability, the projection into the future of the present invariant system. The latter is necessary, but true prediction retains it within itself. It is a reasoned invention of the future. On the basis of relatively fixed structures, and of invariant and combined elements. But, above all, on the basis of an idle practical movement, by an abstract operation producing an abstract future. In other words, the dialectical future is alone capable of justifying prediction. In order to be other and the same, I cast myself towards a future that already reveals itself as the same and other. The irreducibility of the new would make prediction impossible, if my relation to the coming new were not already an irreducibility. In short, if the practical organism were not its own future. Or, if you like, if the dialectical movement were not originally the lived relationship of the irreducible, predicted future, inasmuch as it creates the present through determination of the past. X is going to leave Y. He foresees his regret. But to foresee, here, is not to know, it is already to experience, as an emotional abstract, the irreducible novelty of his solitude. I have taken a negative example as being simpler, but positive ones abound. In other words, in inferiority, quantity is transformed into quality. Simply because it is interiorized. The increased quantity is thus predictable by analytic reason, on the basis of precise data. But through it the qualitative transformation must itself be foreseen, i.e. experienced. The time of history is a dialectic. But it is a constituted dialectic. To foresee the present equals to comprehend the present as it will appear in the future. To effect the reclassification of forces that will be implemented in itself. 121. 4. Internal contradiction of progress. Progress is necessarily a totalization. For it is pursuit of the restoration or establishment of a totality. A student advances towards interiorization of a knowledge that is a totality. Let us take this example. We know that he will never succeed, should that totality exist. That this totality does not exist outside the permanent totalization of totalizations. That during his study, achieved science is transcended by developing science. That the student wants the science only in order to transcend it and not merely in order to apply it. For this very reason, however, every new degree of progress represents the totalization of acquired knowledge by that which has just been acquired. The new knowledge includes within it all the old forms of knowledge that illuminate the new. The new knowledge is a totalization of all the old forms set in motion by the resolution of the new problem, which assumes something more in addition. Conversely, the novelty illuminates the old forms of knowledge. The fundamental is in the future, because it is the total. The original foundations are abstract. In reality, there is always a circularity. The new turns back upon the old, which conditions it. Feedback. But circularity equals totalization, praxis equals totalization. The enemy army's progress towards the capital implies organization of the conquered provinces. The fall of the capital is aimed at as a negative totalization, and also, positively, as a total occupation, or the equivalent of a total occupation. This totalization is at once a totalizing reorganization of the practical field, and a totalization of the time of the practical operation. The operation as such has always become, i.e. the present praxis, as a temporal development, envelopes the past praxis within it. But immediately, in human progress, i.e. progress towards an end, the end achieved is in no way the realization pure and simple of the projected end. It is its totalization with all the totalizations of totalizations which have been its moments. In such a way that the contradiction of progress is that prediction is necessary, the end is projected in order to be achieved, and, in a certain manner, something is known, something is projected, from another angle. However, the prediction, the original project or end, is itself retotalized by the end achieved and thus can in no way predict its concrete retotalization. It predicts that it will be retotalized, but not how. So in progress we go towards what we want and what we could neither want nor predict. Furthermore, labor transforms us and we arrive other at the pursued end. But how to judge, in such conditions, whether there is progress, since we know schematically in the abstract, but do not know in its total concrete reality, the end which turns back upon the project, in order to absorb it and illuminate it otherwise. In order to give ourselves, become other, another illumination of ourselves having an abstract project at the outset. Here we find all the difference that separates the process of direction from progress. Progress does not restore, it institutes. So we arrive at the following first conclusion. Progress is never a restoration. If it exists, it is as orientated change. And this real change takes place towards a term that the free practical organism can know only in part. This term, at the same time as it realizes the original prediction intention, envelopes and transcends it by totalizing it, with all the subsequent moments that are irreducible to it and with all its results, and by incarnating it. It is already not entirely for the organism itself. For the restored term, despite everything, implies a change, and besides, there is a practical action in the fact of eating. You transform the field, e.g. you cancel the surrounding food, and compel yourself, as a pure organism, to abandon the place or die. In this case, however, how do you determine whether you are going towards realization, or towards death or a lesser being? Who says that what you want, no longer existing, other than as a partial structure, in what you will have done, will not be a change such that, In the simplest case, it contradicts the schematic beginning. In the more complex case, it creates a practical individual radically different from the one existing at the beginning. In other words, what element of comparison will ensure that you decide you are getting closer to a goal, such as it was originally given? If there is repetition, progress may be noted. I foresee the past. Hunting or gathering, repetition of the act. Known consequences. If there is innovation, impossible to be entirely sure of the result. Change of hunting grounds, change of weapons, unforeseen consequences to be totalized. Introduction of the slave equals progress, but transforms its internal structure. Appearance of trade and trading posts for the Eskimos equals progress and also destruction. The Danish economy is introduced into the circuit. The reproduction of life gives way to the indirect relationship, I produce for the other, who, in exchange, conditions me. I change my hunting. I enter the circuit of profit, i.e. these pelts are sold not for the needs of others, which would still have been direct, but for the profit of some people in a developed society where the satisfaction of needs is always indirect, as an economic motor, and where accumulation allows luxury expenditure. Who shall say if this is progress? And from what point of view? However, it might be said that if need is satisfied more easily, and if this is the aim, studying the standard of living allows one to pronounce. Cf. Eskimos, standard of living higher than an unskilled worker's? But are such comparisons really possible? Do they have any meaning? Furthermore, is this change that will liquidate the superstructures an advance in this domain? Lastly, does the change of diet not destroy the organism? The example must be taken up individually. On the basis of trading posts being set up, let us imagine a family head tempted to exploit their advantages, the idea of improvement. In this sense, for the person who has historical awareness at the outset, progress becomes no longer maintenance by the act but a positive transformation of the practical field by me, of me by my totalizing effort, and of me by the practical field, leading to transformation of myself and the field in such a way that, between this new being and this new field, the relations will be better than between me and my field. But this presupposes a hazard, an element continually eluding me, given that, even thus, positive improvement is a gamble. Also, a calculation of the new counterfinalities. No matter what may it be, this relationship with something other than me and my field, which is nonetheless me and my field. Two aspects. One, the most common, changing to stay the same. Here again, two aspects. The field's resources increase, but also its counterfinalities, or its resources change. I preserve the relationship, changing to stay the same. The image of change may be supplied to me by others, without my appreciating the consequences. The field's resources diminish. Tougher. So I invent a tool, or I make sacrifices to remain alive, or what I was. It may move towards regression, I change by diminishing, in order to keep the minimum of what I call me. 2. Changing to improve yourself, in power, in efficacy, or in interiorized qualities. Negative. This is still simple. The situation is unacceptable. An unacceptable practical field, because, for example, food is inadequate. Comprehensible, because I move from the non-human to the human. An out-of-work Italian from the south, I leave Italy or go up to the north, because I am other than an enforced idler, because, as a man, I consider myself a worker. Because I want to realize my possible, which is to work and reproduce my life. So I go to Milan. But in Milan I am proletarianized and northernized. Rocco and his brothers 122 uprooting. An unpredictable transformation. The person who ends up there will make me into another, at the same time as realizing the possible that I am. Positive. This is the hardest to grasp. Basically, I take advantage of favorable circumstances to increase my potency, my efficacy, my assets, beyond what above, would be necessary, in a milieu in growth, to maintain me such as I am. Changing to become other. Reasons. 1. It is perhaps circumstances themselves which oblige me to do it. The new incarnation in the practical field does not allow me to remain the same any longer. It is necessary to disappear, or else to become much more effective, much more powerful, in the new society than you were in the previous one. The process embarked upon implies abandoning, one by one, all the set ups and ally the structures that made me what I was, and furthermore acceding, in the society itself, to a new level of power, wealth, etc. I buy a machine, but competition operates in such a way that this is not enough. If I buy several, I beat my competitors but find myself at the head of a large enterprise. To protect my interests I become quite other, with other interests and an other fragility. 2. The main contradiction in us between repetition and change. Our person is sanctioned at the outset by recurring feasts, repetition. For example, I am my birthday, or my name day. I am French and July 14th. It is sanctioned at the same time by rites of passage, which integrate development as being my essence. Initiation, marriage, etc. In firms, promotion. The source is the biological movement of the organism, and integration into a society for which my education is a cost, and which consequently wants the expenditure to have a return and pushes for more and more integration. I must move from one state to the other. Even this is a repetition. The common ensemble, today as yesterday, needs manual workers with the same technical ability. And the child already knows he is going to repeat. At the same time, however, he has to change himself in order to repeat, and the change brings him into a certain ambiguous position. It makes him become what he is, i.e. gives him the essence of his predecessors as a future. At the same time it posits in the form of an essence a less determined future, whose origin comes from the contradictions between the teaching of science and technical innovations. So he will be beyond his past essence, he will transcend it towards himself. This himself is an essence, but constituted contradictorily by a past being and a possible. The possible is beyond the transcended being, but although rigorously given as a transcendence towards, it does not have the precision of being. It envelopes that precision, transcends it and keeps it, and moves towards a state of greater precision, well defined inasmuch as it will be greater precision, but in reality indeterminate. In short, in so far as the child changes to be the same, he will affirm his possibility of being other, inasmuch as he is beyond his father to the extent that the emergent techniques are beyond the old ones. It goes without saying that this incipient movement can be carried out only in certain classes and at certain moments. The young worker, before being a revolutionary and in a period of technical stagnation, sees before him his father's destiny recommenced. That can happen in the bourgeois class. In short, his destiny is his father's past. This may bring about a rupture, through a rejection of destiny. But then, a rejection of oneself, that was the possible beyond being. By breaking one's being, however, one finds oneself on the naked path of one's own relation with the intermination of a possible. What to become? So we have one continuously appearing progress. In reality, contradiction is instantly given in the negation of the already given being. In a word, the self of a child is the negation through transcendence of the roles that constitute the essence he is given. 2. Catastrophic progress. The negation of destiny drives you to break the essence rather than transcend it. Nizan, retaining to the end a relationship with his father that ultimately manifested itself in his break with the party, rediscovers his alienation. However, the broken essence ceases to be an element of direction. Between the past alienation and the new alienation, there is a transcendence without any clear determination. In other words, continuity is never really continuous. Discontinuity presupposes continuous transcendence, or, if you like, presupposes references of continuity. 123. But above all, from the outset, there is an ontological interiorization of the organic development, through negation and preservation in transcendence, of itself. The organism is a system in progressive, then regressive, development. The regression is grasped only dimly at the outset. The child fears death but not old age. Even the adult finds it hard to imagine. Trotsky, old age is the most unpredictable event that can happen to man. He meant that forces in mid-development cannot transcend themselves towards the prediction of their regression. So the child conceives change towards the plenitude of his being. At that moment he is going towards his being, or perhaps, I want to be Chateaubriand and nothing else. Role of identification with the father, or of models. At this level, being becomes the regulating idea of change. It orientates transcendence. It alienates. At the same time, violent negativity. Impossibility for Flaubert to identify with his father as his elder brother does. These two aspects are linked, profound negativity of socialized facticity. Socialized facticity, not only am I not the foundation of my own existence, I am not even that of its social predeterminations. Example, for young Algerians since the Constantine massacre 125 impossibility of demanding integration, instead, they were conditioned to demand independence and the nation by their father's defeat. However, at the same time they have been formed by previous circumstances and assimilation. Hence, catastrophic progress induced by consequences. What is left? Ambivalence towards France. With every Frenchman who sees them as brothers, they have a feeling of brotherhood. And at the same time socialized facticity equals future. Their future, a future of change and repetition. And within, novel transformations of the situation. It is the ensemble of this catastrophic side and of this repetitive but actually changing side which constitutes progress, as a march towards everyone's being. Synthetic organization of the whole. Biological change gives identity as a reason for change. It is the structure itself of progress. Nature. Upon this fundamental structure, every culture is built. Apprenticeship, exercise, rite of passage. Along with the myth that man is the adult. 126 Hence, social life and technical life upon the biological temporal structure. But entirely socialized. Result, progress equals movement towards oneself, but a self in perpetual retreat. An attempt, in reality, at realizing socialized facticity. Roles, attitudes, set UPS, knowledge. Aim, I'm going to be a doctor, etc. Essence of the past adult to be realized in the future. Within the a priori givens, the true negation. Negation of the given as self-assertion. Hence, identification with the father, and rejection of the identification, apprenticeship, and escape from apprenticeship towards the assertion of a self who is other. Technical inequalities, grasped as means to transcend socialized facticity towards his own being. The ensemble, through actions and reactions, all comprehensible, thus constituting the singular progress of everyone towards himself. Of course, this must be in a class and at a historical moment in which the advances of technology and science are directly utilizable. Whence a circularity, the origin of social progress must be sought in individuals in progress. And, conversely, the very idea of personal progress, its original impetus, must be sustained by social progress. So the fact that some people can be defined as progress towards themselves depends upon social progress, and refers us to it. Conversely, however, social progress must be to individual progress as the organization is to the practical organism. Example of progress, Verdi. Free progress in the sense of development of the system up to about 1870. From Don Carlos onwards. Response. He is, for himself, assimilable to the nation. And since politics is linked to music, musical nationalism. Theatre and bel canto. His ideological interest, to be the national representative of Italy, seen as bel canto and theatre. Minimal role of the orchestra. His interest is musical nationalism, no foreigners, secondary role for the orchestra. Hence, in the first place negative, a sharp check. A marked contradiction, Wagner the symphonic and Gounod the intimist. But, precisely, to save his interest is to integrate the contradiction into the work, Don Carlos. Hence, progress. What does this mean? He wants to keep lyricism and singing. That is the vital thing. But it is necessary to integrate harmony and develop the role of the orchestra. If he were to subordinate the voice to the instrument, he would simply change and become a Wagnerian. But wanting to subordinate the instrument to the line in order to enrich it, he creates a new tension and thus progresses, for the preserved unity is enriched. Thence, a new meaning sought, total opera, which is modern but Italian. In sum, a spontaneous progress, which could in itself have led him to break the barrier between aria and recitative, but in addition forced progress, changing and enlarging himself in order to remain the same while developing the orchestra. On that basis, a synthesis, the role of the orchestra, its dialogue with the characters, is more effective still at allowing the integration and disappearance of the recitative. Interest is in danger. Progress consists in preserving it as a regulatory ideal, by introducing into it external modifications that risk destroying it. Progress, interiorizing the adversary in an undertaking which transforms interest into an end. An example to be given, for changing to stay the same. 3. Social progress. Societies without progress, they need to be taken into account first. They are societies without history. Societies which deny their history, agrarian societies, for example. These societies are either without real progress or have not reached any awareness regarding progress. But in addition, these societies as such are not necessarily constituted so that progress would affect them. Societies investing 5% in the production of industrial goods. Societies having reached a ceiling. Societies in regression. These societies cannot progress. Progress can be established only on their ruins. This means that another society with other structures is established on the ruins of the former. And that it is better, or more advanced in the direction of the final term. In the light of this, 2 questions are posed. 1. Who originally fixed the term? 2. Who benefits from progress? 3. Progress over a short cycle, long-term progress. Problems. 1. Comparison continuous growth curve and real curve. Progress over short cycles not admissible. In fact, contradictions. Passing from one contradiction to another, what is progress, if the next one is more catastrophic economic? Yes. But human? Progress over long cycles, very well. But 2. In that case, what is the subject of the progress? Who are the people making progress? Or who benefit from the progress? 3. In the short cycle, counterfinalities do not allow us to calculate progress. Has to be envisaged from the standpoint of the long cycle. In that case, however, progress eludes man, because it cannot be foreseen over a long range. We can say today that the appearance of mechanization was a progress. But contemporaries. We can conceive of a fact of contemporary progress today, but that is because we have discovered progress. Progress is our myth. 127 because it is constituted, at least partly, by the interplay of counterfinalities that are not our own, in other words, inasmuch as matter serves as a mediation between men. Because the men who will benefit from progress will be other than those who are victims of a catastrophe, the increase in wages caused by the plague certainly constitutes a progress, but not for the workers whom the plague killed. Does progress equals a natural dialectical necessity, or an action of praxis? For what is the aim of the orientated movement? Who can decide that it is this or that? And how? Social problem of progress. Conclusion: the answer is in the question, which makes it hard to grasp progress, which masks it, or constantly brings it into question, or deprives it of all possibility. The organization of need rightward arrow labor rightward arrow practico inert rightward arrow counter finalities / alienations. Which makes progress genuine, the same organization of factors, but seen differently. Science and progress. Reason for the progress of science, it has to do with pure exteriority grasped as pure exteriority. Hence, quantity. But also the possibility of accumulating. In a word, progress comes from a relationship in exteriority within a relation. Transition from the ancient world to the modern world, a reversal of dialectical interiority into exteriority. Analytic reason, etc. Will science always remain like that? Impossible to know. Mathematics deals with everything, you will say. Yes, but in exteriority, provided you exteriorize. In short, science is exteriority itself disclosing itself everywhere. Science, a dialectical invention of exteriority. How? It is contained in the moment of inertia of the organism, subsequently transposed by the tool, an exteriorization of inertia which is transformed into an inertia of exteriority. Science is the exploration in exteriority of exteriority. Why in exteriority? It is necessary from the start to act from the exterior upon the exterior to interiorize it. A moment of pure exteriority, the organism making itself inert in the face of the inert, in order to seek the inert means to wield through its inertia. This practical moment is precisely also the moment of nascent analytic reason, a totalizing organism, whose aim is to reinteriorize its totalization, makes itself exterior in order to interiorize the exterior. And, at that moment, the totalizing unity of interiority seemingly gives way to exteriority, but remains as the directing schema of the transformation. So dialectical reason directs the scientific operation, but gives way to analysis. Science is given at the outset, a practical investigation of exteriority, inasmuch as I am exterior to it. The fact that in microphysics one discovers an interiority of the experimenter to the experiment is certainly striking, but does not modify the general idea. The fact is, if you like, that at a certain level praxis is discovered, but only in its results of exteriority. It merely reveals that our exteriority is a moment of the interiorization of the practical field. Hence, a tendency to interiorization, an immediately dialectical tendency, called observation. This tendency is always combated by the need and search for tools. The former, in fact, comes from a kind of perceptive interiorization of the field. We grasp it as an organism through our own. Hence, modifications appear organic. But decomposition by praxis, need is already a conditioning by the outside, and negation is to condition the outside by need. All this refers back to the very level of the organism that is constituted by the inert and the exterior and is of itself a totalization of this exterior. So the child grasps dialectical reason and analytic reason at their source. Examples of scientific exteriority, they are nothing but practical elements, a transformation into something else. This means a constant struggle against the tendency to give a synthetic and interior coherence to the exterior. For the aim is, how in inertia to act upon inertia, hence, to cut up inertia, to see it as exterior to itself, to eat into it. Hence, to show it as other than itself. A circle cannot have the coherence of a circle unless it is practical. But this movement in space explodes into points in the very movement which follows the line. And thereafter an explanation has to be given for those points, suppressing the earlier movement and considering them as outside one another. So the movement of science, as soon as exteriority becomes aware of itself, is in continuous progress. Science is the permanent dissolution of the practico-inert into its element of pure inertia. In that sense, it is the non-dialectical remedy for the anti-dialectic. In the practico-inert, it sees only the inert. The inert is a pure quantity. Is inertia seen by itself? In other words, as soon as I transform the inert by the seal of praxis, it becomes practico-inert, ranged against me by the inert's turning back of praxis into a negative. But if I maintain it in its inertia, while preserving the simple unity of the research, it is given as inert and the new elements discovered are given only as inert, and in exteriority with respect to it. This means that they collapse into inertia, and consequently divide up once I am pure inertia of exteriority in relation to them. On this basis, there is accumulation. At once by new domains being conquered for the inert, and by division of the conquered inert. However, permanently practico-inert character of scientific conquest, numbers are qualitative, inasmuch as they are totalized in the practical field. 3 is a magical singularity, but remove the latter, be exterior, and the singularity collapses. Thus, in the practical field, Engels is right and quantity becomes quality. Conversely, however, it must be said that every quality can be resolved into a quantity. In other words, the qualitative moment is a practical product of accumulation, and immediately disassimilable by a return to the quantitative. This is what explains the paradox of quality, measurable or non-measurable. Answer: never measurable as quality, but measurable the moment before and after. Necessarily linked to the measurable, but on the basis of a decision of exteriority. Science and praxis. Science is the moment when the residue of praxis is no longer considered as practico-inert, but as pure inertia of exteriority. In that sense, the vicissitudes of praxis creating the practico-inert can condition science. It creates new objects, but for science these are objects that it gives to be dissolved. First numbers, then measurements and mathematics, then measuring instruments. Science progresses by contradictions. But it remains inert in relation to these contradictions, the irrational number. It is not changed, it is christened, thereby breaking a mythical pseudo-unity of numbers. In such a way that contradictions are resolved in favor of the greatest exteriority, the greatest inertia. The irrational number does not become a thing because it has been named, it remains the mere passive negation pitted by inertia against a human totalization. Of course, it can be unified as a counter-totalization, like the fiendish chords people speak about in music. But will also be broken. Not in favor of a wider totalization that would be number, but in favor of a constant maintenance of non-human inertia as apprehended by human inertia. 128. In science, man makes himself into pure matter in order to be a non-practical mediation between two states of matter. Science is always open, since it does not totalize in its current state. The scientist totalizes in spite of himself, but not science, which explodes his totalization. And this openness results in its permanent progress. Accumulation, no scientific counter-finality. Progress in science is straight, axial, certain, because the inertia of the known is communicated to knowledge, and this exteriority, maintained at the heart of the practical field by a fictive and totalizing destruction of the practical field itself, engenders organization in exteriority, i.e. accumulation, as an ensemble of knowledge. At least for a long while, grand hypotheses are the organization in exteriority of the exterior, but they arise after millennia. The original system is an inert system, the law equals an outline of inertia as a practical element to be found. Y equals F originally means, upon what inertia should I act, in order to accomplish my aim? The inert in exteriority sought by praxis is precisely the independent variable. This is on all levels. Gandhi looks in inertia at the caste system and seeks the independent variable, it is the caste of untouchables. Not that this is not a result of the whole system, but, for that very reason, if you act upon it, which though created by the system supports and maintains its framework, the lot comes down. At all events, Y equals F is exteriority. If X changes to a specific extent, Y changes to an equally specific extent. The contradiction of science is precisely between its dialectical unity and its analytic accumulation. A twofold contradiction. On the one hand, to be sure, all scientific progress destroys a partial totalizing unity, hence, avoids the practico-inert, i.e. the anti-dialectic. On the other hand, however, the unity of scientific praxis is that of the practical field, and imposes accumulation within the interior of this field. Science appears, from the first human action, as the theoretical moment of practical action. But this theoretical moment has the same structure as the practical moment as a whole, inertia seeking the inert. At this level, however, the totalizing element masks the aspect of inertia, just as, in the act as a whole, praxis masks pathos. The moment of science is praxis going back over its theoretical moment to suppress the false totality, and to specify the moment of inertias by this rejection of totalization. Science is praxis asserting itself through the search for conditionings in exteriority, y equals f, if I do this, that happens. The man of scarcity, seeking his abundance, seeks it as a determination of scarcity. Not abundance for all, but his own, hence the deprivation of all. The initial aspect n individuals, enough food for n, 2, hence, possible exclusion of the 2, or constitution of a group sharing m, 2 food out among m members, is only a theoretical aspect. The man of scarcity does not remain in the category that would be n, m. In reality, the new principle given is that certain people eat their fill, the others do not. And, of course, the minority disposes of goods, to the exclusion of the majority. So it constitutes itself of its own accord as scarce. Scarcity moves from this moment of satisfaction of needs to the man who satisfies them. The interiorization of scarcity in the first place gives the scarce object its precious character. First, really, air is not scarce, food or tools are. The tool is valorized by scarcity before being an object of exchange. Simply because it is worth stealing, winning, obtaining at the price of hardships. This relationship precedes trade, a battle between tribes, the victory may cost dear. In short, scarce as a first value equals object determining an action, i.e. a labor, whatever its modalities may be. Precious equals scarce object generating a praxis. But the minority owner of this ensemble himself thereupon becomes scarce. First, for the majority he is the image of the man they would like to be, the man they cannot be, without becoming a minority. In the second place, he is assimilated to the scarcity of the objects he owns. The scarce man is the one for whom socially scarce objects are abundant, he is classified as scarce from outside, by the majority. In the third place, however, here comes the mystification, this scarce man is accepted as such. On this basis, he interiorizes scarcity by becoming the precious man, and this is ambivalent, it means the man whose power is accepted, and of whom all the others are secret but sworn enemies. In a period of famine, the scarce man who does not have the right to be scarce is massacred, the man who does have that right is not, or more rarely. The scarcity of the scarce man itself becomes a value, in the sense that it presents itself as worthy of an action. It is an end, it presents itself as demanding an action which will, at once, win scarce abundance and acquire that social scarcity as a right, i.e. as an exigency of being accepted by those who lack the necessary. It cannot be denied that the division of labor intervenes here. The scarce man is he who administers, while the others work. He is the leader who guides the expedition. Thus the interiorized scarce man feels that his scarcity is due to his wealth. He is exceptional, because he owns the scarce. And that exceptional value is recognized by society. Within himself the man feels like a jewel, for example, and what is more, he is called one. There is a dialectic of scarcity, which moves from the recognized ownership of goods to the recognized ownership of abilities. But at once the scarce man is shown as the exception who must live in abundance, even if he does not have abundance, he has the right to it by virtue of his scarcity. And people give themselves scarce abilities, in order to obtain scarce provisions. At once, costs go up in the owning class, everyone wants to be scarcer, and becomes it in the social order. A reversal, scarcity will consist in being worthy of everything and accepting nothing. Thus scarcity equals an active element of history. Scarcity is not just the milieu. Becoming interiorized in the man of scarcity, it first constitutes an initial antagonistic relation between every individual and each and every other. In addition, however, it constitutes in the dominant group ambition, violence, and a determination to go to the extreme limits of the scarce. It does so, moreover, through this dialectical transposition, the man of the scarce becomes the scarce man, and is interiorized as precious. Of course, this in no way means individualism. Individualism is a form of interiorized scarcity belonging to bourgeois times. It can equally well mean family scarcity or class scarcity. You are what you have. Since the family's being is its possessions, to possess the scarce is to be scarce. At once, the scarce group's being is in danger in the world of the inert, for it is its goods, its property. At once, the scarce property becomes the interest of the group in question, i.e. its being, inasmuch as this is defined in exteriority by the inertia of its possessions. But it must be understood that the original force here is need. Need is the primary drive. It feeds ambition. Why? Not because there is a need for the rich man. But underpinning his being as a rich man there is his need, which can be satisfied only because he is among the scarce people who have rare products in their possession. Because they live in abundance of scarcity. In other words, in order to have sufficiency they already have to be scarce. A system of constraints and myths is already needed, to deter the majority from demanding sufficiency. In short, exploitation, oppression and mystification are needed. In a word, violence. And from this violence, which they do not remain an instant without objectively exercising, springs scarcity as an aim. When they want to be scarcer, this is on the basis of the original scarcity of their being, which is undernourishment of the majority. It is the violence of the majority's need that is the rich man's necessity for counter-violence. Equal counter-violence. This, moreover, simply so that he has his sufficiency. The rich man's scarcity is a violence in actu. It is the essential nature of his satisfaction. Moreover, it represents the rich man's foundation, i.e. need satisfied by the permanence of violence, which without violence would no longer be satisfied. This exasperation of need, which is the indispensable nucleus of the satisfaction of his own need, and is this as violence to be exercised without flinching, is the very force that causes a person to climb all the rungs of scarcity. On the one hand, in the very struggle to be scarcer there is an all or nothing which comes into play. It is necessary to climb or risk returning to the level of need. Not because this happens constantly, or perhaps in the majority of cases, but because it is the disclosed truth of the thing, the fundamental possibility that the latter implies. In the case of a struggle to be leader, no place is left for the defeated man. Of course, this would be simply a psychological rather than a historical description, if we were not to add that the model of the scarce man is defined within the socio-economic system that has been constituted. It is the model of scarcity in the system which constitutes the interiorization of scarcity. But the problem lies elsewhere. It lies in the fact that the system would not survive without the men it constitutes, who, so far as the rich are concerned, are the system stratified and its transcendence. A fall in the rate of commercial profit can lead to a shift elsewhere only if the men involved are already profit men. But this must be taken as meaning the free and permanent transcendence of interest. And in order to understand that profit is directly linked to violence, these paradoxes must be recalled. Progress towards abundance is fettered because profit springs from the non-sufficiency of satisfaction and from non-abundance. The man of profit is not feudal man, but in both cases he aspires to superabundance, because he cannot have satisfaction alone without carrying on to the end of the system of scarcity. Here, introduce everything that, in the system itself, drives him to raise himself. The idea and its historical action. There is a history of ideas. They are not mere reflections, but action. See the meeting of the Jesuit idea, already praxis, with the still passive idea of nature in the bourgeoisie seeking a means to present itself as a universal class, and with the analytic notion of reason rightward arrow inertia and natural exteriority. The representation that Christians harbor of the Jew becomes constituent of the Jew. See Polyakov, Racism. Semitism. The idea and the word. There is a practico-inert of the idea. So the idea becomes a historical moment of action, as work matter. The word retaining the idea, a material synthesis of various meanings. Poetry and materiality. Poetical praxis utilizes the inert synthesis and makes it into a poetical synthesis, mixing historical meanings and practical signification. 130. The word is perpetually serializing and institutional. It is the term of the series. Its reason. And I give it its meaning, because others as others give it that meaning. If the word flower does not signify rain for me, it is not first because I would not be understood, but first because the others in the series give it this meaning, which thereby escapes from me. At the same time, however, using a word is a praxis, since it tends to create a group. For the word tends simultaneously to mediate and create reciprocities. At the same time, it functions as a third party. Thus communication is effected not through the word, but by reference to the word, at once as an institution, as a direct relation to the context, and as a serialized third party. The verbal institution is the serialized third party. Which, no doubt, is what every tool in the workshop is. But the tool has a more immediately obvious practical function. By means of the tool, I make myself inert to act upon the inert. By means of the word, this is less obvious. Yet, of itself, it is an institution, inertia. And the first aim is to awaken it as inertia in the other, or rather to affect the other by this word transcending inertia. The written word would never have been invented if the spoken word had not already been written. The same thing is involved, determination of a breath through structures and hexes or determination of a stone, etc. In the former case, however, the materiality is more tenuous, not visible. Hence, a transcendent, practico-inert word is designated and designates. Inert, it marks my inertia to recall inertia in the other. I make myself inert by speaking, but in order to awaken inertia in the other. It is precisely a matter of practical activity utilizing inertia to transform the practical field dialectically. However, the word is thus utilized in a praxis, it awakens the inert in the other, inasmuch as this inert may be the beginning of a praxis, order, it suppresses reciprocity through apparition of the serialized third party. Preservative character of the word, it recalls institutions and society as a whole. Modern poetry, an attempt to play on the materiality of the word. 131 Let meanings interpenetrate via the practico-inert with the evil spell of materiality. Meanings at once united and interpenetrating, without modifying each other. Kindling words by one another. In short, using the relationship between words so that each, as inert, seems to make the negative synthesis of its meanings. Totalization in non-dictatorial societies. A. Synchronic. 1. Each person is a human pyramid. 2. Each person is the base of that pyramid and constitutes it. B. Each class constitutes the other. Error of Marxism, always to consider the exploiting class on the defensive. This is correct, but it must also be seen as an agent. As such, it determines the product and, at once, its product's product. But immediately the exploited make the product and determine class, inasmuch as accumulation of the product pursues the economic movement, inasmuch as the exploited, in that he is a certain product of the product, constitutes the exploiter as his product. See the diachronic. It is the interiorization of the practico-inert. What does being French mean? It is history as a dimension in depth, against the historical process. D as an interiorization of the viewpoints of others. E as benefiting in common from a situation. Yes. And if they do not benefit from them, then proletarian nations, they make use of this ensemble as a myth. In that case, totalization of envelopment, wholly given everywhere that the incarnation has a relationship in exteriority with a larger incarnation. For example, incarnation as an unskilled worker and relationship with the whole working class. 133. Plan. 1. Retotalization in a dictatorial society. 2. Retotalization in a non-dictatorial society. Unity and class struggle. Already, problems. 3. Retotalization of several linked histories, a pure query, so long as we do not know what history is. History, on the contrary, appeals to itself, everlastingness of history, temporal infinity. No end. And, on the other hand, history equals rigorous objectives and death fought against but determining. The constants of history, example, death. Without death, another history. A formal problem, is the historical fact qualitatively different today and yesterday? Or the same? Problem, for example, of greater consciousness, does that change praxis? The class acts, enlightened by scientific and practical knowledge. Whereas a century ago myths, etc., obnubilated what was only intuitive prediction. Totalization. Totalization here does not mean suppression of conflicts, a mediation, it means that every conflict is the incarnation of the most general conflicts, and of unity. What is totalization in a capitalist system? Erroneously, individuals. An individual produces totality. Individuals describe the forces of massification in a democracy. Work contract, etc. In reply to Leffert. 134. Stress the existence of the interiorized other in everyone. Impossible to comprehend the status of the practical organism, as social, without starting from totalization. Here a system. There is no atomic solitude. There are only ways of being together. Solitude appears within ways of being together. The ensemble has ways of being together at its disposal, groups, serialities. So the series, in its ensemble, is an incarnation of the system? Naturally, this occurs on the basis of the relationship between the ensemble and its individual members. Circularity, the series reconditions the ensemble, as it does the existence of the reified man within it. The series is inert man, hence, man as worked matter. It has a type of action inasmuch as it is inert, since the series is qualified, and this type of action, which is wielded like a tool, is defined by society, but defines society itself and acts upon its history. Hysteresis, musical instruments. Their reality retards the evolution of music, because they are made. They exist as such. They have to be changed. But they are institutions. The problem of non-totalitarian societies is, inter alia, the relationship between series and groups. The retotalizing factor of series. The historical role of the series. There is a historical life of the series. So there is a serial transformation of institutions. Example, linguistics. As such, acts serially upon the totality in interiority. But it is itself, in its life, provoked to its serial action by the action of groups or series. So the ensemble of the system, manifesting itself as an action upon the series, results in a serial response which deforms it. Example, colonies. Native serialization, demographic movement. The population increase is serial, and quantity comes from quality. But quantity becomes quality, lowering of everyone's standard of living. Poverty. New serial facts, emigration to France. A fact of pure quantity, but quality, growing difference between the colonizing group and the colonized group. More blatant injustice. Retotalized into a group by the native, and into a counter-group by the settler. The group dissolves peasant seriality through people's war. 1. The system is invented, conceived, and put in place by persons, Leroy Beaulieu, Jules Ferry. 135 Retotalization of the difficulties of capitalism. 2. It is realized by men, praxis of a group, individual praxis. 3. Theory and practical ideology. Imperialism equals nationalism. 4. The system as praxis. Praxis process. Practico inert. The praxis of atomization of the native. Atomization of the settlers. Impossible to act other than serially. 5. Reversal. Contrast, men are seeking to take responsibility for the economy. So the system is interiorized and re-exteriorized. This is Stalinism or collective leadership. 136b. They are seeking to set the system on its feet. In this case, the system incorporates the men and works through them. The totalization is a process praxis. In this case, take up incarnation, circularity, and retotalization again, but show that the system is incarnated by men, and that the drift is realized by men, against the system. A. Stalinism, men take over everything as their own. So they have projects on the basis of the given practico inert. These projects constitute a new system, inasmuch as the new practico inert is a link. But this system is at once the inner framework of the undertaking and its drift. It supports the undertaking, expresses it and deviates it. But the undertaking closes over the system, because, to the end, men are held responsible for the drift. Praxis process. B. Men pursue various undertakings within the same practical field. First, unity, a practical field. But this is not a true unity. Merely a common determination. Received from outside. The field makes itself inhabited for everyone. Next, the unity of the practical field ensures that elements interior to the field are, as worked matter, elements of unity. At this level, everyone is already an incarnation. Collectives emerge spontaneously inasmuch as matter serializes. Institutions of stone. Everyone retotalizes in his own way. And this retotality implies, that he projects himself as a seal onto matter, which turns him back into a negation of man. At the same time, as such, he is in danger in the field, that these countermen are susceptible to accumulation. Quantity and inertia ensure that nothing opposes anything. So an ensemble is constituted, mediating between men and totalizing. The practical field, as bestrewn and worked by such tools producing everything, turns back to men and qualifies them from the interior in exteriority. At this level, we have seriality and the institution. And every serial and institutional ensemble does not entirely hang together because of scarcity. Hence, the group and the invention. For example, the invention of plowshared implements creates a first scarcity of men. Not enough men in relation to the plow, men are simultaneously scarce and redundant. Invention of slavery. At this level, every group modifying the institution works on the series. And transformation of the series and the institution by a group produces the system. The system is defined as a process of unintentional circularity, inasmuch as it is on a large scale, but intentional on a small scale. Why a system? Because the unity of the practical field comes back to the invention and qualifies it in the name of all. The practical field comes back, as mine, and as other via the others, to me and qualifies me as my other, i.e. qualifies me externally but in immanence as the man of this field, and my practices as practices in this field. In short, unity is the return of the practical field, through the mediation of others, to its inhabitant, in order to qualify him in exteriority of immanence as an inhabitant. In this way we shall all be inhabitants and the series is constituted. I see myself as other in the other's home. And the external threat may lead the practical field to create the group, but as other in interiority. From the moment when, in a field, money is invented, it becomes an institution. Either it disintegrates the group or it adopts its circularity. This means that monetary effects modify causes. Circularity coming to objects from the existence of these objects in a dialectical field, that is the system. Themes 137. Incarnation. Totalization of envelopment. Totalization of exteriority. Totalization of interiority. Anti-labor. Immanence. Transcendence. Exteriority of immanence. Transcendent exteriority. Transcendence and internal limit of practical freedom. Unity, unification. Conflict, contradiction. Totalization and retotalization. Retotalized totalization. Alteration and alienation. Drift, deviation. In bourgeois democratic societies, unification requires non-unity. Regarding the vote, as a unitary decision to choose the sovereignty of series. The serial man as a retotalization of serialization. A man of the masses. B. A voter. C. Propaganda, he is treated as an other by advertising. Do as others do, become other. D. Identity against unity. This man is a product. Of what? Of the mode of production. So there is unity of the mode of production. How? Because it is conceived as a mediating relationship between men. I produce for others in exchange for what they give me. Because its dispersive force has to be retotalized by man. Organization. 1. Every man in the group is retotalized as an other by the practical field, i.e. inasmuch as I grasp him as an object in my totalization. 2. Every man retotalizes the practical field in retotalizing me. Ensembles of wheeling totalizations which involve an agreement, the practical field as totalizing. Example, Eskimos. The other is the same, in the sense that he is subjected to the same dangers. In the other who dies, I read my own death. In the other who works, my work. Man arrives constituted. Interiorization of the practical field. 3. On this basis, conflicts or mutual aid merely express the transcendent unity of the practical field. If the man of scarcity is redundant, it is within this practical ensemble. If he threatens me, it is inasmuch as work matter designates him as redundant for me, and me as redundant for him. Interiorization of scarcity affects the counterman of a wheeling unity. The fight, as a contradiction conflict, is capable of being totalized on the basis of the practical field, hence, as common inertia interiorized. First common inertia, negative, I can go no further, I'm staying here, etc. Second inertia, positive, there are foodstuffs or elements capable of assuaging our needs, this conditions everyone, since it is why they enter into conflict. And third inertia, negated positive, there are not enough of them for coexistence. Very well. But coexistence equals an indifferent contiguity, animals cropping or grazing. Non-coexistence equals a rejected duality. Hence, in a certain way, unity is posited as to be made. Unity, re-exteriorized re-interiorization of the retotalization of men by the practical field. Privative unity, reconstitution of a community through suppression of disruptive elements. The Chinese killing girl children, reconstitute the family as a practical unity. In addition, every conflict causes the totality, as affected by this conflict, existing within the conflict, to appear negatively. For if X and Y fight because both groups are redundant, they are redundant for each other inasmuch as all others are redundant for them. Furthermore, they are redundant in relation to all others and show it, so that the conflict interests everybody and retotalizes the whole as hoping for a liquidation of certain elements. At this moment, the whole becomes an arbiter or is dragged into the conflict. So scarcity is a retotalizing element, as a reciprocal condition lived in the midst of third parties. As for the conflict, it is the bringing to light of the fundamental contradiction, i.e. the impossibility for X and Y to live together. But this contradiction precisely presupposes the impossibility of not living together, because of the practical field. In other words, the conflict expresses a retotalization by the field, which acts like the enemy wanting to massacre the lot. But, it is a retotalization in the inert, all are concerned, apart from X, who are left undetermined. This brings about not unity of the group, but immanence. We call immanence the relationship of a practical ensemble, inasmuch as the impossibility of living together in the field is itself defined through the impossibility of not living together. Immanence is not unification, but a dead possibility of unification. It is the sealed inertia of the practical field, returning to everyone to create a milieu of interiority for all inter-individual relations, and obliging every group to present its conflict with every other as a movement towards unity. Or, if you prefer, the common unity of the field returns to propose unification as a struggle, i.e. retotalizes itself as something to be transcended by the unifying praxis. It is what is to be transcended towards unity. The latter is always given in the group, at once as already existing and as to be re-established, a struggle against the counterman. But the practical field is not homogeneous, it is diverse, favoring some groups at the expense of others. As a consequence, there is a quasi-hierarchy in immanence, to be destroyed or consolidated. Every new reality appearing within the field modifies all the subgroups which occupy it. Immanence is a tension that creates a dialectical reality. There is a totalization, in the sense that every reality transforms all others from afar. An example, in a given practical field, with given provisions, the increased birth rate affects my life and that of my children. I am altered by an event interior to the field, just as by an event reaching the field from the exterior. Altered by everything that brings about the increase or decrease in provisions, transcendence but interiorized, increase or decrease in the population, minimum number for a given field, every transformation of relations between people that creates groups and serialities in immanence. In other words, in the field of scarcity, an increase in the number or power of my neighbors has the result of increasing the precariousness of my existence. For that power seeks both to produce more and to eliminate me. My alteration is suffered, and is what incarnates the transformation in me. 1. Technological unemployment, for music hall troops in the Nord. 2. Intensified serialization of the listener. 3. Constitution of restricted groups, serialization of groups, serialization of the instrument, economic necessity, people form groups which are true, friends buy a set in common and entrust it to one of them, false, cafes project the showing to ensembles without unity, but still capable of fusing, serialization of groups, possible regroupment. But at this level there is a concerted praxis dissolving serialization. For example, are summoned to unity. But the dissolving praxis basically confines itself to serializing the group insofar as it groups the series. This given small group is integrated into the nation by Castro's voice, but it is integrated as a serial group. So you need a carnival, or the apocalypse, or some upheaval, in order to make a comparison. For in a bourgeois democratic society, the existence of a group or ensemble of individuals owning a TV is a cultural enrichment which, if I do not have one, causes me an impoverishment. In a retotalizing practical field, it will thus be said that every increase in the possibilities of one ensemble is constitutive of an impoverishment of other ensembles included in the field. That comes down to saying that in the totalization perpetually in progress, the isolation of one part creates a contradiction in the field. If the tiniest number owns a TV, it appears both as positing itself for itself within the totality which, for its part, remains deprived of TV, and at the same time, inasmuch as it precisely is the totality, as representing the condition to which the totality must accede. If no practical frontier divides the field, the solution is without real violence, the field organizes itself to be totally supplied with TV sets. In relation to the owner, equality replaces inequality, in the sense that everyone will see TV. Differences persist. But these inequalities are secondary and negligible in relation to the aim achieved, watching the program. However, they may bring structural problems to light, collective appropriation, individual appropriation. In this case, the poorest are referred to their destiny, socialism, which is announced here. So inequality is found on another level. If the ensemble is relatively homogeneous, the mode of appropriation will be the same, and though initiative may come from one corner or another of the field, it will later be forgotten by those who have drawn their inspiration from it. It is inessential. The restoration of totality annihilates the original initiative, which is forgotten. If the ensemble is heterogeneous with an impassable threshold, the fact of totalization remains, but now the contradiction is impassable and incarnates class differences, for example, or different levels within a class which are incarnated in many other ways. In other words, the incarnation is that of a contradiction. The disadvantaged are impoverished with respect to the advantaged. And this impoverishment, one comes to them from outside and qualifies them from outside. 2 incarnates in its singularity a contradiction extending to many other sectors. 3 but increases the tension of the contradiction. 4 provides the material and visible signs of it. Practical field as spatio-temporal. Time, a limit on space. Space, a limit on time. Scarcity of time, you do not have time to do everything. Wealth, time saving. For a given extension, time is scarce. Too scarce to be crossed. For a given time, space is its limit. This time depends in its temporalizing efficacy on the space envisaged and the labor supplied by the space. 140. 5 lowers elites and raises popular culture. For the television program is constituted at the level of the most numerous viewer. But for him it is culture. For the bourgeois elite, mindlessness. But we meet again the movement which, in revolutionary and underdeveloped countries, lowers the intellectuals and raises mass culture. 6 At the same time, however, another contradiction, mass culture will be bourgeois. That means the dominant class finds a new means of diffusing its own ideology. The part provokes the contradiction by posing as the whole. This is called integrating one's working class. But this integration is false, because it gives a culture of the advantage to men who remain disadvantaged. It gives the enjoyment of luxury by sight, rather than by lived reality. There is a working class and peasant culture that is prevented from emerging or developing. Hence, a contradiction between the universal and the class divide. The latter being deeper and more definitive. However, even as the universal veils the struggle, this is a superficial unification which brings out more clearly the reality of the contradiction. In short, a false totalization, vacuity of a bourgeois culture adapted for the people, and true contradiction incarnated by a culture not concerned with truth. Process. 1. Praxis, mass production. The cheapest possible, so already, the popularized cultural instrument. There are 2 logical ways of conceiving television, either total distribution and popular culture or, in a capitalist society, an organ of restricted distribution of non-vulgarized bourgeois culture. But the second way is impossible, by virtue of the very fact of the necessary distribution of sets. So industry imposes its culture. Capitalist mass production equals massified bourgeois culture. Mediation, pojadist petty bourgeoisie. It is the latter, ultimately, which receives its own culture. In a word, the practico-inert of production leads to the cultural practico-inert. It is the necessity of producing a million sets that produces that of producing a culture. With Castro, it is the opposite, production is intensified for culture. An interior practico-inert. It may deviate, but not initially govern, the process. 2. But mass production creates the mass media. So class and government propaganda cannot ignore these. Production thus creates a practico-inert, TV as a talking machine, and this talking machine demands its own voice in the present situation of capital. And its voice is governmental, and a class ideology. It demands its own voice, and its institutionalization. It is the machine that demands its own unity. On this basis, either the state directly, or interchangeable private sets. There are accidents, of course. Most of the directors harassed by McCarthyism worked in TV. So rather more radical. But only barely, of course. Conversely, the public is conditioned into exigencies. Serial exigencies, outrage. TV's precautions. New exigencies, appearance of the spectacle in one's home. Idea of propriety, someone comes into my home to insult me. And, I have paid. But exigencies are varied, confessional, religious in general, classes, opinions. In short, it is a matter of unifying policy, ideological propaganda, but without saying anything. Unity is negative, and consequently serial. Saying what pleases everybody. But nothing pleases everybody. So you have to say nothing. On this basis, there is TV thought, TV behavior, etc., which belong to the practico-inert. It is simultaneously other direction and senseless discourse. Unification by the machine. 1. The machine is unity. 2. The machine is synthetic, it puts into itself various interpenetrating practical significations. 3. There is only one. It is the same everywhere. You go and watch TV as such. 4. Being inert, however, it unifies via the serial. 5. Nevertheless, in immanence, relations between series are not serial and modifications are received in reciprocity. And this is due to the fact that everyone's praxis interiorizes the practical field. On this basis, the series is a synthetic and dialectical determination of the field, at the same time as being sealed inertia. In other words, the series has a twofold constitution, inert as a multiplicity sealed by identity, it is active from afar as a part of the whole. In that sense, it is neither a totality nor a totalization. The whole series, considered as a transfinite ensemble, is a determination of the practical field, as such it is a part of the whole, an incarnation of the whole, and a retotalization of the whole. In immanence, and considered by the third party on the basis of the common field, the man of the series is integrated into the unity of the field as the third party. An example of unification. The bourgeois class threatens the nobility. The latter transforms its de facto state into a de jure state. The serfs and peasants are promptly constituted as a class. Everything is done from afar. Especially for the serfs, however, there has been the disintegration of a servile but human bond, and the constitution of a still serial unity. The whole issue is that totalization is always indirect, it is effected by worked matter, and with the mediation of men. It is because the practical field is a sealed unity that man turns the sealed unity back upon other men. In short, matter unites through the intermediary of man. Totalization. Venice. Problem, totality totalization. 1. Numerous islands inhabited early on by a population of fishermen sailors. Unity of the practical field, islands and raw material. C equals fish, salt works. Sparse crops. 2. Unity of the practical field tightened by transcendent totalizations. Major centers on the mainland, Aquileia, Ravenna. Shortest route, by the lagoon. Hence, coastal trade. Salt works. Exchange salt for manufactured objects. Equip fishing and cargo boats. Practical field determined by the exterior. At once traversed and squeezed. Traversed, a route. Retotalization by travelers. Reason, production/communication, long, uncertain roads. Coastal trade. Interiorization of the retotalization, ensuring coastal trade by their boats. Salt works, likewise traversed, already exchange, money, etc. So people do not reproduce their lives. An already indirect system. But internal retotalization by praxis. A system. Fishing as a reproduction of life depends on the salt works as merchandise. But the salt works also make it possible to monopolize the coastal trade, thus to subtract the practical field of the lagoon from the mainlanders. Salt, the field is traversed by the exterior and conditioned by it. Precisely as a result of this, it is squeezed, Conditioned, it seeks to escape its conditioning through coastal trade. For salt introduces transcendence into immanence, dependence on a market. But the traditional market is relatively stable and poor. What is involved is an arduous extractive industry. It extracts in order to give abroad. It enters into a system of division of labor and commerce. On the other hand, by transporting travelers and goods, it recuperates the field. By plowing foreign waters on its own boats, it turns them into the means of earning its living. It transports the inert over its lagoon, the inert traverses without marking. But this passage into a sector of practical tension which passivizes it yields a return to the field. The salt gives the boats, but the reproduction of life is at once dependent upon the external market. Fragility. The economy is open, but the field is totalized, islands, lagoon. How is the totalization effected? I. Quasi-perceptional totalization by every third party of every other, on the basis of the field. Community of the field through diversities, rough life, hence few differences in fortune. Do they form a group? A historian, they are not jealous of each other. Rather, they form series of families with similar work, but are neighbors. Perhaps the salt works are more or less common. Retotalization on the basis of the field is thus effected by the praxis of everyone who grasps his life as contained in community with others on the island or the islands. Relations between islands. The practical totalization is farming and fishing at this level. With boats, totalization is extended to the archipelago. A totalizing factor, marriages. Totalization of exteriority. They are utilized practically by wider organizations, as producing salt and coastal trade. These are two operations which place them in the broad circuit of the ancient economy, but specialize them. So they grasp themselves in practice as totalized people retotalizing. Interiorization, through practice, of the external or transcendent totalization. The transcendent totalization is a direct unification. In proceeding to his labors, the producer of salt or the sailor reinteriorizes the transcendent unity into an insular practical unity, at the same time as he places this unity in danger because of the whole economic circuit. The lagoon is defined as a lagoon through the intermediary of the mainland. Villages with local headmen, hence, integrated communities. Seriality of villages, of families, of headmen, and groups. Relations between serialities and groups defined by interiorization, of the geographical totality, unveiled abroad by a more considerable praxis. 5th century invasions, integration by the Goths into the Italian kingdom. Little change. The big changes have little effect on this small totality, and its economic activities, because they are minimal, survive. Restoration by Justinian. The Veneto-Istrian region re-enters Roman unity. 2. The migrations. Lombard kingdom on the mainland. Aquileia and Padua in the hands of the Lombards. Transformation of the exterior. 1. The lagoon becomes a refuge, a sanctuary. 2. It remains in Byzantine hands, and finds itself a neighbor to the Lombard kingdom. A. Refuge, sanctuary, it receives exiles. But these are assimilated. Or rather, they are integrated and they assimilate at the same time. Relations between rich but unorganized individuals and organized ensembles. At the same time, this increases the real size of the inhabited regions, but within the tension of the totality. Nothing is destroyed, the activity of the salt works remains preponderant. Moreover, there is homogeneity, the exiles disclose from outside the lagoon's character as a shelter. But they disclose it to people who at once interiorize it, they too, though non-refugees, are living there sheltered. And the refugees, in passing from a transcendent state to an interior state, interiorize a totalization of exteriority which itself becomes interiority. On this basis, the economic, demographic, etc., transformations, upheavals introduced by the exiles, are always in immanence and totalized from within. The conflicts are contradictions moving towards unity. B. New relationship disclosed internally, in immanence. A political relationship. The political relationship, a dual totalization. The lagoon remains under Byzantium. It now has a neighbor. These two relationships are novel. Before, as we saw, the Veneto belonged wholly to the Goths or wholly to the Latin Empire. So that its external unity was essentially economic and social. Furthermore, its unification was monovalent. Here, an ambivalent unification, the Lombards and Byzantium. Two transcendent totalizations. For the Lombards, the Veneto is a poor region which they leave to Byzantium, it is too difficult to capture for what it is worth. For Byzantium, on the other hand, permanent contact with the enemy. This dual totalization is necessarily interiorized as a tension by Venetian society. An autonomy threatened above all by the nearby Lombards, albeit under the protectorate of Byzantium. First, a regional unity. The tribunes administer and deliver justice under the authority of the Byzantine representative. Then they elect a leader. Hence, factions already, terrestrial interests, maritime interests. The dual totalization of transcendence is thus interiorized as ambivalence or as conflict. But the conflict precisely represents, for everyone, the ambivalence in immanence of a twofold transcendent determination. And this conflict causes the struggle between the two transcendent forces to explode into a contradiction. The contradiction itself is a dissociation in unity. Each faction's interest is to rend the other and liquidate it on behalf of a common constituted praxis. At the same time, however, what is involved is no abstract, but a realistic determination. Yet undoubtedly the population has interiorized fidelity to Byzantium, precisely in so far as it orientates itself towards maritime operations and the Byzantine fleets can protect it. It is basically the economic situation that is decisive. At the same time, the geopolitical situation is lived in interiority as independence, autonomy. And politics becomes, exigency of a mediation between the factions which, through an ambivalent policy, realizes autonomy under the protectorate. All this, of course, occurs in the interior of interiorized upheavals. Internal revolt and submission of Doge Orso. An order. Move on to totalizations. 1. Dictatorial. 2. Disunited societies. 3. Generations. But precisely it is history, so. 1. Historical elements. Elements of history. What history and the historical are, societies without history, etc. The possible, etc., etc. Historical links, infrastructures and superstructures. 2. Problem of totalization. Totalization of envelopment. Incarnation. Stalin. Class struggle, etc. 3. The meaning of history. Totalization of envelopment. Is never graspable in transcendence. Other than for a partial totality, by the greater powers. Moreover, does not exist in transcendence. A. For the transcendent totalization of all history, who will do it? See description of transcendence of exteriority. 142. B. For a partial transcendent totalization. Interiority does not resemble exteriority. Venice seen by Liutprand is an exterior object, with numerous aspects either not elucidated or merely not known, and characterized in relation to the Lombard kingdom. Of course, transcendence equals a bond of interiority. Of course, too, the transcendent bond of interiority, reinteriorized in immanence, is one of the interior bonds of the totality in the process of totalization. In this sense, it extends everywhere if it is a threat. Totalization of immanence can be reduced to being simply the retotalization in interiority of totalizations of transcendence. But it reconditions them by a fresh confrontation. In short, the totalization of envelopment is the interior limit of immanence. For us, what does this mean? That it is impassable. A Venetian ambassador incarnates his country abroad, he is retotalized as such at home. A merchant too. It is possible to pass the real limits, but, either a person remains conditioned in interiority, or else, integrated into another totalization, he becomes a non-Venetian. Totalization of immanence, what is it? It is the fact that we can interpret as its incarnation, on the basis of the totalization in progress, any praxis and any relation. But it must be understood that what is involved is a temporalization, i.e. an interior passage from minus to plus, from plus to minus, from a quantity to a quality, and vice versa. In short, this presupposes a detotalization in act, or threatening, against which the totalization is perpetually effected. Otherwise, there would be merely a totality. A priori we do not decide that there should be a totalizing praxis, i.e. one giving itself the aim of totalizing. We say that a totalization would be either useless or pure repetition if, precisely, detotalization did not appear at every moment. So totalization is the way in which detotally is totalized, or again, in which detotalization is retotalized. This means 1. That totalization is never completed. Let us clearly understand, moreover, that abundance or the end of prehistory change nothing here, a dialectical relationship is involved. 2. That detotalization never happens to the detotally. 3. That detotalization is a product of totalization, which makes it always precarious. 4. That totalization is itself a product of detotalization, insofar as the latter is an ever-reducible deviation or cancer. So totalization resembles unification. But it is not comparable to the rigorous unification of a body attempted by groups in the government. Unification posits totalization. This means that so far as the decrees are concerned, the practical moment conditioning the reorganization implies totalization, i.e. a synthetic grasping of the whole in its disorder, as well as the comprehension of disorder by its reasons. Hence, a totalization of detotalization. Disorganization of the army is the object of a theoretical totalization, organization as an ensemble of disorganization. This presupposes that they are themselves an organization on the way to disappearing. Or, if you prefer, their exteriority is itself a fact of immanence. It is an internal relationship inasmuch as they secrete it as an internal negation of exteriority. In other words, the fact of anarchy is simultaneously the negation of the parts-whole relationship and the retotalization, as existing throughout the army, of factors of anarchy. Is history essential to man? No. It is the outside lived as the inside lived as an outside. It is man's own exteriority lived as his interiority. It makes him 143 however, but precisely as a being existing his own outside in the form of interiorization, in short, as the being who cannot have an essence. It makes him, as conceptually unable to think himself. The free practical organism, abstractly considered, has a formal singularity. But this singularity remains universal and abstract, so long as its content, which is singular, because irreducible to an essence, is not seen, i.e. heterogeneous. For example, no link between the human condition and its singular transcendence and the fact of belonging to such and such a society or race. Yet history, which makes man non-conceptual, comprehends him, or, if you prefer, the man made by history makes himself by making it through transcendence. And transcendence totalizes the practical field and totalizes itself as an interiorized exteriority. This totalization makes the synthesis of the heterogeneous. For example, every man is accidental for himself. He is born here rather than there. And he is, for himself, the person who is born. And that is how he is born a Jew. But he can no longer consider his being a Jew as a chance, for he exists only in order to be a Jew. As soon as the chance is posited, it is negated. It is no longer to be found. In a certain sense, it is an imaginary backward extension of birth. But this chance, unthinkable in isolation, becomes a determination demanded from the moment of the project. Jew by chance, practically no Jew says this, and those who do say it out of weariness do not think it. It is the recuperation of former circumstances. So history appears as the outside constitutive of the inside, in the capacity of an undetectable, yet assumed, chance. For in the transformation of my being a Jew into a status, by assuming it I cause this chance to sparkle. Assuming it, it is what I give myself as being able not to assume it and what would then become a chance. For, in birth, it is only an imaginary chance. In reality, a rigorous necessity. But by the fact of resumming it, I give it, i.e. to this characteristic, that of being able not to be assumed, hence, a determination as chance. At the same time, however, the chance is what makes me comprehensible. But precisely he's a Jew means not, on the basis of an initial given, I understand the consequences, but, he makes himself a Jew, and his relations with Israel are comprehensible on that basis. He makes himself one, because he is one, because he makes himself one. Chance is non-conceptual and it makes man non-conceptual. Conversely, however, man making himself discloses chance in its dialectical intelligibility. The same will be the case in all events, there is always an appropriation. History is essential to man insofar as it makes him into the non-essential intelligible. Man is never essential. He is, in himself, a being other, but that being other does not presuppose that there is a being yourself blocked from underneath. Being yourself is precisely the recuperation of being other. It is the dialectical movement of comprehension. The inner contradiction between the universal and the singular is realized in interiority in everyone, by the appearance of the new within repetition. For example, undernourishment appearing in a cycle of labors makes the laborers concerned into contradictory, singular beings, through the lowering of their productivity, etc. The contradiction is basically between what comes from outside into the interior and the primary custom repetition that comes from the inside. Or, if you prefer, between what is instituted and what, as yet, is not. Study the passage of the event to the institution, which is effected through man and presupposes a group and a series. 1. The event is meaningless. 2. Lived, transforms men who adapt to it and negate it through a praxis that is a decree. Instituting group. 3. Series rightward arrow institution. Refracted praxis becomes an institution through the separation of everyone. History appeals to history. It can exist as history only in the interior of another history which serves as a mediation for our own, Mayas, Spaniards, contemporaries. As a consequence, the mode of relation which perpetuates a particular history in history is itself historical. That also means that every history, as soon as relationships in the present or past are established with other histories, is the incarnation of history. There are histories, but each of these histories is history. History appeals to temporality as consciousness to consciousness. It can be comprehended and revived only through a historical praxis defining itself by its temporal development. An absolute mind without development could not comprehend history. It has to be historical itself. Furthermore, a free practical organism will be able to rediscover the former presence of other free organisms, but not history itself. This free organism must himself be historical, i.e. himself conditioned by the interiorization of his bond in exteriority with the totalization, himself an incarnation, himself history. Conversely, he discovers himself as historical in his own movement of restoration of made history.